Today's matchup. MVP. Samsung. Afreeca Freecs. BBQ Olivers. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
What's going on, OGN Legion? Welcome back to another day of LCK. I'm Achilles, that's Papa Smithy. We'll be bringing you the games here today. Going to start things off with MVP versus Samsung. MVP not doing so hot at the moment, but Samsung looking pretty good themselves.
Look, Samsung are looking good. Last night's matches were off the chain, but Kilios, I don't know if I'm ready for more matches. You know, we had such an amazing best of three yesterday. Felt like a final. I'm sure everyone here and everyone who is watching can agree. And now I'm told we have 2 more best of threes. So it's kind of a weird spot. Kind of feels like the main event was yesterday, but I'll try to get back there, OGN Legion. I'll try to get hyped because, yesterday was something.
I mean, I hate to break it to you, but you're the only color commentator that we have right now here.
I know, this is my life.
So you got to be here. I
have to be
present, be there for
but
the
it
fans.
doesn't have to be the full Papa Smithy. It could be
true.
50% Papa Smithy.
50% Papa Smithy. All right. Well, that's maybe the audience, maybe myself is going to have to settle. Atlas had you all to himself yesterday.
He did.
He doesn't like to share. So I'll get 50% of the full product of Papa Smithy.
But you do have 2 days with me, so over the course, it'll add up to about 80%.
Yeah, I'll get like almost one full Papa Smithy by the end of it. I see how it is these days. All right. Well, anyway, going to dive into this first matchup.
Sure.
Second one's going to be maybe not so interesting. You know, Afreeca Freecs going on up against BBQ Olivers, who are currently sitting around the bottom of the standings alongside Rocks Tigers and Ever 8 winners. But Samsung, starting things off, they have that first place spot at the moment because of SKT's struggles at the beginning of this split. And also Crown, who is starting to dominate the MVP rankings yet again.
I mean, predictably, he was the regular season MVP in spring, trying to back it up with summer, do his best Smeb impression when it comes to double regular season MVPs. And I'm really not sure what sort of opposition they'll find themselves with today. MVP have been up and down for a while now, right at the end of last season and also at the start of this season. I feel like I know what to make of Jinair, and I have no idea what to make of MVP. And already, that makes me a bit uncomfortable. But we get another data point, and maybe we'll learn more about MVP.
Yeah, I mean, they've been kind of all over the place. ADD especially, starting things off in the top lane, really favoring that Sejuani. Is 2-2 on that. And then other than that, we've only seen him play the Kennen, which didn't go so hot. So we'll see if he's going to change up that hero pool where the champion, but we know that, you know, the likes of that Scion are still going to be waiting in his back pocket, could pull that out if the time is right.
And that's the thing, is he made a Scion meta kind of all on his own back in spring, and it feels like he's like, all right, not Scion, Sejuani, another top laner starting with S, a tank, I can make it work, and it hasn't. 2-2 lets you know that once again, 50% is the percentage of the day. But it doesn't necessarily feel like it's as strong a laner as Scion, who can kind of ignore damage and push, and Sejuani can't ignore damage, can push, but doesn't necessarily out-push. So I think he's kind of tunneled too hard on a singular pick, which gave him a lot of joy back in spring season, and a lot of MVP kind of had that way with Ian on the Syndra, but it feels like they haven't found quite the right tonics so far this season.
Yeah. Well, for you Haru fans out there, I've got some bad news because he's still not playing. It's going to be Ambition,
Yay!
though. So still putting people in the submission position out of the jungle. So same squad that we've been seeing so far throughout the duration of the summer split with Ruler and Core JJ holding down the bottom lane.
And Samsung are 3-0. You know, they could go 4-0 very quickly, you know, only on the, the third match day of the second week, get 4 matches out of the 18. And they come in heavy, heavy favorites against MVP. So we'll see if they can keep it going. They've only dropped 2 games, 6-2 on the season. They'd like it to be cleaner, but they've kind of had a couple of off games. So they haven't mixed with their roster at all. Every game has been the Ambition configuration. No sign of Wraith or Stitch either, who are still on the roster.
Yeah.
And look over some stats. Last season, it was all Samsung and it was all Crown.
What a big shock. Of course, that Syndra there in the mid lane, getting picked up quite late for Crown, but has become an absolute powerhouse on that champion. And it's also the likes the champion that Ian would love to get his hands on as well. Had a wonderful record with that back during spring, but it's been banned away from him or taken away from him in their games so far.
And I got some bad news. Syndra has been 100% contested barring one game. It's undefeated. Both these players, like you say, Syndra main, so probably not going to see much of it. And also the Graph has some bad news because it feels like Samsung has bought just too large a shirt. They went for a large when they're very clearly a Korean medium, and that means that barring Ambition dropping off by a couple of percentage points, they are too large for our position KDA Graph.
Yeah, I mean, the surprising part is actually Maha's going to be the only one with a higher KDA in his role over the members of Samsung. So good on Maha to maintain that 7.2 so far, but that could very well be reversed by the end of this series.
The jungle matchup is highlighting the Gragas. Beyond's played a single game at this season. Ambition, 4 out of the 6 wins that Samsung
100% win rate.
He's always been a really good Gragas player. It feels like Ambition and Score are kind of the Gragas mains you think of in the LCK. 100% between the 2 and 5 games. Small sample size, but still getting closer and closer to there being double digits. And yeah, Gragas has been contested, largely been a top lane pick, but you can see top lane struggling in the jungle, undefeated.
Yeah. So very well could see that one come back out here. Graves has kind of, fallen away a little bit. Big one for Beyond in the past. Haven't seen it have nearly as much impact this patch of the game at the moment. So still might see that come through for Beyond because it is so comfortable for him, but likely going to start straying away.
The only way Gragas doesn't become super high contested is if the bans go a very different way, because we've seen 3-4 jungle bans be pretty common so far in our first week. Zac, Lee Sin, and Elise are seen as kind of that holy trinity right now, and neither of these players will prioritize Lee Sin that highly. Both of them can play it. Ambition has always been a Lee Sin player, even flexing away from mid lane, and Beyond has had some good games on it, but it's not Pina. It's not Umti. It's not our real tier 1 Lee Sin players, and kind of crazy to lump Umti in there.
He's been doing really well so far.
He has had a great season for sure. As we keep the stats rolling, Ambition first blood twice. Ambition also, predictably, you talked about that submission position. Sometimes a bit of an ironic title, Achilles, because he dies a lot, it turns out.
Yeah, just trading it back. You give and you take, basically. Here's how Ambition is functioning. So we'll see if he can keep himself alive a bit longer than the rest of the players this time around. Don't think he'll have too many struggles going up against MVP.
And Beyond certainly has a good reputation. You see him on the screen, but his spring, his first split in the LCK, was outstanding. He looked like a wonderful player. Summer, I should say, last year. And then spring was decent. He wasn't necessarily top 2 in his team in terms of impact. Feels like ADD and Ian on different days were kind of the stars, and Max certainly mixing it up as well, whereas Beyond had a serviceable season. Still don't have enough data this season to work out where it will be for Beyond, but there will be a time where you would definitely highly fancy Beyond in this matchup. So let's see how it looks. They're sticking with Ambition. I saw Haru in the back, so he's at the OGN Stadium. I'd love to see Haru play a game, but if Samsung keep winning, no real impetus to put him in.
Is Crown wearing, the one ring around his neck?
He likes his bling.
It's like Frodo.
He likes his bling. He's got earrings. That's cool.
He's just going to take a pit stop to Mount Doom after this and cast it into the fire.
I realize I've gotten to the age where I don't really know. I know your reference, but I haven't watched those movies. I'm not a big Lord of the Rings guy. I do follow the storyline. And I also don't really know how to judge male fashion for young 20s, so I'm like, I guess he's got earrings and bling. That's probably cool with the kids.
I'm young 20s, and I still don't know how to judge
Steve Buscemi
it, so.
in this particular analogy, I guess. Hello, fellow kids.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Yeah, no. Fashion's not going to be my forte here, Papa Smithy, so I'm just as blind as you are.
Well, we're looking for the bling plays on the riff. We won't judge them on their jewelry. We'll judge them on the outplays. Syndra getting through, that would be fireworks. Another Sejuani top, that'd probably be fireworks, but in a different way. Hoping this is going to be a fun one. I want MVP to make this a series. If it goes just a quick 2-0 MVP rollover, maybe they actually won't be in the contendership. Remember, they're a team that's going to Rift Rivals in less than a month. Yeah. You'd expect them to be showing something. If they go into that tournament with no form, it'll be eerily reminiscent of Rox Tigers and Kongdu going into IEM with no form in spring season.
Just be setting off KT and MVP, both the Rift Rivals, both of them not doing so well, and even SKT being a bit inconsistent.
Well, we've got the SKT Samsung bailout clause. Don't worry, Achilles.
Right now it's, put all your stock on the Samsung side of things at the moment. We'll see if SKT, how they're going to progress as we lead up towards that tournament next month. But for now, we're into the pick and ban here for game number 1. And even with this massive Doran shield meta, Core JJ still draws out the bans rather, on the Zyra.
And I think it's more about the player than necessarily the pick. It was a power pick in spring. It still can be a power pick, but they're respecting now also Core JJ with 2 bans. We haven't really seen Core JJ have to sweat in recent memory. Played some new champions in the last series that Samsung played, but Zyra has been his career best support. 81% win rate over 26 games. Karma his second most played, and also a flex pick for Crown. So kind of understandable to see the attention there. And I'd love to see what happens in the draft if there was triple support ban, because we know Core JJ can play other supports, and here it is. Okay,
all right.
Got what I wanted. Triple support ban, and maybe a support first pick for MVP. But because they've kind of so heavily tunneled on one role, Samsung's last ban can play with fire, and they decide, no, Ian, sorry, no undefeated Syndra and LCK for you.
Not going to be giving that one over for him. See where they're going to go as far as Core JJ is concerned, but with the Galio up, that will just be the immediate lock-in. So could be, triple flex that we do have going on here. Would not be surprised at all for Max.
Really? You could see Max playing support Galio?
Somehow, some way, yes. I looked in my
all right,
enchanted crystal
here's
ball.
A job for you. Whatever MVP lock-in, tell me if it could be a Max support. We've only got Galio so far.
I'll
We'll
answer in advance. Yes.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if you commit to that. As Samsung, they were looking at the slides pre-game, feeling the ambition going on. Gragas still could be QV, but the percentages certainly show that it's likely to be the jungle Gragas. And with all 80 carries available, Ruler certainly seems to be in the Varus school of thought. Right now, this season, Varus has been a big pick for him. 4-1 already, given they've only played 3 series. Lets you know that he's on his comfort, that's for sure.
Maybe going to change things up a little bit here. The Jarvan. Don't even think about it for too long. They go ahead and lock that one up. More than likely going to be for the top lane, and no way.
Could it be a support Achilles?
He's got that fear on the
that's true.
On the ultimate now, so very well could be. But they'll go ahead, change things up. Flipping through a couple different options. We've seen Maha already play the Ashe once this season. Did not come up with the win. Actually, nice little second there. Flips over, locks in the Jhin.
Could it be a support Achilles?
Yeah, Deadly Flourish.
I'm being that kid who's like, are we there yet? Is it a support yet? What are you thinking? Have we got 3 here? 3 possible?
Could be a support Jarvan, for sure.
It could definitely be a support Jarvan.
The Jhin is definitely starting to get out there, but...
you know who else is getting out there? Samsung just locking in comfort on every player. Kled has been the most played from QV, most played from Ruler, has been the Varus. We already saw that Ambition is undefeated on the Gragas, and, well, now Samsung decided they would like to ban some supports as well.
Get rid of the brand. Do they ban the Blitzcrank? We know that Max will bring that one out. Already played it twice. Not to much effect, but
Had success in previous seasons, but this season certainly hasn't been as big a pick, because my goodness, we've got almost nothing going on in the support role. It must be Blitzcrank time.
It's time for Blitzcrank and, I don't know, maybe locking up Braum or something on first pick.
Oh,
actually, maybe the Vel'Koz.
Vel'Koz.
All right, well, time for science support.
This is like blind pick Blitzcrank territory at some point. There's no harassed supports left.
Do we get to see the core JJ Blitzcrank?
I'd love to see the core JJ Blitzcrank. There's actually few things I knew I wanted more than right now hearing the words core JJ Blitzcrank.
I mean, his thresh is pretty good. So, both hookers, so go ahead, toss it out.
That's true. I believe the other broadcast called it the Red Light District
Red
bot
Light
lane.
District, yep.
We won't call it that. We don't steal things. We reference them, though. Looking at Samsung here, the Victor ban makes sense if you saw the last series from Samsung as, well, it seemed that Crown decided that screw it, don't want to learn new champions, gone back to Victor, and it went to pretty good effect. So Victor going to be respect banned, and they found a ranged support that fits the meta, amusingly, in the bot lane, as Core JJ's played a bit of Bard in his career, but definitely kind of a big second to a lot of the other ones that were banned away.
There's also a takeaway from Max. He's played it twice so far. 1-1 on that, I believe, as well as twice on the Blitzcrank. So outside of that, he's only played the Thresh once.
And here we go, ADD onto the Rumble. Of the new Rumble school, which kind of had to come through in spring, I thought ADD was one of the better ones. He was actually pretty good with his use of the Equalizer, but it is a self-counter pick in many ways, apart from that awkward early phase for the Kled. So risky choice with the Rumble.
So from what we can tell, unless there's going to be some interesting shakeups, Galio support coming through here for Max, with the J4 actually in the jungle.
J4 jungle, or it could be Rumble jungle. We haven't had Rumble jungle in Korea as a pick. EULCS China, it's been a pretty big pick.
Well,
We're going to have to wait to 20 seconds to get that confirmation.
Yeah, they'll keep shifting it back and forth to try to mess with us here.
Samsung is too. They're like, we might have Talia jungle. But it won't be.
Vision's like, please no.
So much comfort. 4 out of 5 players on ultra comfort for the summer season on the side of Samsung Galaxy. Waiting for that 20-second mark. We're going to be denied.
It will be J4.
You got it. You got your production monitor over there. Mr. Cool over there.
Yeah, I hit a button to change everything so I can see.
Last time we saw a Jarvan jungle, he almost died to Krugs. I believe it was MSI.
Yeah,
so
but then he got that like +3 armor buff that he was.
Yeah, now he's going to almost sort of die to
Yeah,
Krugs.
and now his Aegis gets more shield per enemy's hit.
Cinderhawk got buffed. I think it will probably be a tank Jarvan. It'd be lovely if you could throw in a Titanic Hydra somewhere, but Tiamat's always been a great rush, but Beyond has always been a bit of left of center. As a Mumu jungle, sadly, is a thing of previous seasons. I know I said a single cheer on that.
Even with the buffs that he received.
But it is a pick comp from MVP, so at least that part is good. Whenever I saw MVP moving away from that in some of their recent series, they need to go back with what they're strongest, which is the pick comp. But ultra comfort for Samsung Galaxy. You can't help but bet on Samsung.
Yeah, it just seems like they have everything sussed out here as far as the meta goes. They're looking really strong, looking to maintain that first place spot. Let's go ahead, load up onto Summoner's Rift and see what happens. Game 1, MVP versus Samsung Galaxy. All right, well, still plenty of MVP fans showing up here today.
They're hyped. They actually had the win of the voice over the two teams. There's a Max.
Do they have the entire team? Nope. All right.
It's a Max gift thing going on there. Interesting.
I thought maybe each of them was going to have a different player, but it's all just Max.
Somehow we didn't get Blitzcrank with this many support bans.
Whatever.
I'm getting greedy. We did have a game yesterday with top Cassiopeia against Huni, which I was just like, of course it's against Huni.
And of course Zed coming out for BDD as well.
What a
felt
day.
Good. That was those are some good games.
Look, if you guys drop this broadcast and go watch the VODs, I won't be offended. They were really great for that second series, but we'd love you to stick around. I'm feeling it. I got some excitement here on the side of Samsung because I want to see how good they can be with Ultra Comfort. Because everyone here, barring, subbing in Victor, for example, or Zyra, is pretty much on Ultra Comfort. And every time I see Cuvée excelling with a top lane carry, I get more and more hopeful for what playoffs looks like for Samsung because they fell apart the moment they had to go carries against KT Rolster in depressing fashion, honestly. I was ready for a great series. Samsung, I thought they could match with SKT, maybe take a game off them, make it a series. KT Rolster, didn't know where they were at. And then Samsung and specifically Cuvée rolled over and died. So I'm really excited to see Cuvée keep refining the Kled, work on his other champs. We know he can play the Camille, for example. And if that weakness or that kind of oversight when it comes to drafting is gone, I think otherwise Samsung looked pretty great.
Yeah. Just be starting things off nice and slowly here. Crowd did take away one of those little raptors. But otherwise, Mission will be making his way through the jungle pretty much unhindered.
If he wants to focus top lane, that's probably what behooves him in the early game. Push advantage in bot and mid lane, and then a outscale matchup in top. So top is the only lane that will be pushed in, so it makes a lot of sense to try to bully the Rumble, because if you get 3 winning lanes, then we've already seen that is getting up there to 80 to 100% win rate is, well, this is the story of Jarvan Jungle.
That's all right. He's got the smite, get that HP back, so he's K.
But he has to use the smite on red camp. You honestly want to use the smite kind of as an emergency as you go further and further through getting more greedy camps. So you kind of struggle your way through 3 camps. And let me tell you, Jarvan does not enjoy doing the Raptors at all.
Yeah, it's a bit of a pain. You only hit a few of them when you use your spear.
Yeah, it's not great.
So we'll see what happens, see if he's going to have that aggressive Tiamat rush come through, or if he's just going to go straight in for something like the Cinderhawk, keep himself safe.
Nope, he's going to go straight in for a bit more regen because those camps are still fearsome for Jarvan.
Right. Hunter's Potion it is.
I missed level 2 gank every game, Jarvan. Made things fun. Except if you were a laner, made it no fun.
Oh yeah, that was always the big pain. Mine was always the wraparound. When I'm playing top lane, I used to play it a lot in Season 3. The wraparound through Tribe Rush from Xin Zhao and just locks you down, kills you.
Do you remember the even scarier version of that? The wraparound level 2 Alistair headbutt you away from turret? For the, oh, I'm dead.
Yeah, or when Alistar top was a thing, but here we go. It's going to be engagement. Actually,
Crown's
Crown
up here.
rotates up to the top side, overheat in onto ADD. He goes low. That's going to be the seismic shove. Forces out the flash, but he still goes down. First blood picked up by Cuvee.
AD was really outplayed. The way Crown played it, he put down the E and then actually surprised him with the shove. It looked like it was going to be the mind game of see seismic shove, flash it. Didn't get a sight of it. Had to respect also the bear trap on a rope. Really nice duo gank, and Crown just casually ghosting top lane. We talked about getting the snowball started. Well, Cuvee's got the gold, and whoop. Now really worrying times for MVP.
Yeah, and he's not going to suffer at all as far as the CS is concerned. Both mid laners coming back in with 26 each. So double Doran's ring over here for Crown. Going to be matching that of Ian's, but now he's got that little magic mantle to just help take away a bit of that damage coming through from the Orianna. So in a very nice spot at the moment is Samsung, and especially Cuvee comes back in with those double long.
And you know what? I can tell you what Crown's going to build with that null magic mantle. I guess I can't tell you what, but it's between two items, the Banshee Veil and the Merc Treads, which he will almost certainly build both of. Crown has been one of the biggest converts for the new Banshee Veil. Basically, you can always pencil in, regardless of champions, double Doran's, Banshee Veil, haunting guys into Leandri's. He'd really like Sorcerer's Shoes, but sometimes he's forced to get Merc Treads. And basically on every champion, short of the Victor and his Hex Core, that is where Crown goes, and he's looked very deadly on the Talia, so I don't expect anything different in this scenario.
Maybe if we see him start, picking up some of these melee assassins, like the Zed, the Talon, which we haven't seen yet, but maybe then he'll stray away from the Banshee's Veil, since it does have that AP on it now, but even then, maybe he...
His only AD assassin was Yasuo, Kilios, and I'm waiting for some more Yasuo buffs, because, he's banned in every solo queue game anyway.
Everybody who just heard you say that is cringing.
Yeah, but the thing is, in solo queue, I know he's going to be banned, so I don't have to deal with him. In competitive play, it's super fun to watch. Whenever you get the Yasuo, I remember when I was casting LPL and we had Cacao Rookie going mid lane Yasuo, Lee Sin every game. That was great. It's great in solo queue, so it's great in competitive play, and it's absent in solo queue, so I don't know. I welcome these new overlords, Kilios.
That's fair. 10-ban system.
It's doing work.
Forward,
It's doing work against solo queue Yasuo.
Once we get our hands on that in solo queue, then yeah, I guess I could support some Yasuo buffs. But for now, it sounds absolutely dreadful.
Well, that's like your opinion, man.
Is that a movie you've seen?
Let's go with yes.
The Big Lebowski?
I have seen The Big
Okay.
Lebowski. I thought that was a Big Lebowski reference. I couldn't be sure.
Thank goodness.
I've seen The Big Lebowski, but that could have been from a previous movie that I hadn't seen. I'm familiar with the dude.
Good.
I watched it actually
he abides,
pretty recently, last year. So I'm
Oh.
late convert. There's
Just
ambitions
forward.
here.
Deadly Flourish comes through. So they lock in core.
He's got ultimate.
Pushing forward. It's going to be forcing out the flash as both Max and Maha lose theirs.
And we kind of come full circle where Body Slam is enough to draw two flashes, even with the, almost year ago nerfs to the Gragas Cask. So Ambition getting a lot of respect, and his Keystone is actually worth discussing, as we'll just judge how much damage comes in here.
Through, pulls back ADD, taking a lot, overheated yet again, but still will be able to walk out with his life this time around now, beyond paying a visit down to the bottom lane. Doesn't go through the flag and drag, so it's a bit down onto Ruler, but still can't find the opening, and Ambition is still nearby. Checking forward with the barrel, they walk into the brush, they have him surrounded. Is level 6 for the Gragas. He wants to try to isolate somebody like Maha. The Ruler's not quite there for the Chain of Corruption.
A lot of pressure being applied. Ambition being 6 and beyond being 5. They have just that extra ability, and it's certainly a critical one. They don't want, AD doesn't have teleport, so they have to start giving up objectives. And two pushing lanes and the pressure in the top lane for the Kled lets you know that already Beyond is kind of running around his jungle with his tail between his legs, and the game plan's going exactly as expected for Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, he's nearly a full level behind. As far as the experience is concerned, he had just hit 5 when rotating down to the bottom side.
Remember, he could have not picked Jungle Jarvan. They didn't need to do this.
MVP could have not picked several things.
They could have played
careers.
Jungle Rumble and just cleared camps really fast. But they decided to go this way, and you can't really do anything other than hold up your hands and say, well, you chose this. This was the fate you chose.
That's when they have that post-game interview or something, and they're like, oh, it was supposed to be a support Jarvan.
We've been there before with the Spot Rengar.
I would not be shocked
That
at
was
all.
among the most shocking things said in an interview where they're like, oh, it was just an accident, we wanted to flex the Rengar. I was like, okay, all right. I'm tilted now. But the Stoneborn Pact has been picked up by Ambition. Used to be Bond of Stone with the same icon, but does get him 5% more HP, which it would certainly be going into after he's finished with his Runic Echo. And apart from that, it is also going to be his Q, and a bit of the ultimate as well, W included. Basically all his abilities do apply some sort of CC effect, and thus will be proccing the extra lifesteal for someone like Ruler and maybe even Kled to profit.
Good setup. Ruler already going to have quite a bit of lifesteal. Has that Bilgewater Cutlass completed down here in the bottom lane. Picks up the cloth armor for the Ninja Tabi. Whereas Maha, he is in a bit of a hole at the moment. Down 15 CS, just the double longsword coming through as he tries to get that serrated Dirk. Rough times for the Jhin, as you might expect, consistently just getting poked down by this combo.
Beyond is just slowly farming. ADD, he doesn't have kill pressure on him by QV just yet, but we're pretty close to that point, and drafting for comp. Drafting the Rumble for a team fight comp, which you do have an insane initiation, don't get me wrong.
Black Drag Cataclysm with the ball delivery on top of it.
With Equalizer, like that was big in Season 5, especially as an initiation comp, Season 4 as well. But the cost you have to pay is basically losing in almost every way in the early game, which you did see that already earlier yesterday. Here we go.
Yeah, get a bit of a lockdown here as Max going to get booped back in, and he just gets taken down. Body slam, not even required. Cask just delivers him straight into the open arms of Ruler. He takes him down with a piercing arrow.
Yeah, fortunately, the extra items are there on the side of Samsung. It's powering down the front line as Max went in a little bit too early for the Jarvan, who needs to be initiating. They've given up so much to win late-game team fights, they might be too far gold behind Achilles and 4-1 available with how much pressure Kled is going to have in Rumble after the self-counter pick. They're going to continue. They're posturing on bot side. Samsung want to break a turret soon.
They knocked it down below half HP, but the Galio is coming back in, and Max is level 6. We'll not have that hero's entrance available at the moment. Just keep the push going. Line wave clear, something that this Varus does best. So they'll just maintain that pressure, but first Brick going to elude them for a little bit longer.
Does feel like a waiting game, though. That's kind of where we're at in this game. All MVP can do is really let all the lanes be dictated by Samsung Galaxy and then farm up. That's kind of the best case scenario, and we saw that in the last game of Longzhu versus SKT yesterday, but that was with very obvious payoff with Fiora and Kassadin being among the strongest in the late game, Xayah spiking at 3 items. MVP do have great teamfight tools, but teamfights when you're behind and being split by a Kled are very difficult to pull off in a way to actually make the most, to maximize what they've drafted to. So on MVP to keeping up the CS and also really know when the go button is there. Is their comp strong enough behind in gold in most roles to actually still make their wombo initiation work?
Well, you can tell that Samsung are in a comfortable spot because Crown has picked up his Sword Boots. Says, you know what, I don't need the Merc Treads this time around. We're doing pretty well for just 12 minutes into this game.
Also has the Fiendish Codex on the way to the Banshee Veil as well. Remember Negatron Cloaks in the mid lane? Now only Galio gets to build them. As everyone else, Abyssal Scepter is no longer a mage item. Banshee Veil building out of no Magic Mantle.
Yeah, I remember playing my first game with the item changes coming through, and I was playing Ahri in mid and just kind of, mindlessly started building the Abyssal Scepter, and suddenly I realized, wait a second, there's no AP on this.
This wasn't for you, Achilles.
Yeah, it wasn't.
You were not the target demographic of the Abyssal Scepter anymore. I'm waiting for the new staple build. I think one of the reasons why we've seen so little LeBlanc is you can go double Doran's, double Null Magic Mantle, build Banshee and Merc Treads at some point, and she doesn't really have a window to boss you around. It's 50 magic resist from 2 Null Magic Mantles, so we're in a really good spot to deal with LeBlanc, and we've had so little LeBlanc in summer.
Well, Efficient having the timer here for this red buff. Hovering around the area, level 8 on both of these junglers, and ward's down, so completely envisioned they'll deny as they throw down that scry right there, just trying to get rid of the ward, but actually red buff does
does register.
Yeah, picked up here by Beyond, takes that one away.
Such a fight, even to claim your own red buff with this Jarvan jungle. Max face checking in that scenario. We do retain to normalcy. Kind of concerning to see QV already with a CS advantage. Not much to speak about, but it's what it represents given where 2 items goes for the Kled versus Rumble matchup. That's the bigger worry for the side of MVP.
We'll Could be a retreat here from Samsung. Start up that Ocean Drake, but with the wards getting cleared out, they want to go ahead and peel back. They're going to pick up those little shrines. Gets himself healed back up. He'll be okay. So the gank, the roam down to the bottom side, not really going to be fruitful for MVP.
Yeah. The only vision Samsung have gotten with their pressure is just around enemy red buff, which they couldn't claim this time, and the Krug. So they have ideas about where Jarvan is, so that really helps with overextensions in other lanes. But they don't really have control around the Drake, which seems like a pretty straightforward objective. And the Rift Herald has been one of the biggest objectives for Samsung, should be a very reliable one. No one's been putting wards in top side, so Cuvée decides to just cheekily steal a blue buff. We'll be able to pass it over to the Talia, so that's ideal from the side of Samsung Galaxy. But given how good Samsung have been about using the Rift Herald, I want to see some attention on picking that up in the next 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah, surprisingly, it's not even that much attention as far as MVP's vision is concerned. You would think that they would be trying to play around that, deny that away from Samsung. They don't even have wards in the area really outside of the one in the top lane brush. But it seems like they're just not that worried about it. Instead, MVP find an opening to go ahead and pick up that first Drake of the game. Ocean over to them. Mountain will be the next one around. This is going to be a shockwave now down in on the ground. Flag and drag comes through. Ambition here to try to keep his Talia safe. The flash forward out of the Cataclysm comes up with the hit. Now Ambition not going to be landing that cask. Gets saved right at the last second by Core JJ.
A dramatic pose from Beyond in Q animation as he was turned golden. That was Zac-esque. The Zac Zonia days sadly behind us. But nice focus there onto the side of MVP. They look like they really understood exactly how much damage they do as ADDs. Understanding the struggle he's going to be on in terms of damage done in the top lane. But that was good from Samsung. The first thing to really arrest all the pressure has been played by Samsung, and they're going to get at least a good chunk out of mid lane turret as well.
Good little opening there. Good rotation from Beyond to come up with that kill. Falling through very closely with the flash. Samsung still going to be maintaining a lead, but it gets shrunk down just a little bit here. 1,400 gold up. At the current moment, that first brick still not coming through.
Crown is summonerless, but did rush Banshee Veil, so a little bit less threat there than for other mid laners. We haven't seen the Weaver's Wall used at all. It's actually second rank in it already. And, you know, I feel like we might see it now.
Well, there we go. Comes in for a ride, cuts them straight in underneath the turret. Just a sponge forward here from Max with the taunts. Only going to find one as he locked down Ambition. Deadly Flourish won't catch. We'll be able to body slam away. The turret is going to stand, but they get the TP out of ADD, and this could open up Cuvée to get a nice shove in onto the top lane.
Yeah, Samsung, if they could have actually applied a bit more pressure there, might have forced Rumble to stay away or stay around for another lane, and that might have, like you say, represented the top lane turret going down. We haven't seen the health of the top lane turret in a while.
I don't think it's been touched, really.
A lot of AD on the side of Kled already, who's finished his Black Cleaver. Hasn't gone Marin-esque and gone for a cull in this matchup, but otherwise, still very powerful.
I mean, Marin's just call on pretty much anything.
He finds a way.
He's obsessed with that item. Well, yeah, getting quite a bit of damage through. So all of the turrets actually at the moment are about equal HP for the side of MVP, which is a bad spot to be in.
They have 1,500 gold ahead right now, Samsung, but like you say, kind of blink and it'll be 5,000 given all the global gold. As finally some of that global gold will be claimed, and Ambition decides he wants some of it.
Yeah, just the walk down coming through, even with Crown not having that Weaver's Wall ready to go. Still enough pressure from Ambition showing his face that they have to peel back and surrender that first brick.
Now the casual roam into mid lane. They want
Tempered Fate thrown out. Locks down the turret. They don't quite get the catch onto Ian, which is what they were looking for. Could have timed it perfectly with the explosive cast and knock him in. They're not going to find it.
That's why you kind of have to criticize it. I like the idea he was going for, but it felt like no one was on the same wavelength as Core JJ, and thus just really a wasted ultimate, all things considered. Wasn't much synergy there. Neither of the people rotating with them looked like they were interested in making a aggressive turret dive, but turret HP value is starting to get low. Varus unlocked on the map, and time to get academic. Take out all those out of turrets.
Yeah, which is why Ruler's just going to be showing face here in the mid lane. So just go ahead, scooping that up. The Scrying Plant comes through, spots them all out at the Rift Herald.
They know that they don't have the ultimate here from the Bard. Tempered Fate down.
Yeah, Vision can't be found here in the pit. It's about 5,500 now on this Rift Herald. ADD here to back up. There's going to be the charge coming through as Cuvée arrives. Latches straight in immediately onto ADD. Chunks him out a bit. Rift Herald going low, but it will be taken by Beyond. Has the smite to go ahead and pick that one up. Now the Flag of Dragon knocks up Ambition. He goes down. Cuvée really far forward, kind of a no man's land. Will be losing out on Scarl as he tries to kite back, and Ruler is caught out in the Cataclysm. Hero's entrance from Max takes him down. They do answer one in on the Beyond, but so far still going to be the 2-for-1 in favor of MVP plus the Rift Herald.
Yeah, a lot of low health members. Talia, not on worked ground, wanted to keep fighting but couldn't find any more. They trade down to Samsung. The Rift Herald was claimed. Ambition trying to stand on it like we saw all the fights yesterday between SKT and Longzhu over being able to actually take the Rift Herald. We see the replay was well claimed. Ambition thought that he had the latitude to try and body block it being picked up. He didn't. They could turn onto Cube as well. Samsung weren't really committing, and they weren't really making it their last Alamo. So in the end, it was pretty awkward stuff from them. With a comp that does so many things well, against a comp that only does one thing well, which is fight in territory like this.
Gotta say, it's a really satisfying death on the Ruler, the hero's entrance, just smacking him down. But MVP, putting up some numbers now, 3-3 in kills, have that Rift Herald, which they can use to go ahead and potentially even up this turret count where it's 2-0 at the moment for Samsung, get some of that gold back. It's at the moment down by about 3.3 thousand.
Just remember, this comp only does one thing. It only team fights. They do not have other options. They will lose in specifically the Kled versus Rumble matchup. Oriana's not as good in the side lane as Talia is. The flexibility is still real from Samsung, but hey, if they just keep running at them 5v5 mindlessly, they can still lose the game. So worth noting here that MVP have drafted for situations like that, and it's around Samsung playing around the one scenario where MVP come up trumps.
Or JJ maybe in a dangerous spot. Ball comes over the wall. Not have the shockwave follow up. He just takes a magical journey out to safety.
I feel like if he had shockwaved instantly, it would have actually pulled him back. There was a chance there, but again, a big high priority on taking down Core JJ. Wouldn't have unlocked a real objective for them as Baron has just spawned. Rift Herald, we're watching here, available for Jarvan. Couple more minutes, about 2 more minutes of uptime. Which lane do they try and crash is going to be an interesting question. Mid lane is kind of the, well, if I'm going to get one turret, I want it to be mid lane, but wave clear is good on the side of Samsung, and Ambition will probably smite it the moment it comes up as well.
Well, first we might have a fight over the Mountain Drake. Well, we'll start it up, but actually there's going to be the Rift Herald getting summoned out here straight into the mid lane.
I just saw a super cool thing yesterday. I don't know if you caught it actually, Achilles, but we saw the flash Galio engage from Scepted to interrupt the channel of the Rift Herald, and that actually kills it. So it was a big investment. How does this work?
Well, apparently you just don't get anything off the charge.
Ah, you do. You still register the damage as far as I can tell. That was a more healthy turret. I kind of want to see a replay of that because now I'm second guessing myself, but that was very interesting.
Get another look at that one. In the meantime, Mountain Drake does get started up. That's going to be the Weaver's Wall thrown down. It's taken away here by Beyond, smites it away, and Samsung's a little bit too late to the party to try to claim that objective.
Yeah, that means MVP once again have had the inside track. Those ultimates still available from MVP, and Samsung this time are going to show a bit more measured respect, but MVP creeping back, have both of the Drakes and also got the Baron.
Have to go ahead, take another look at that. At some point to see the, clarify that interaction. I didn't quite catch the HP before that charge came through from the Rift Herald. I would expect that since Core JJ threw down the Tempered Fate, that maybe it doesn't register. Perhaps he is familiar with that interaction.
I mean, Tempered Fate does make things invulnerable, so let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say that I believe it did happen, so goes against what I say. That's really big interaction and kind of a Bard exclusive one.
Yeah. Not really any other ways to do that, so very nicely done. But now MVP, this newfound Mountain Drake going to be pushing straight up through the mid lane. Are able to finish that one out in the end. So Rift Herald didn't gain them much ground, but did set them up for the take in the end.
I still respect being shown. Ultimate stuff. Speaking of ultimates.
Cataclysm with the heroes just coming through. Max yet again, just stomping out Ruler from the skies, comes down and finds the kill. Now taunted onto Ambition. He goes low, has to retreat back further underneath this turret. Off-screen Crown is able to finish off Beyond, but can they find anything else? Weaver's Wall is not going to be available.
It's just a 1-for-1. Used a lot of ultimates, and now Samsung in every way is stronger. So the fact that the kill was cleaned up by Crown, Samsung once again have run of the map, but you really can't argue with the results when everything works, because even Cataclysm into Grand Entrance, your flash is down on the Ruler, you are dead 100% of the time. That's kind of been their priority.
You need the Bard with you to take a magical journey through the Cataclysm.
I mean, you need the Bard almost to just ult the Varus instantly, and then that would negate at least 2 ultimates almost instantly.
It's true.
Well, Cataclysmic Entrance is what we've dubbed the Jarvan and Galio synergy.
Yeah. That's it's pretty massive, and honestly wouldn't be too surprised if we start seeing this combo come through a bit more, maybe with the J4 in the top lane, where he's been a bit more of a bruiser.
I'm a bit more of a fan of the Galio-Rakan synergy, because I feel like that, the quickness into the guaranteed grand entrance, then you get the weird grand entrance and heroic entrance situation.
Charm with heroic entrance into the knock-up, into the taunt.
Because Rakan gets into the team fight so fast and then just jumps out. Of course, it doesn't change where the heroic entrance is positioned. I feel like Rakan has the most synergy, but, I mean, you can't really mess with results, and Jarvan and Galio ults. Flashes being down on the enemy is pretty straightforward as well.
Juve, too far forward here, taunt. Throwing in size, not going to clip him, but he still uses the charge.
That was not much of a charge. Anticlimactic charge there.
It was like a bit of a skip.
It was a bit of a
couple strides, and that's all he got.
He was actually out of range of the taunt the whole time, but sometimes those visual indicators can be misleading.
He got out of breath really quickly, you know?
Samsung trying to play the map. They have control wards down. They have a strong side. They also have Kled versus Rumble. And Rumble decides, nope, not interested in that. Understandably, now that we have 2 items on Samsung's top laner.
Max still going for the engages here with the taunt. In the meantime, Crown splitting up that top side. We'll get a wave crashing into the turret.
And it will only be an engage. MVP have 1 shot. They really need to use everything perfectly, or you return to Talia pushing in top, Kled with kill pressure on Rumble. So it's not about repeated engage, it's about really making one decision and pulling it off every time. When flashes are down, perfect timing there for MVP. When flashes are up, so much less reliable in making this wombo combo work.
I mean, honestly, even with Samsung being ahead like they are at the moment, you come to that crucial Baron fight, pull it off again, be huge. Ambition going forward, it's going to be the Hero Center coming through from Max. Not going to find anything this time, and Beyond actually goes insanely low. Fate comes through, locks him in, Shockwave in onto Core JJ. He'll flash away, keep himself alive right at the last second, but the deadly flourish from Maha finds him from downtown. And that is going to be Samsung clearing out the wave and just peeling back.
Yeah, 1 for 0. Samsung forced to back away. Didn't even get any turret HP either. The heroic entrance reduced the damage. That's why they were dissuaded in the dive they were attempting. MVP keep up flashes. Not a lot used on the side of Samsung either. Ambition thought he saw an opportunity. Max there for the defensive heroic entrance. And we once again reset. How long are we going to reset for? Because MVP is certainly going to, at minimum, get vision around Baron.
They're going ahead. They're going to go and start this up. Throwing down the control wards, denying the vision out here from Samsung. Already down to about half HP. Remember, they do have that Mountain Drake.
It's the charge.
Coming through from the backside. Cube going in. Ambition waiting to go over the wall. 2,000 HP on that Baron. It's way too late for the body slam. Won't be able to come up with the seal. Beyond smites it away. Now Cube just wreaking havoc onto ADD, but he gets knocked off a Scarl. Goes low. Has to retreat. In the meantime, Cataclysm comes down in on top of Ambition. Massive taunt comes through from Max, but he still pays for it with his life as Core JJ scoops up the kill. 2 for 0 so far from Samsung. Looking for more. Won't deny these Baron buffs from coming through. Flash forward from Ruler, comes up with a kill in onto ADD. Can they find more? Shockwave takes out Crown, just overstepping his boundaries. 2 will escape. The carries from MVP live with their Baron buffs, but that team just gets shattered by Samsung in the end.
It's a 1 for 3, but picking up the Baron is big for MVP. Well burst down. They got it in basically 1 rotation. At 1 second sitting at 2,500 HP, and the next second dead. Watch the Baron HP here. It's really interesting. So it's at 13, it's at 2,500, and then by the time Ambition completes his body slam over, it's dead. And from there, they've got the objective. But Cuvée in the front line stays alive for the longest time. Even with the full channel of the Jhin ultimate, it's a 4-man chase from the side of Samsung Galaxy. They largely do clean up. Only error really is made by Crown, our regular season MVP last season, not respecting the fact that the Shockwave is still up.
Yeah. Tries to get that seismic shove, but gets taken down. So Ian, if he could have found an opening for that Shockwave earlier on, could have been a massively different fight for the side of MVP, but they do still have 2 of these Baron buffs. See how much they can get done with it, because they're still in that gold deficit, but it is shrinking a bit.
And they are largely forcing Samsung to play to the tune of MVP's initiation, which they have basically endless amounts of. Samsung haven't been able to make much happen in the side lanes like it looked like they'd been able to. With Baron buffs especially, they're going to have to once again play reactionarily. And with just a single win condition, MVP have largely excelled at it. Pick comps was their win condition in spring. It's not quite a pick comp, but pretty close to that. It's a strong initiation teamfight comp this time from MVP, and they tried other scattered identities when they played recent series, and this looks a lot more convincing.
Yeah, see him just forcing up that turret, take it out, the wave clear. Not going to be strong from the side of Ambition. So that ruler there to offer up those piercing arrows. Able to go ahead and knock down their first tier 2 turret.
See if Samsung find some of the holes in the comp here, baiting a couple of ultimates that will really release pressure from Samsung Galaxy. Also realizing that everyone's diving and Maha is just going to open up right behind. So getting some flank wards for potentially the charge to both interrupt and lead to Jin's inevitable death. Something they consider. Fighting front to back, which is usually what Samsung is famous for, and certainly what Talia and Varus are strongest at, is going to be a struggle. So hold on to the Tempered Fate. Use that to either take out the Jin ultimate or have the charge on point to interrupt it, and things will go better for Samsung Galaxy.
See how they pull it off. Been misstepping a bit here around that Baron. And now just 1,000 gold separating these two teams. So big swing back in for MVP, even losing 3 members around the Baron. Still bodes well for their future as they keep pushing forward.
Mission's gone for Adaptive Helm. It's good against Equalizer and in general Rumble, because Flame Spitter and Equalizer are both damage over times. I'm kind of not convinced at it against a Orianna, despite her short cooldowns. And Spirit Visage is so strong on the side of Gragas that can't help but wonder if people are just overemphasizing new items and not focusing on core strengths like Spirit Visage on champions like Mundo and Gragas. MVP just take another turret though, and Samsung finally build up a wave in the bot lane, but QV doesn't have defensive vision for it. Because like we've talked about inappropriate visions in 1-3-1s and 4-1s a lot this week, but it's happened pretty repeatedly, and thus QV gets the minimum. Maybe a red buff steal at best, they don't get any other turrets, and somehow the turret game is actually advantage MVP.
Yeah, bringing it to the 4-3. And just a couple hundred gold now separating the squads. Got the 1 tier 2 turret off the Baron buff. Nothing really besides that. But they keep their hopes alive in the game, and now they're going to be looking for the fight.
Cancel on the ultimate.
Yeah, immediately canceling that one out. Now the pinch from the side as ADD goes low. Heroic entrance coming through. Will pop up QV. He's not going to have HP. Almost down off the Scarl. Meanwhile, on the backside of the fight, Cataclysm comes down straight in onto Ruler. But he's got a flag and drag his way out of there, but he still goes down beyond. The first one to fall, and ADD going to follow as soon as the double kill comes through for Ruler.
Nice Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, Crown trying to cut them off. Forces out the flash here as Maha tries to retreat. Max Justice punching back in underneath the turret, but Ambition is tanky enough to go ahead push in. Says, no problem here, guys. You go ahead, finish him off. A triple kill delayed for Ruler as he picks that one up. Now they're looking for even more. Maha, dead to the rights underneath his own turret, will fall. The 4-for-0, and just like that, Samsung say, wait, didn't we have a gold lead? Okay, let's go ahead and get that back.
And that's sort of creative team fighting I was hoping for, craving for from Samsung, and they turned the game on their head. No longer were MVP allowed to set out the sort of initiation they've done in previous fights. Well played around terrain, and the game might be over.
It's 3 seconds here for Beyond. Can they hold on? Still doesn't have the Cataclysm, and the turrets are under siege. First one getting ready to go down. Ambition playing very far forward, trying to cheat Ian back, make sure that he can't get the shockwave down onto his teammates. Nexus now exposed. Triple man shockwave does come through. Several members low. Score JJ tries to retreat. Ruler's going to get picked off at MVP. They will actually hold on to this Nexus.
They do keep the game going. We dropped our overlay thinking the game might be ending. Not happening this time. MVP holds strong. Samsung really could have just backed off. They saw the death time. They should have known that it was going to be, at best, 2 Nexus turrets. Regardless, they certainly have some very clear paths to work around. Baron not spawned yet. The Drake not spawned yet, so will not be heavily punished. We see the replay, and this is totally different. Maha hears the charge and cancels ultimate. I imagine that was a cancel on his part. Can't know for sure, of course. And from there, finally Samsung are allowed largely to play front to back. Only a single man shockwave. The heroic entrance not doing massive work either. Was already used defensively onto the position that Maha occupied. And I love the Weaver's Wall, forcing an instant flash from the Orianna. Max leaving as well, and from here, just teleport back in, home guard coming through from the Kled, and from there, really clean stuff from Samsung. Finally, flipping the script that had been written, MVP teamfight wins for the last couple.
It gets a little bit messy after this replay for sure.
Oh yeah.
But you can see nothing going to be gained from MVP in that downtime where several members of Samsung were dead. So couldn't posture for it, could not take out another tier 2 turret. Instead, set up vision inside the pit with that control ward around Baron.
A lot of the itemization here from Maha is really focused, as always, on the Jhin ultimate. So getting 4th shots off against a team like Samsung is going to be very difficult, even with the Infinity Edge he picked up early. There is that ultimate.
Eckhart call comes through, looking for Ruler. He's in vision. Last shot comes through, but only 357 damage.
One of the only places where MVP will have a significant advantage is fighting around Baron, given how much AoE initiation and damage they have. And so Samsung probably don't want to play around the Baron. They don't need it to win. They just need to literally have 5 people auto-attacking the enemy Nexus. So it's on MVP largely to be forced.
We'll see. Right now they do have control over the area. Skull Crab Vision down as well.
Have their minion waves in order, Samsung, so that's probably going to be their first objective.
Ambition working at top lane into a good spot. They're pushing against MVP in the bot lane. Might need a little bit of attention from somebody on the side of Samsung. But no TP for QV. Wants to stick in with the squad. So it seems like they'll just be operating as a 5-man around this mid lane where they just still have pressure from those super creeps innately.
I mean, amusingly, they can just charge the Nexus, you know? That's something they can do with the massive movement speed. Use it as a Sivir ultimate, nothing more.
I would love to see QV just charge it from the sidelines, wraps his way around the bottom lane, just starts backdooring.
Just wait till some minions push up. He has teleport and charge to get in there, and he does a lot of AD damage, so probably actually able to do most of the Nexus damage during the recall, given that we don't have empowered recalls on the side of MVP, but perhaps that's too fanciful. Perhaps it'll just be used for engage.
So you're just going to be a bit of a standoff. Both teams pushing back and forth against each other in this mid lane. Going to work them back. That's the recall coming out from Maha. Samsung, do they want to go in with this one? The Chain of Corruption comes down in onto Max. Weaver's Wall, cutting off ADD and the Galio.
And look where Samsung is going!
They're going to go ahead. They're just going to chase straight in onto Maha. Hero's Entrance coming down. Shockwave completely going to win from the side of Ian.
What's the priority here for Samsung?
Do they want to just open up straight in onto the Nexus? QV still jumping in onto Maha. Finishes him off as he gets knocked off a Scar on Crown. Cheating back around towards the fountain on his lonesome. Will not be able to finish off this Nexus by himself. It might just pay for this one with his life.
He dies. Still 3 members of Samsung. Starts to back away. Maybe they've learned something.
Equalizer comes through. Redemptions on both sides. MVP trying to hold on. TP out from QV. Went back to base. Will be rejoining the team. And Ruler is here and he's full HP. He can just get into position. Get his hands on that Nexus. See QV dashing straight forward. Trying to do just that. Knocked off the Scarl yet again. Cataclysm comes down. Locks in 3 members. But the Zonius has to be popped by ADD. He's not outputting damage. He'll get taken down. Another double kill going over to Ruler, the triple, to finish off the game as he kills Max. And 36 minutes on the clock. Definitely messy from both sides, but Samsung do come up with a win.
Man, Samsung got so down and dirty. They had so many different ways to win this game. They could have had Kled split push. They could have played 1-3-1. Instead, they decided to play some team fights. Most of them went poorly. They won one of them, got a massive lead. Kind of tried to do their worst around the Nexus. That was repelled. And then they weren't even one-minded about trying to end the game with the charge. They first focused down the enemy AD carry, then Crown was all alone in the front line. They grouped up for the Cataclysm. Things could have gone a lot worse if the gold lead hadn't already set in at that point. Messy stuff from Samsung, but the result will say Samsung 1-0.
We'll see if they tighten it up for that game number 2, close it out with the 2-0, because that was a very swift first game. 36 minutes on the clock. It's only 5:45 here in Korea, Papa Smithy.
I'll say that Samsung's one-minded shot calling, especially in the late game with Ambition, has kind of been one of their famous strong points. We didn't see that in this game, and hey, might just be one game, craziness, etc., but it wasn't the same Samsung we've been led to expect.
Yeah. So we'll see if they go ahead, get themselves together. As we go to that break, come back in. We'll see what MVP is going to piece together as well. Because, you know, they flex that Galio to the bottom lane. They put J4 in the jungle. Had some moments. The Wombo combo potential was there, but they couldn't quite pull it off to get themselves in a lead for that win. So we'll see what they're going to come back with. Maybe we'll finally see that Blitzcrank come out if we see enough focus around the bottom lane supports again. We're going to go to that break. We'll be back in just a few minutes for game number 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from the break. You can see actually 2 members here on either side being very close in damage. Ian on the Orianna pumping it out, but also Ruler on that Varus, as you might expect, topping the chart in the end. 24.1 thousand in 36 minutes.
But we know that Varuses have always done crazy amounts of DPM, so I'm not going to look at that for any indication of who the MVP was. Speaking of MVP, I know their MVP.
It's a really hard one to
They asked us, and we kind
here.
of shrugged a bit, and they gave it to QV in the end.
All right.
Doing Kled things. I like the creative use of the charge right at the end, not the creative use of it running 1 centimeter away, but in this case, of trying to go for the Sivir-esque backdoor. It was messy, it did work overall, and I think reward also for QV reinventing himself as a player. Here's a crazy stat. In all of spring season, including the postseason, QV did not pick up a single MVP. One of the few players in the league to pick up no MVPs. Had to watch his teammate, Crown, went on to win the regular season MVP, and Haru was right up there as well. But QV had a down season, and for him to already have a new champion in his pool that fits the meta is an improvement for Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah. I mean, not only a down season, but also a very disinteresting one. You know, a lot of Nautilus, a lot of tank playing.
Not a fan
lane.
of the Nautilus with Courage the Colossus.
Not really. I mean, it has its moments for sure. But seeing him, you know, actually move over to these more aggressive picks in the top lane, yeah, just absolutely shredding down Maha. And then this final charge locks right in onto that Jhin yet again.
Didn't even mention that Ian missed the shockwave to potentially buy some more time because death and the amount of, not death, but the amount of HP on the rest of the team as they tried to kill the Nexus was a relevant stat. Samsung Galaxy, the better team on the day. MVP thought they could just go initiation, 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 but the Winfrey comp didn't work for them in this particular game, and Samsung looked the better team as well.
Yeah. Well, very well done by QV. Already picking up 2 MVPs. So doing well for himself so far. Still has a little ways to go to catch up to Crown in the mid lane. We'll see if we can get another one for himself here as we get ready to go into Game 2. That's, of course, if Samsung close it out, because you never know. MVP. Can they fire back? Can they put a win on the board?
The answer is definitely yes with a proposition like can, but haven't looked like it necessarily
will
in recent games. As you said, over-prioritizing the Sejuani in other games, kind of flexing Jarvan against really the metas or even the champion's current power level allows was really a slog to get beyond through the jungling phase. Keep it simple has kind of needed to be the adage for a lot of teams so far in Summer, messing with many options given the changes in the meta. And it feels like MVP just finding their way back to just a normal pick comp with power in the lanes is going to be the ticket to them looking stronger as we move forward.
Well, no change-ups from the side of Samsung. Going to be keeping everything consistent here with Ambition, Ruler, and Core JJ. And they'll also be banning away that Elise first and foremost. Zach from MVP over on the red side. No real surprises here.
That may be the end of the jungle bans. Doesn't feel like Lee Sin needs to be a ban against either team. Maybe against MVP just because Beyond has kind of been struggling and had to meander away on Jarvan in the previous game, but...
Need that Skarner ban. Can't stay Ambition.
Well, interestingly, the Varus ban away has been Ruler's go-to pick. They don't want to first pick it, and they don't want MVP to take it in their first rotation on the red side. Maha, another aficionado of the Varus in previous seasons. Poor JJ is never going to get to play Zyra again. That's his feel when Zyra's banned. He's like, maybe Karma? They will first pick Karma if it's available, so we'll see if MVP ban that last. Galio available at this point. Some other power picks also available.
I wouldn't be shocked to see the Karma banned away, but it will be Galio.
If the Karma is banned last, then Kennen first pick is a possibility, given that QV has played it already this season. Will be the on-hit variety. Only Marin has been experimenting with AP Kennen, and I think experimenting is right, given that he's 0-2 on it. Do MVP ban Karma with the last pick? They do. Makes sense, given the flex pick nature for Samsung, would certainly have been a first pick. And from there, Syndra is left available because of the Karma ban. You know how this story goes, and ladies and gentlemen, Syndra is undefeated this season, 5-0, has only gone through the draft once. Big power, and Ian, of course, very well equipped to know what he's left of.
Yeah. Gragas could be taken away, whether it's for the top lane or the jungle. Maybe they want to lock down the ADC first and foremost this time around. They're playing with their options. Gragas will come through. But you already have to be racking your brain. What do you take into the Syndra in the mid lane for Ian? Because Fizz, not really something that you would kind of put in his wheelhouse. So
Hey, you think about the champions that work.
Echo.
Fizz, Echo, Kassadin, these are all picks you can consider against Syndra. Zed is a possibility that Ian has played in the past, but would need to find probably more damage than just a Gragas. Maybe need a magic damage support as well, and Zyra being off the board, it means there isn't many high damage ones available. Jungle Paul may be getting down to the Kha'Zix level. Lee Sin, as we said, not going to be contested between these two teams, but will be very much highly contested in future series.
yeah, odd to see the shift back over to the Kha'Zix. Was, gone for so long. Now becoming heavily prioritized yet again, and so is the Jhin in this series at least, as it will get locked in for Ruler.
We'll see if there's an agreement on Jhin builds. Essence Reaver into Infinity Edge is certainly a possibility. I've seen people in solo queue messing around with Death's Dance, just get insane a life leech, I guess you would call it, back with your Q and also just your regular abilities. And Tom Kench taken early to answer the Ashe is, I hear no, because I know that with MVP you always have to be ready for the chance of a Veigar. But it's not going to happen. Just yet, anyway.
All right, Orianna will get locked in here for Ian.
Self-counterpick. We already had the Rumble self-counterpick for ADD in Game 1. The Orianna, especially without a lead, is certainly that as well.
Yeah.
You could say at least the Ashe will probably force a cleanse from Crown, so it won't be the same flexibility to get the roams first for Crown on the Syndra, but Crown on Syndra went from being a meme in previous years where they had to ban Syndra on blue and red side at Worlds to one of his power picks, even more so than the Victor that he's played a lot more sparingly recently. So important to track is now QV is drawing ban. Did not draw really any bans all of spring. Drawing a Kled ban is a big improvement for Samsung as it released pressure on their other carries.
Well, they banned away the brand. They want to focus out the bottom lane. We saw Vel'Koz, the final ban from Samsung there in Game 1. But it's going to be the Bard this time around since they have the top Kench.
Now, worth noting that Thresh has actually made it through this far. Now, Thresh into the Tahm Kench is not great for lane phase, but can be strong. Will Maha go for a non-engaged support? And he does respect the Tahm Kench Devour and go for the Zillion, another favorite of his in previous seasons.
Yeah.
If you're on point, you can negate the burst of the Syndra. Unleash Power being answered by the Chrono Shift is a possibility for sure, but split-second timings, and you know what? Syndra probably just turns onto the Squishy Zillion, just kills him instead.
Yeah, he and Fly, two big Zillion players that we had last split. Grip Fly.
I just need Scepter to play Aurelion Sol. We can't have no Aurelion Sol players in the LCK, Achilles.
That's true. Keeps teasing us with that one.
It'll come, eventually. Especially if Syndra becomes a bit more toned down and thus being able to be picked.
Still want to see Faker pick it up as well.
Faker's no ASOL.
One day. Everyone has their moments, Papa Smithly. But Kha'Zix coming back out yet again, and it's going to be J4 this time into the top lane for QV.
That means he's kind of expecting, or kind of the difference between a good matchup against Gragas where you can overtake the CC effect, because of course during the Cataclysm animation you cannot be bumped out by the Gragas, or he's just happy to blind pick it. And many top laners have elected to blind pick Jarvan. The only two punishment picks are Renekton and Rumble, both of them available. ADD doesn't want to mess around with the Rumble again. We'll take the Renekton into it. It is the standard lane counter. ADD's laning phase has always been capable, but largely on picks that are a little bit left of the meta. So will he be able to do the sort of harassment job on Renekton to justify the pick into the job?
I don't know, a lot of pressure here on ADD. Hasn't had the greatest performances for his squad, where, he was one of the ones that we would look to during the spring split, bringing out that Scion, that Rengar top lane, had those shining moments alongside Max. It was very much about those two, with Beyond kind of just step behind them, bringing this team to success.
You kind of take a step back and you think, okay, what did ADD play though? And when the Scion ended, it was pretty much tanks, right? He wasn't really playing a lot of carries in the top lane, so I guess we shouldn't be surprised that with kind of needed the flexibility of a top lane to play the Kleds and the Fioras and the Cannons of the world, and also complement that with a bit of beef that ADD has kind of fallen away. He hasn't really found his identity as QV has found his spirit animal in the Kleds, so development to be done there. Crown got Syndra somehow. That's how the draft went, with the double support, or at least the Flex Karma and support ban towards the Zyra. So a lot of power available for Crown, looking to extend that win streak for Syndra and LCK Summer to 6.
Yeah, definitely a very scary matchup here for Ian in the mid lane. Back onto that Orianna, needs to land those shockwaves. We saw him crucially miss at the end of game 1. Let's see if they can piece it all together, MVP, and put a win on the board as we load up for game number 2. Here we go. Crown back in onto the Syndra. I mean, tried so hard to get this into his champion pool, and when he finally broke the seal on it, just started becoming an absolute force for Samsung.
And kind of the fun thing about Crown is that his reputation as being the second best mid laner, as people were billing him by Worlds, and a lot of people would agree upon by the time they took SKT to 5 games in the World Finals, and also his spring MVP season. He actually doesn't have a lot of overlap with Faker in terms of identity, because Crown has been someone who's been very honest, and I have to work really hard to add these champions to my champion pool. I've always credited him as a mastery player. Mastery of Victor, certainly. But the Syndra mastery took so much longer. It was significant hole to have to ban it on blue and red side throughout the whole course of Worlds, but it just wasn't a pick that he played, or he didn't really have a happy answer. He didn't have Aurelion Sol, which was the big answer then. His Vladimir is decent, but wasn't necessarily top tier. So he's someone you can really respect and identify with, because a lot of us don't have things that come easy to us. We have to work really hard at them, and that's what Crown has done. And when you see him perform on the Syndra, whatever the power level of the pick, you kind of admire how much time you look at his solo queue and how many games he put in to get to this point.
Yeah. See that from time to time as well on that Talia. That he did really did help popularize back in Korea.
Once in a while it lines up, like you said. The Talia has probably been one of Crown's best. Once again, it was kind of Fly and Crown who led the way on the Talia, and Kuro picked it up, and Faker as well.
Trendsetters. For now, just going to start things off nice and slow. Crown throwing down some vision so he can spot out beyond. See him as he gets ready to rotate over towards that blue buff, and Ambition is going to find a nice little invade on the red.
So they got a blue ward down early in the level 1. And from there, it does allow Ambition to walk over and contest a buff. Not something you usually expect with specifically the Kha'Zix. Usually falls a bit low on his first clear. But got the leash. Start W on the Raptors and clear them out, and just walks very confidently over. Will steal away a red, and no such information available here. I guess you can definitely have a suspicion because the enemy blue still hasn't been started. If it's not started in the next few seconds, he'll kind of know that the jig is up here and Beyond will move away, but Ambition's getting very greedy going for an extra cam.
I mean, the hawk shot came through, but nobody pinged him, so not sure if it was just verbally communicated or if they couldn't quite see into the Krug camp. So Ambition might be still hidden up towards this top side of the map.
I'm going to assume he's not, because I'll be worried if he is, if you know what I mean. Maybe we'll have to check. Ask someone to look into that post-game.
I mean, ADD is still playing very far forward. He would be susceptible to a gank, but Ambition's just a bit more interested in getting his shop on. Go back to the base.
Syndra that we spoke about at length. So, happy times for Ambition. Can't quite finish his Tracker's Knife, or it's a full jungle enchant, but otherwise happy. Call JJ, because they have the lane in a decent spot. Won't be pushing, because Jin Tom Kench will not have the push win against the Ashe Zillion. Still had enough pressure relieved to be able to make this move, and
Core JJ, he's going to find him in the brush. As he face checks, the rotation starting to come through.
Interrupts the body slam.
Yeah, goes ahead, spits him back out now. Crown going to be nearby. Of course, a flash is going to be the question. He gets stunned up, stunned yet again right on the tail end of that, but still just a bit too far away. Not enough power and no ultimate on that Syndra, so he can still waltz out.
This Tom Kench roams this week. Tucson getting the solo kill, invading for Afreeca Freecs with the Tom Kench, and then Core JJ interrupting. I love the fact that he didn't instant use his Devour, waited to see the body slam animation. Nope, got him out of his movement ability and ended up getting a flash from that. So great play from Core JJ, even though he's got so much attention from MVP in terms of bans this series.
Really nicely done by him. Still showing some prowess. Says, you know what? Maybe he's not even good at playing the Zyra anymore because he just can't get any games on it, so maybe just stop practicing it.
Well, I mean, he is 3-0 this season, so that's the only counterpoint, but I do take
That's true.
a nod from what you're saying.
Keep banning it to a point, he'll just abandon that. Now, pitching right back around the side, tries to get in onto Maha. Hit that tongue lash, so it seems like it's just going to be a pretty even exchange between the ADCs.
He's gone for the cold start, just like Marin. It is a favored lane for him, so that's why he can afford to go a bit more greedy.
2v2. As both the junglers are here, Ambition with the red buff. Can't find the opening.
Yeah, Ambition, even though he's full health, can't actually afford to jump in, even though he has his flash up. Knows that Kha'Zix can instantly be turned on, so smart of him to just back away and relieve pressure.
Just minor leads here, stretching in favor of Samsung.
Coin has been taken by the Zilean. We've only seen Rakan pick that up from the school of thought of, well, I'm going to lose lane anyway, so why not go for the coin? It's a different type of coin coming through from Zilean, who has the push advantage, but getting the points into Q and W early does help with his damage rotations.
Cube, maybe looking to interrupt the back.
He's actually, I think the bigger thing there is, okay, on the one hand, interrupting the back, but also pulling the minion wave a little bit to get a freeze going on his side. So information, but the double whammy of also potentially getting a freeze forces the very aggressive teleport from ADD. Doesn't want to deal with that.
He'll go ahead, bounce right back in. Ambition forward into the mid lane. Going to be finding an opening here.
The other awkward part for the Jarvan into Renekton's another matchup where he's kind of forced to go a lot more conservative with his itemization. Can't just go for a Tiamat first, will just get burst down by the Renekton or lose out during the ult because he'll get the health disadvantage and the Sunfire-esque magic damage burn from the Renekton ultimate.
Yeah, Ninja Tabby start for him. So call about halfway done for ADD. 50 some odd CS to go. And we'll have that nice little burst of gold coming through.
Didn't mention it, but AD was our first top lane Jarvan, if I remember correctly, in the end of spring season. He was playing it a little bit before it became more meta.
Wouldn't shock me if it was ADD.
Pretty sure it was, almost certain it was, so he will be another player that's expected to have the thought of what's picking into it.
It's going to be another gank coming down from the bottom lane. Yeah, 3v3 here. Beyond in the front line, going low, does not have that flash, and he's just going to get taken down. Ruler finishing him off with that final shot. Now Crown wrapping around from the backside. Do they want to dive in
Level
for this
5.
one? Sun's not going to connect. That's going to be the curtain call opened up. Max trying to hightail it out of there. Does flash out. Maha going to be eating the rest of these. Unleashed power comes through. And Crown goes low. Flashes away from the bomb, but Ian's going to be here to scoop up the kill, but actually doesn't get it. Max is able to finish him off before the Orianna can arrive for the tag. So 1-for-1, first blood over to Samsung.
That time it felt like Crown wasn't really on the same page with the rest of his team. Core JJ was low health, so wasn't walking up with the Devour. And it took so long for the setup, and they changed targets from trying to just burst down Max into trying to take down Maha through heal and flash. Then Orianna showed up. There was no exit strategy for the Syndra. Pretty rough stuff from the side of Samsung Galaxy. Looked a bit off form, even though they've gone up 1-0 so far in this series. And the answering kill comes over to MVP.
Yeah. Intriguing, to say the least. And Samsung still going to maintain a bit of a lead, but not nearly as large of one as you would expect, given that they got that first blood. So, the star stuff, especially from Crown there. Communication breakdown, perhaps, for the squad at the moment.
Both teams are pretty on point in terms of pick comps. Samsung's facilitating the picks with the flag and drag and also the Syndra stun. And Ruler, just like Maha was attempting to do in the previous game, will be hanging way back and hoping that Ambition can do most of the heavy lifting when it comes to consistent damage.
Stun coming through. Get that Thunderlord proc in. Unleash power. Not yet up for Crown, so the all-in potential is going to be very limited.
Priority on the side of MVP is getting Renekton even further ahead, getting him to have kill pressure on the Jarvan, or at least have push priority on him, because the four-man squad here is very strong at team fighting with the Gragas, Zilean, and Orianna utility.
More of attrition over this control ward will be won by MVP. Lose their standards.
AD has the push priority on top. Tiamat's going to be a while before it comes in, and even then Renekton just has an innate push advantage. Cull getting closer and closer to being cashed in on the 20 CS.
Yeah, nearly there. So we'll have a lot of the components of that Black Cleaver to come through. Got the Tiamat start. Being taken. Crown not going to get it. Ian does walk away with that one.
He looked contested and have the timing in order to steal it away and didn't have range to just plop it up. So in the end, doesn't get anything from it. Will lose control ward as a result.
Yeah, it's been good vision so far from MVP, especially from ADD being self-sufficient. Control ward at the blue buff does get cleared out by QV, but you can still see his priorities just walking right back down into that area of the jungle to get some little spot vision. Try to keep track of where Ambition's at.
And the draft is also a bit more solid. You know, bot lane certainly will be winning in terms of pressure from MVP. Renekton has the pressure advantage on Jarvan. Only self-counter pick was in mid lane, but if they keep playing through mid lane and warding through mid lane, less one-on-one kill pressure. It is barrier Orianna, so a lot of extra shielding to have to power through for Crown to have kill pressure.
Yeah, and he's keeping things very close. Crown, after that, roam to the bottom side of the map. Did have a nice little lead, about 15 CS up. I believe he was over Ian, but has been shrunk down, and Ian's actually starting to just chip away at that turret in the meantime.
And fail roams often do lead to multiple minion waves being pushed in, a couple of auto attacks from the Orianna already. We're talking about a half HP turret. Could be largely pathing around top lane, trying to go a bigger lead over the Jarvan. And pretty simple standard stuff, apart from Crown kind of overflexing in the bot lane and being punished.
Yep. Slow pace. Another Ocean Drake to start things off, so not a lot of priority going to be placed around that bottom side of the map. See how long it takes for the Rift Herald to come into contention this time, if at all. Moment. Not even going to be any wards thrown down in that pit.
Amusingly, Samsung have another indirect way to deal with the Rift Herald, as Tom Kench can devour it. I believe that's how that interaction goes.
That's a big stomach.
I'll wait to see it in person. We saw the Bard interaction. We're still learning about some of his Rift Herald interactions. Someone said you can Blood Boil it.
Yeah, you can Blood Boil it with Nunu.
That sounds fun.
Hilarious.
He can also devour it if it's on the enemy side.
Tilt your ADC.
That's what we look for, Achilles. Extra tilt strategies.
For now, Vision will just be cleared out, established in the river by Samsung. But just as quickly taken away by MVP.
They just don't have priority, Samsung. The only way they actually get Vision to stick is if there's an oversight from MVP. So whatever Samsung puts down will largely be taken. And MVP also, predictably, will have position with those pushing lanes. And they can see QV has no mana. So there should be an objective for MVP.
Cheating very far forward. They're going to try to drag this even further away. 1500, the bombs come down. So you want to push forward for this one. Tries to get the seal, not going to have it. Smite's way too early. Meanwhile, on the other side, Body Slam comes forward on the ground as he gets Shockwave, and he gets taken out. Ian putting a second kill on the board for MVP.
Yeah, they overkill him. They don't even need the cask, which was just a party cask afterwards, celebrating Crown going down, which, given the Samsung, remember, they had to deal with Crown winning MVP in every spring match between these two teams. Probably a bit of catharsis about that particular party cask.
Yeah. Big celebration.
Crown was on one side of the fight, getting no backup. Jarvan had to completely recall and then wait for his mana bar to tick up, so he was always going to be second on a rotation. Actually ended up holding on to his teleport. There was nothing for him to fight over by the time everything happened. Max was splinging out of control with some of those drops from the quest.
Getting a lot.
Probably very close to cashing in that quest. Usually when laning phase ends, it's invariably around the time. And I guess the theory here is that Zilean already has a speed up, so you're going to get pretty close to the movement speed cap, and you only have one ability that harasses that can actually proc the Spell Thief's quest. So I guess Coin is probably the only one that really fits him.
Yeah, that's true. Good lord, he's going to be really fast.
But now he's just going to be with extra points in his abilities. Not going to be quite as fast. Or I guess you have earlier points into his east, something.
I'm imagining him just getting that Spell Thief's boost. That would be absurd. But it would take way too long to get.
It's true. It would be way too long, and you hit the cap so early, Achilles, that if there was no movement speed cap, it'd be big.
Good trade here for Juve. Taking ADD down low. Knows he has the flash. Could use the Cataclysm to try to bait that.
Yes, the flash, he has
Slice and
Dominus,
dice.
he has Slice and Dice. No real kill pressure, but certainly a pressure lead for Samsung.
Well, you don't say that. It's going to be this Voyage coming through here as CoreJJ arrives with Ruler and Toes. They try to pick up the kill. Slice and Dice away, but the Deadly Flourish finds it. Ambition is there to scoop up the kill.
Well, anyone has kill pressure with 4, but let's see how the turret race goes here. We're waiting for the first brick to come in. 4 members in top lane, but they were waiting for a wave to crash. Looks like MVP may actually end up winning it. They will.
Yeah, really slow take on the turret there for Ruler, of course, so can't finish it off quite as quickly as they would like. So first brick still does go over to MVP. And
Now, but look at Samsung's wards, Achilles. They have a lot of wards around Rifto. They want that to be the second objective, and there's very good speed in a Kha'Zix at picking it up. So Samsung are really gambling on being able to get the Rift Herald. So far, MVP aren't going for a second turret, even though that was an easier objective for them to pick up. They took the easiest in stealing away a red buff.
Get vision of the jungle here as they do start to stop.
This part is all expected, but that means MVP want to fight.
Oh, Ash Arrow comes through. Crown going to have to flash away from that one. The Ghost just not quite up. A few more seconds on that.
And MVP aren't even walking over. I think it's a big mistake to give this up. They could have made so many other decisions.
They're finally here to check, but it's just a bit too late. So Ambition will be able to go ahead. Trade out his Trinket for a period of time.
But just follow the logic. You know, if you follow the macro of what Samsung did, they just abandoned bot lane, went top, got a turret dive kill, but again, the race was won by MVP and turrets. They had the inside track going for a second turret, and yet they pulled away, stole a red, blew a flash in mid lane. When they were rotating up, I was like, okay, they're going to contest. They're going to go straight into the Rift Tower. They don't want to give it up.
Nope,
but instead they were just looking for a kill and then meandered in mid lane for the last 3,000 HP of the Rift Tower. I think that's just a fundamental misunderstanding of how to play the patch, and Samsung have been the strongest at playing around Rift Herald. So definitely the sort of thing in a VOD review that MVP needs to tighten up. You need more priority on the Rift Herald.
Well, Samsung, they can properly utilize it. They stretch themselves into a sizable lead. Because right now, we're pretty much dead even across the board. The one in turrets, just that Ocean Drake, really the only thing separating these two squads at the moment.
Mission going for a visit bot lane. Pulls out of it. That was Beyond, my apologies, but Jarvan was pulling back anyway, so Beyond wasn't going to get much.
He's going to look for the wraparound here onto Ruler. Cast is ready, flashes in. Devour takes him away from the Ash Arrow, so Ruler going to stay safe. It's knocked down to about half HP before JJ going to take the rest of the hits.
Meanwhile,
for his ADC, and Kube now going to be jumped on. Missile Voyage comes through as they pile in. ADD going for the exchange, but forgets about the Tom Kench ulti. The spit comes out. CoreJJ picks up a kill.
How to win games is CoreJJ on this Tom Kench. In position in mid lane for the Devour. Use the Abyssal Voyage to turn it around in bot lane, exactly, Achilles. And also flashed in for the Devour if needed onto Cuvee, who had no mana. So AD might have been suspicious about why he continued to fight. But real team fight general stuff from CoreJJ. Usually he's doing it on the Zyra. Jumps onto the melee support. Still looking good.
Oh, Crown trying to get set up here. Just tossing his balls into the brush, but
as you do,
will not be able to bait Ian over. Just throw them all at his face.
The moment that you commit to balls, we got Orianna and Syndra in the game.
It's hard to avoid.
It's the ball and there's spheres, Achilles.
Okay. We'll do that. The one true ball.
One true ball. To rule them all.
Yeah.
To continue your Lord of the Rings analogy.
Yeah, he's got the necklace going, so.
Cuve's gone surprisingly offensive in the build. We've seen even Sunfire Cape, despite being nerfed, forced by these Renekton's, and Cuve saying, well, hopefully I can teleport out of lane and make sick engages, because the items will be overshadowed by what AD has. He's even gone further.
Oh, tries to get the interrupt there. Double bomb over the wall, but he finds one stick. This is going to be the charge in, so we start trying to knock down this tier 1 turret in the mid lane. They find this is going to be the question. Gerald now tanking up the turret. Will go down just a couple more hits, but it doesn't seem like Samsung are going to be able to get much more than that. Devour from CoreJJ, taking Ruler away from the body.
He also sidesteps it.
Yeah, just stops. Just hits the S right there.
CoreJJ is like, this is my time for an MVP.
He's definitely making a solid case for it so far.
Flashy stuff from CoreJJ, this time on the Tom Kench. Zyra's only win MVPs with flash ultimates, as Wolf will happily tell you. West already cashed in. You can tell by the overshield that he has on him right now.
Now Samsung. They want to go from here. Second Dragon has come up. It's another Ocean Drake. Is that going to be the point of contention? Clearing out the vision here into the middle of the river. QV dashing forward to the Flag and Drag, not quite committing in for the Cataclysm yet.
Flashes up on both the carries of MVP, so he didn't just go for Cataclysm.
Well, MVP, they feel the need to go for this Ocean Drake with ADD TPing in.
It's an Ocean, so you can see the Samsung say, screw it, let's push mid and try and get an inner turret out of this. They're going to have the Kha'Zix slow. They're going to have the Jarvan also threaten and engage. Only ADD has been able to push up.
They can just exit up through the jungle. Turret going low, a couple more hits. QV going to stick around, get stunned up by the bomb.
QV.
Is that going to be it? Ash Arrow going to go wide. Flagton drags over the wall, keeping himself safe at the moment. Ball comes forward, big stun out from Ground, keeping his team safe. Throws out the Unleashed Power. Deadly Flourish comes down onto ADD as he goes low, slicing and dicing forward. Trying to find the kill, just can't quite find it. Cataclysm down from QV over the wall, has to flash away. Shockwave, crucially missed by Ian. Not finding a kill onto the Jarvan, but maybe one onto Ambition. Explosive Gas comes down, just one more hit would finish him up, but he's still able to walk away seemingly with his life. Cord JJ going low, pops the gray HP. Shield does get taken down in the end.
QV is teleporting back in at full HP, doesn't have Cataclysm.
I mean, there are so many opportunities there for MVP, but they can still only close out the one kill onto Core JJ instead. And if you're looking to pressure out this mid-tier 1 turret, which has fallen low.
Yeah, 2 kills would have represented potential ability to turn onto the Baron. So they're going to just about break the turret line. Second turret of the game for MVP.
All right, well, they do go ahead and pick that one up. Lost the tier 2 for themselves. Gained the tier 1. They're keeping it close. 1.2 thousand gold separating.
QV got really greedy. You have to wonder if it was worth overstaying and basically ruining the position of everyone else. Suddenly everyone's exposed when you know QV. His EQ is down, he's not in position with his front line. Orianna did not get the ult she was looking for. Ian thought he had the Faker hitbox on the Shockwave. He did not. Not able to take down Ian. And only one pick is all they could claim. Waiting for the Devourer cooldown there. Turned onto the Tahm Kench. Do take him down. QV does invest his teleport, even though the fight is pretty clearly over. So, once again, Samsung hasn't been their usual very well drilled, very well on the same page self today. There has been some gaps in the playbook, but they still are very much in this second game. Only about 1,500 gold to separate the two teams.
Yeah. And now QV pushing forward, trying to bait ADD in yet again for another exchange. Ambition waiting in the brush, knows that he's unseen, comes in with the ultimate, Flag and Drag through the knock him up, pops the Dominus, dashes away as swiftly as he can. But he does not have a flash. Cataclysm will finish him off. Now Ash Arrow coming through. Beautiful flash away from Core JJ, but Ruler, he goes in a straight line. Explosive Gas comes through, and he just gets obliterated by Ian. They find the pick on the other side, but they will be losing this last outer turret.
Some big evacuation required there from Samsung. Everyone trying to get out the line of fire. A straight line flash that would make Clear Love proud. Takes down Ruler on the backside. Not everyone could get out, even though the flashes were invested by 2.
And this is giving them a bit of room to work with as they push forward. Zillion throwing out the bombs, trying to zone them back. Stun comes through. It's about clip Maha. Big shockwave this time around. Finds 3 members. Ambitious.
Stun as well.
Double bombs comes through. Not in danger of going down. Not enough AP there on Max to actually find the kill. Now QV pinching in from the backside perhaps, but with no Cataclysm, he'll think better of it.
And the pinch is also not that respectable because Ian and Maha once again still have flash ups. A nice double stun right at the end. Doesn't get any bonus objectives. But unlike Samsung, MVP a little bit more respectful. They don't go to finish off that inner turret. They back away.
Oh, Ruler.
Flashes are hard sometimes, it turns out.
He tried. Silver Star.
Speaking of trying, he went for a very early Executioner's Calling, which on a lot of AD carries you'd love in this spot. Dominus is extra health, Gragas and his Happy Hour passive. It also works against Zillion, but he kind of went for it when he's not really on much of an auto attack carry. Sure, Jhin will invariably do damage to multiple members in a fight, but it's not the same validity as, say, an Ashe in this spot picking up the Executioner's Calling. You might even argue that Jarvan might want to try and fit it in somewhere because he's probably going to be doing AoE damage to most members now that the Cataclysm procs damage on everyone in the area. But given the Zillion, Dominus, and the Gragas, Executioner's Calling, very important here.
He also has a Hydra as well. So.
It's true. A lot of different ways to proc AoE damage. Feels like Jhin is just one of the least possible when it comes to getting the most out of that particular item. And it's,
he's now got this mind game. Every time he just starts pushing into ADD, he's like, oh, there's somebody nearby, I know it.
is it just me, or is the Grasp of Undying proc's doing a lot of damage every time he's able to proc that? It feels like somehow he's outclassing the Fervor with the Grasp here.
He's beating the crap out of him.
A lot of health stacking, I guess, on both sides, so that makes sense. I'm just surprised whenever Grasp does more than, like, 50 damage.
Yeah. Get that with, like, a Blade of the Ruined Kings. Keep smacking them. You're passive on top of everything.
Asking for too much for the Blade to be worked into the Jarvan build.
Maybe if ADD was playing it.
That's true. Or Huni.
Or Huni.
I love that both teams are banning Lucian top in the series yesterday. Both teams.
It's a major concern.
Lucian top was banned twice, and Cassiopeia top was played against Huni. The meme potential of the bans and picks there were just unbelievable.
I mean, God forbid Faker plays it in the mid lane. I've already seen it a couple times in my solo queue, and it would just be absolutely ruined if Faker picks it up.
I just want to see some Riven. Top lane Riven, mid lane Riven. I'm ready for some Riven, Achilles.
Faker revisit.
If everyone's playing Fiora, why not Riven?
I don't know. Maybe we just have to, go tap a couple coaches on the shoulder. Like, hey, this is really good right now.
And they'll say, sorry, I don't speak English. We tried.
Yeah. Like, oh, Aatrox. Best pick.
That's the Max Atlas Anderson exclusive pick there.
Yeah. That one's a bridge too far.
I've heard him engage with multiple Korean support staffs and players, and they're like, oh, I don't think Aatrox is that strong in this meta. Then he explains Rageblade, and they know to just turn and walk away. They always give him the benefit of the doubt until he talks about Rageblade.
They give him that 15 seconds.
It's like, oh, no, we don't see Aatrox very much. And then he talks about Rageblade, and they know to disengage.
Well, Samsung successfully disengaged from that Infernal Drake take. Pick one up for themselves. Oh boy, another Ocean on the way. So 3 potentially for MVP.
I want to talk about Adaptive Helm a bit in this game. You do see that it is taken by 2 people. You might think, okay, why? It works really well against Unleashed Power because of the way it works. Each ball, just like you would remember, they used to use...
Whoa. Spheres.
Which sphere? My apologies. Each sphere applies Mirror Mana because they're kind of separate spellcasts in a weird way. So actually, whether it's against the regular Qs or the ultimate, you do actually get a lot of value out of the 15% reduced damage. And that means that Renekton and Gragas, who don't want to be targets for the Unleashed Power anyway, are very resilient against Syndra's burst rotations.
Duly noted.
This is a Adaptive Helm I feel a little bit better about, even though once again it's on a Gragas.
All right, you heard it here from Papa Smithy. If you're playing mid lane in your solo queue and there's a Syndra, you're
rush
playing
it,
Orianna,
baby.
Rush Adaptive Helm.
Or you could just play Galio and rush Adaptive Helm.
That's true.
Then you're really happy.
Or an Abyssal Scepter.
You could do that, but,
So many options. Well, things slowing down there. Samsung just snatching that Drake. At the moment, be sitting at 1.7 thousand gold in the lead, so it's still really close between these 2 teams at the moment. That's going to be Unleashed Power coming through.
He's fine.
He's okay. He's got that shielding. Keeps himself alive. And the barrier as well.
First wayward game for Crown on Syndra in a while. 2 of the mistakes were kind of his own making. First one, of course, the turret dive and then poking around without any backup in the fight around Drake. His 2 deaths, and he hasn't had his item timings like the enemy Orianna, or just like we used to from Crown. Kind of a Void Staff short of even threatening an Orianna, which is kind of worrying for the pace of Syndra.
Looks like he's working his way over there now, unless he's going to make a pit stop for the Banshee's Veil.
Person to watch in these fights is Maha. MVP have a lot of tools to basically negate Syndra, whether it's items or things like the Zillion ultimate and the shielding from Orianna. But the consistent damage is heavily relying on Maha. I feel like if Maha is on point and Max is there with the Chrono Shift, MVP should win late game fights. I feel like they are set up to do so. But there is ways to play around Chrono Shift. There was a time, a long time ago, where Zillion was massively in the meta, and then a year ago where he was decently in the meta, and people remembered once again, hey, just kill the Zillion first. Make him use the ultimate on himself. He doesn't get to be quite as scary a proposition. So, very exciting to see, because Samsung have always been, especially with Ambition, a late-game team-fighting team, and playing around Windows of Power has been one of their strengths.
Imagine just how annoying it would be to finally work down ADD and let it have him be chrono shifted back to HP.
Dude, it's pretty damn annoying.
Yeah.
ADD's gone very tanky this game. He kind of gave up on being a threat onto Cuvée and instead focused on just being a shred machine. He bought very early Black Cleaver, which obviously is to be expected, but the straight Dirk was the one where I was like, I don't know where this is going. Doesn't seem like ADD does either. Tiamat costs just a little bit more gold and would have made a lot more sense being able to get out of that animation. It's an old interaction we don't explain every time, but if you can cancel the Ruthless Predator animation with the Tiamat proc.
He's got the Chain Vest and the Negatron Cloak. He's going for a Guardian. Oh, wait.
Nope.
Never mind.
Gargoyle Stoneplate,
Yeah.
just like his old mate Cuvée.
Change things up. Says, you know what? I just need to be able to run at people and stun them. My damage output doesn't really matter that much.
On the one hand, as an Australian, I can approve of a very large crocodile running at you, but the other side of the coin is that he'll do super no damage.
It's just a typical Tuesday afternoon for you.
Exactly, but he'll do super no damage. Even his Dominus aura will be doing, he'll be doing basically negative damage if he gets Gargoyle Stoneplate, but very clearly is working towards it.
That'd be interesting. Negative damage. Just start healing everybody around you instead.
That's what Beyond's all about.
You're like a mobile Janna.
I mean, eventually Beyond is going to get a Gargoyle Stoneplate himself. Hope to proc his Keystone, as Core JJ.
Denies any action.
The Core JJ way. I mean, he had fun taken away from him. His Zyra was banned, so now he's taking fun away from MVP.
I think they're going to say he had fun taken away from him because he was on Dignitas.
Hey, what's wrong with Dignitas?
Not much now. But at the time,
It's fair. I haven't noticed if he still keeps the mouse pad around.
you
He
know,
passed it to Rule the last I saw.
I haven't seen it. We'll have to look for it in the closing shot.
We can ask him about it. He does speak English. I hope it's still around.
I'm sure he didn't get rid of it.
OG Dignitas mousepad is ADD.
Oh.
Gonna get collapsed on.
Yeah, he does have the flash. We'll have to burn it. Under the turret goes Cuvée. Down to about half HP. So go ahead and kite back a little bit as they try to get some damage down onto this turret.
The vision control is there for Samsung across the map, so making a play in the top side. An MVP you'd expect to be on Baron already, or trying to answer that Crown is there in top. So far, been pretty slow at even getting a lot of vision here.
Yeah, a lot that they have to clear out. Maybe they would go for a pick as well, because Maha does have that arrow back up.
They're too late to go for the Force. If they had done this 10 seconds earlier, starting the Baron would have been smart.
Oh, body slam in. They do find Ambition. It's got Guardian Angel. So, decently safe at the moment. And now the rest of Samsung getting ready to pinch in ADD. A couple different wards that he could TP to. Still hovering around in that bottom lane at the moment. You can see MVP just really trying to exit safely.
MVP do have to pull out. Did clear vision, but that was at the cost of their inner turret in the bottom lane. It's a good trade from Samsung Galaxy. Playing this methodically. We perhaps have come to expect from them in the late game. Gone are the Haru Rengar days. Games very often are, once again, getting their average game time up. They were much faster with Haru, but Ambition returns, the playstyle returns, and the games get longer and longer.
Comes down, takes a look at that Ocean Drake, now finding ADD. So got a little bit of damage. In the meantime, Cataclysm comes through. There's going to be Max forced to use. The ultimate onto himself will get popped.
Just.
Comes back up, yeah, Chrono Shift on its last couple seconds before he would have actually died. Shots come through from the curtain call. Hits Maha, but he gets popped right back up by the Redemption.
One tool is used. Chrono Shift down, answered by the curtain call. So otherwise, a lot of ultimates available.
Given just the nature of Zillion, we know that he's going to have that Chrono Shift very quickly. He's already 50% off cooldown.
Samsung don't have their Force ultimate, which largely is the Cataclysm, so may have to just settle for a micro-objective, which would be the prodigal third Ocean Drake of the game.
Cataclysm's coming back off cooldown pretty quickly
Teleport
as well.
being used by MVP. They're trying to force something around Baron.
ADD going straight into the pit.
They're going to start it now.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead, start this up. And Cuvée, he's down at the bottom side of the map, clearing out the vision. MVP into the tri-brush above. HP now on this Baron as they start pushing forward.
Watch the
Shockwave
turn.
connects in. That's going to be Ground going extremely low, and he'll get taken out in the end as Ian finds the kill. But so much damage from Cuvée as he goes into the pit, the double kill as he takes out the bot lane. Ian going down as well. Kill over to Ruler. That should be the ace. It will, and that will be the Baron over to Samsung, turning that one right on its head.
We wondered if anything would change from MVP. Sure, they exploded Syndra, but their Baron misplays are legendary. How many Barons they steal or have stolen by them or on them at the end of last season? The turn was great, but I said turn, not turn, and then burn the Baron as well. They tried to do both. They tried to do too much, not respecting they were just grouped in AoE, still tanking the Baron, and Cuvée exploded them, complemented by a big assist by the big purple worm.
They got bopped right there. Massive turnaround from the side of Samsung. The 5-for-1 plus Baron play transition into an inhibitor take.
And he didn't use his Gargoyle Stone play because Cuvée wanted to do as much damage as possible.
He did a lot.
He did a lot. We're going to see the replay here. So far,
It
so good.
starts off so well.
It's a good decision to start the Baron. Ambition and Meandered. They turn, they instant kill the Syndra. Perfect stuff from MVP. Now continue to pull away, get out of the fight. They never did that. Maha flashes further in, and then they get sky dunked by Cuvée. Instant double kill. Baron has still hitting members of MVP. How can they have so much time and yet still make the same mistakes around Baron? And Samsung say thanks for the leash, pick up the Baron buff, and blow open the game.
I like that sky dunk. It's a good one.
What happens when you layer it perfectly? It's basically the Michael Jarvan.
That should have been.
Why did they not make Michael Jarvan?
I don't know.
It's so good. It's probably not allowed.
A bridge too far.
Yeah.
Might have some legal issues around that one.
But you don't understand. His name's Jarvan. It's fine.
Yeah. We got Dunk Bastard Darius. It's about as close as it's going to get. Well, poor JJ can't devour himself, but he's still going to be plenty tanky. And meanwhile, pitch in on the backside from Cuvée, throws out the Cataclysm, locks up 2. Ian has to flash up himself safe. Now the inhibitor going to be under siege. Mission goes low, still has the GA available. They go forward, they find Maha, they find Max yet again. And it is just going to be a shooting gallery for Ruler on the backside. Double kill comes through as he finishes off ADD. And now with Baron empowered minions pushing forward, Samsung look to close this out with a 2-0. 37 minutes on the clock, 12-5, a massive lead. They'll go ahead, finish off MVP, but another win on the board.
It is the 2-0 we expected. Maybe not in the manner we expected, but Samsung Galaxy, you gotta put a bigger compliments into Cuvée, who had himself counterpicked the Renekton, really didn't accomplish too much work, and ADD kind of seemed to accept his fate very early, moving away from damage. It wasn't even 2 damage Renekton, like we always see. No Tiamat built in this game, just built a serrated Dirk for some reason, and then gave up on trying to build offensive items. And then we go back to the side of Samsung. Cuvée did his work. It's going to be between Cuvée and Core JJ, you'd imagine, for the MVP. Both of them doing great stuff in this game. But the Sky Dunk and also MVP's frailties, the same weaknesses we've seen from them in the past around Baron, rear their ugly head, and MVP really only have themselves to blame.
Yeah. Fantastic performance from Cuvée especially. Might have just earned himself a double MVP, but Core JJ does put up a pretty strong argument with that top cap.
I mean, a couple of those people get picked in the early game, and maybe we never see the game go quite the way it did.
Yeah.
For Samsung Galaxies. If Core JJ doesn't pick it up, then he will certainly be the honorable runner-up. But Cuvée, I'd love to hear a double MVP with him, because this is a guy who's kind of had an interesting run of it. Didn't get a single interview outside of, I believe, a team interview right at the end of the spring regular season. So just to hear his thoughts and also hear about his Kled and other champions he's brought in, because he's relatively humble whenever we do hear him speak. Even his Kled, he said he took a lot of inspirations from other players rather than necessarily heaping praise on his own Kled. But Samsung Galaxy, something about ambition has really squared up this team, and 4-0, Haru going to just be waiting in the back, waiting for his time. Until they start losing, his time might be far away.
Yeah. Well, solid stuff from Samsung. Still, some things to work on. There was some scrappiness, especially there in game number 1.
Maybe his players have just got him a wedding present, Achilles. 4 wins in a row. Ambition can't argue.
All right. Yeah. Pretty good wedding gift.
Yeah.
I'm sure the wife's happy. He still has a job. Still making that money. So all's well that ends well for Ambition and Samsung at the moment. MVP, serious work to be done for this squad. Like you said, moving on to Rift Rivals, and in this state, it's hard to say whether or not they'll be competitive.
They went for a pick comp again, didn't really work. Their innovative picks aren't working. And when they're going for this old strategy of throwing a lot of darts at the dartboard and seeing what sticks, but also failing the fundamentals, the end result is kind of they just look a bit bad, Achilles. They don't really necessarily have a hook you can point at and be like, Beyond's doing really good, or ADD's doing really good, or Ian's got his champion pole in a great spot. None of those things are working anytime, and even Max hasn't been able to find MVP upon MVP from the support role, so a lot to be done for MVP. Every time we hit the Rift, we're going to look for them to have some of that inspiration. Otherwise, as you say, we'll be the weak link of Team Korea going over to Rift Rivals.
Yeah. 2-5 on the round wins. 2 overall. Losing 0-2 now to Samsung and Ever8.
Oh, that's some damage.
Okay. Well, talked about how you can kind of disregard the Varus damage from the first game, but that's really impressive from J4 from QV.
And this is Jarvan when he was lane counterpicked and had to rush Ninja Tabi just to get through a Renekton, doing the most damage in the game by far, almost 10,000 over Syndra, as one of Crown's rare bad games as Syndra, where he did his role but certainly wasn't the superstar. Not going to be a Crown MVP today. It's going to be QV with the double MVP, and we will get an extended interview with the man with now 2 carries, Jarvan and Kled, both looking great from the side of QV.
Yeah, definitely going to be striking fear into the hearts of their opponents as they move forward. And he's going to move himself right up to second place, tied alongside Septed just under his teammate Crown.
Another one of those seasons where you have to buy, really can't buy an MVP, as the other members on Samsung Galaxy. Going to see some of the replays. This death really seemed to provoke ADD going very defensive in the build, and full tank Renekton. Never been something to really inspire a lot of confidence. This was another Core JJ special where he denied a kill in mid lane, not shown in this replay, flashed over. Wasn't sure if he's going to be devouring QV or devouring the Renekton. Picked up the kill himself. Nice bloodthirsty support. But otherwise, QV did his job, and specifically the play around Baron inks the game for Samsung.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that first play honestly just affected the mentality of ADD throughout the rest of the game, because he just sees QV. If QV pushes forward, he just has to play fearfully because he just expects that somebody will be waiting in the wings, and oftentimes there was.
Khan and QV jumping up the ranks of top laners. Certainly ADD has fallen away. Smeb has had a woeful start to the season, could still prove himself, but not a lot to speak about. Cool to see some of these new top laners bring the new to LCK as MVP in this play. Return to their Baron woes. This was the Sky Dunk. Waboom, instant double kill, and then the Baron buff did the rest of the work.
Yeah. Well, really well done here by Samsung in game number 2, keeping things consistent as far as time goes. 36 game 1, 37 here in game number 2. So overall, very solid from Samsung. Like I said, a couple things to work on here and there, but it should be a pretty short VOD review session for them compared to MVP. We're going to have a pretty extensive one.
Sad for the OGN Legion. Just like MVP's VOD review, we're going to have an extensive break.
This is true.
Between series.
Yeah,
we do have those fixed times that haven't been as relevant recently, as we had more 3-game first sets, but we will be reconvening at 8 p.m. First, a double interview with our double MVP, and that double MVP is QV.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and throw over to Joel for translation. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your interview translation. Once again, we're here with Samsung, who'll pick up a 2-0 victory against the MVP, and we're here with the solo MVP this time around with QV for the interview. QV, you showed a very different side of you today. How do you feel right now? I think, everybody played well. You got to give props all to them, so I think I played well also. And it seems like QV is very satisfied with his play today. I think second game was a little more satisfying than the others. And it just seems like the Kled pick in game 1 is something that whenever you pick it out, you have that confidence and fervor that you go with it. Yeah, Kled is definitely a confidence pick, and as long as you have the confidence, you should go forward with it. We do want to move on to the ban pick phase. And it seems like it was a very conventional Samsung versus a very unconventional MVP. And I'm sure, putting your strategies against them was a little bit of difficulty. Yeah, we kept that in mind because we knew that MVP does very well go with the conventional picks. But I think the overall ban pick phase was very satisfying for us. And it seemed like you guys were really banning out. You guys were banning out the core JJ on your side, and support was banned a lot. I think they had a plan coming up, and banning out the supports was their idea, but we weren't really worried. Ever since me getting banned out before, I kind of know from that experience. And I also felt like, they actually were going to ban out the support. It was a little bit expected. And just looking at game one in itself, it wasn't a very easy game for you guys, and you guys had to pull off a few of the team fights to get it to your side, but how was all that like? We were more about utility with our ultimates, but they had a really strong set of ultimates they had to work with. So as long as we avoided those things and try to work around that, our utility does come ahead in the later parts of the game. So that's kind of what we relied on. We do have a video highlight of Cube's play from game one. Let's look at that. And really, your initiate really started everything off. Yeah, I think whenever we had the opportunity, I tried to use the ultimate to get the initiate off for our team. But right now, like whenever you're going for ultimate, you just have no other thoughts that you're just gonna go and there's no looking back, and even if you die, you just die. So you have to go in without fear. And I think in some of the situation where I lived off of the slim health, that was pretty lucky. And it seemed like, the way you went into the base, you didn't know that Maha was there right there. Yeah, I think my ultimate at first was trying to prevent the opponents from coming in, but I didn't realize I got so far into the opposition base that I didn't know where I was for a second, but I think I got in too deep at one point. Of course, ending up with game one, and you guys went into game two, and you guys had to face off against the support Zillion. And what was the strategy behind that one? Yeah, we had all the confidence in the world, going into that matchup, and support Zillion did not ruin our confidence. Yeah, it seems like, you guys are with the consecutive wins, it's all about the confidence for you guys. And right now, you have such a good synergy with Ambition right now, but how is that like right now? Yeah, I think, having Ambition on the jungle relieves a lot of the pressure in the top lane, and so it really helps with my laning and everything like that. Does Ambition play a little bit differently now? I think he's always been like that. It's just like he never really had an opportunity to show it before, but I think he's playing still the same. And game two was really a struggle for Crown, who has been really racking up all those MVP points, but he's been struggling in game two. But what was that like, seeing Crown struggle so much in game two? I'm sure, I think he can have one of those days. I think it's very acceptable. And I think just winning just covers up everything. And game two really did go back and forth once again, such as game one. But you guys really targeted ADD just going in forward. But how was that like? Yeah, I think we were really focusing on the top lane because if the top lane got fed on the champion that he had, then we would have been really troubling for us. So we had to focus him down at first. And Jarvan's highlight is the one at the Baron Pit, which we had prepared for the video highlight. And this was probably the key play of the entire game too. And it seemed like a good shockwave from the Orianna made it very disadvantageous for you guys. But how did this play turn out?
Turned out dirty.
Yeah, like I didn't know what was happening before. I was just going into the Baron pit trying to just kill people and just trying to get one by one. And fortunately, we got the better trade out of that. And Baron helped out a lot with that damage. And it seems like you're just having a wonderful time, just having fun time, you know, playing League of Legends right now. Yeah, just getting back to the Baron fight though, you know, I think we were just focusing on individual targets that we had to get first with our respective champions. And I'm sure you do remember the kind of the disappointments you had in the last season's playoffs. But right now, do you want to take this momentum that you have right now and move it on further to the games? You know, I'm still not satisfied with my plays right now. I think I really want myself to be better at many of the things that I want to be. Your next game is against KT. And of course, they are still undoubtedly a stronger team right now, but how do you feel about going up against that team? You know, I think that break that we had between the seasons, it gave us a lot of time to prepare, so I think we're feeling very confident regardless of what team we're going to be facing. And it seemed like, you know, you're always the tanker who's been just soaking up all the damage in previous aspects, but right now you just seem like the offensive kind. But how do you feel like the change of style? Yeah, I think the meta change really changed me overall to be more aggressive. Lastly, any last words that you want to say? Although we are winning constantly, you know, we just continue to ask for your support so we can continue on winning and have a better season this time around. And that seems to be the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel. So there you go, QV, just saying. All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
And look, I have to compliment QV because we saw his problems against KT. He worked on them. He got his champion pool closer and closer to where it needs to be. And now Samsung are looking more and more like the complete package that can once again do very well in summer season. We have to wonder about Crown's interview where he said, nah, man, we can't do it. I don't know if he was
0% chance.
0% chance. Well, 100% chance that they're number one after 4 games.
Yeah, +6 right now. 4 wins for these guys. They're dropping a couple maps, one to Afreeca, one to Rocks, and then still that very big 2-0 they had over SKT on our first day back here at OGN. So really good stuff so far from Samsung, but it's just the beginning of the summer split. There's a long way to go, Papa.
We're going to talk about the other side of the coin. MVP dropped 2 further spots into 8th. -3 game score, the same as the BBQ Olivers, who coincidentally we will be seeing in our next match. Afreeca Freecs going to try and work out some of their frustrations from their 3-match series so far this season against BBQ.
I have to work out some of my frustrations as well, Papa Smithy, because we have to wait an hour before this match will start. So fortunately, I have an hour to work out my frustrations over it.
Is that enough time, Achilles? I'm not really sure what you're frustrated about.
That I can't just get right back into more League of Legends, Papa Smithy.
Oh, look at you.
Oh, it's great. It's fantastic.
Your nose looking a bit brown there.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I was eating chocolate.
Ah, okay.
I'm a bit messy.
That's what can we say?
All right, that's about it. All right, we're gonna go to that hour break, guys. Go ahead, set an alarm, take a nap, work out your own frustrations. We'll see you back here for LCK action.
Afreeca Freecs. BBQ Olivers. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
to ignite them all, and the barriers will crumble under all of my force. Will fall. Let's make them crawl. And when we finally meet the king, there will be no ghost for him. We shall end it all. There's way more to avenge. Whoa! 15 million souls live in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Yeah! Call down awakening to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shines bring it back to what it's now.
Today's matchup. Afreeca Freecs. BBQ Olivers. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Welcome back, OGN Legion. After that extended pause, we're back for match number 2 of the evening. Afreeca Freecs going to be taking on BBQ Olivers. BBQ Olivers not looking impressive coming back into this split. Started things off on a high note back in spring. We're looking pretty okay. Then kind of plummeted towards the bottom. Didn't quite make it into that promotion tournament area. But this time around, seeming like that might be the case.
And it's kind of that gradual free fall where they started strong. People had really hyped up Crazy as one of the talents that improved a lot over the course of the break between Worlds and the spring season. But they've fallen away. I think that's the best way to say it. No wins in terms of matches so far this season. Just a single game win in their last series up. So going to have to show more here, BBQ, to not be one of these teams that are right down the bottom. No Kongdu Monster anymore. An extra spot, you'd say, opened up in the relegation. Maybe even 2, given that Jin Air are flying by their standards. Bad pun, I know. But what they've been doing so far in the League of Legends has been impressive. But BBQ need to show something in. Afreeca is one of those oppositions where in form you're like, well, this is not the day, but Afreeca have been up and down as they want to be, so maybe this is the time for BBQ to raise the roosters.
All right, I mean, that's the hopeful case, you know, for the fans out there rooting for these guys, wanting to see them have some success. But I'm not going to get ahead of myself on this one. You know, I'm not going to count my chickens before they hatch.
Oh, don't do that.
I think Afreeca might be able to take this one quite handedly, but like you said, they do have those up and down moments, but this is a hype day potentially for Koro, especially approaching that 1,000 career kill mark, so maybe he's going to be on the ball today.
Now, I think it depends on how much Galio he gets. Galio doesn't do a whole lot of killing, did a lot of winning so far in LCK in the mid lane, but the killing part isn't as big a factor.
Yeah,
but
it's all about the setup.
We're on the precipice. I think it's 6 kills away. I'm sure we'll have confirmation from OGN and certainly a countdown when he starts to get very much in the weeds right up there. But if you look at where we're at, we're very much in the bottom of the table, 6th versus 9th at the start. Freecs could jump up, depending on their win score, and start to take a better position, get to the top 5 at least, which you have to think is the minimum expectation for Afreeca Freecs. They finished 5th in the spring season, falling 2-0 for the 3rd time in the row, with different teams, ironically, in the wild card match.
Just can't quite get past that little hump there, but maybe this split is going to be their time. You never know with how inconsistent we've seen from, the inconsistencies rather that we've seen from KT Rolster, but also from the squad. But if they can get themselves together throughout the duration of this summer split, get ready for the playoffs at the end after the second round robin has happened, then maybe they will find themselves back in the playoffs and, for their sake, hopefully place a little bit higher than 5th this time around.
Maybe Freecs will do the reverse Longzhu. Started strong and then plummeted. Freecs have been a little bit shaky to start, but they really want to rise as the season will go on. And the man in the middle will always be the top laner. It's Marin, who has one MVP in his last series, smashed QV in Game 1 of Afreeca versus Samsung, and then had some Marin moments. It's definitely been the best and the worst. I'm the captain of the Afreeca Freecs, and the other man in the mid will be the mid laner Kuro. Very close to 1,000 career kills and joining Bang, Faker, Score, and the other names like Prey in that rare accomplishment in the regular season, of course.
Yeah, also had, some of the Western players recently achieve that goal as well. Doublelift has been there. Now I believe Reckless has just surpassed 1,000 kills. So congratulations to everybody who has earned that achievement. But, will Kuro get it here today? Like you said, if he picks up the Galio, could be denied those kills.
Hope there's a hype music video of Reckless, remembering some of his early days, especially when he was just such a rising star back in Season 2, I guess I should say. So many moons ago, still a young player. On the other side of the coin, we already mentioned it, BBQ, not been a kind start to the season, wasn't a good second round robin either in the spring season. Kind of felt fortunate to be out of the relegation spots. Looking for signs of life from BBQ. Crazy will continue to retain his spot. Tempt got a quadra kill against SKT, but in a losing effort, and were never really in control of that series and kind of just run over by the top Lucian.
I'm not trying to create an association here, but I'm just going to go out on a limb. BBQ Alvers started playing a bit poorer when they stopped bringing free chicken to the studio.
They did win both the games they brought chicken to. There were only 2 match days. They brought chicken to both. It was tasty.
So maybe there's a correlation. I don't know. You guys can put the pieces together, but maybe it's time to start bringing the chicken back.
And if you think about it, why wouldn't they at least investigate whether it's the case or not? The scientific method suggests they need to control some variables, and us eating free chicken is a variable.
I'd be very much in favor of taking part in this double-blind study. We'll be the control group here, Papa Smithy.
Look, we put our lives on the line. We put our casts on the line. We just want to see BBQ become great again.
Yeah, well, it's hard to say if they ever had really hit that point, but we'll give them the benefit of the doubt in that regard. But coming into this one, BBQ, it's going to be an uphill battle. We'll see if they're able to take a win, or if Kuro's just going to be stomping him out and working his way towards 1,000 kills.
And when we invoked the stomp word, that was actually BBQ. One of their wins in the first round robin was a pretty clean one over Afreeca, who had a negative KDA, or at least a 0.7 KDA, less than 1 for kills plus assist over deaths. Let you know they ran over them. Neither of these grass is very impressive, and you look at the top lane, we're going to have more information about him. But a 1.7 KDA for a man who has still won MVPs this season lets you know that it's been struggle street for Marin largely.
Yeah, really underperforming. And I mean, Marin, he's always kind of been that way. You always say he's either overextended or he's, and he's going to die, or he gets the solo
you
kill.
have the
That's
memes,
kind of
right?
how it is.
He's either SKT Marin or LGD Marin, depending on his performance. That's just what happens when you have those counterpoints. MVP of Worlds in 2015, a season to forget in 2016, and a good spring season overall in 2017. Still learning more about his top lane. As you can see, lowest KDA of any top laner. Again, really crazy thing to think about, given that he still has had standout games so far in Summer.
Also kind of interesting to see that 0.3 difference between them makes up for several spots. So a couple of people hovering right in between.
A lot of
them.
suffering in the top lane, I guess.
Yes, it's up in fun times for many top laners. QV, though, just had a whale of a time in our first
Kill
match.
participation numbers being 7, it's not actually relevant, given that he's largely been playing a split push role. So while he's 7, that doesn't necessarily mean there's 6 people better than him. It's the 6 teams that have allocated their participation differently. So that
play style's just going to be different. So.
Exactly. DPM is still very high, still goes for carries largely, to Fiora games, to AP Kenem games that kind of were too much investment, but the numbers in black in the middle are the ones to actually look at. Deaths, 10 against Everett, 11 against KT Rolster, and then 8 over 2 games against Samsung Galaxy. Actually, it was over 3 games. That was a better performance for him overall, but Marin just hasn't found the tonic for success just yet. That's 29 deaths in 3 series for Marin.
Yeah, eluding him. So, very rough stuff here from Marin. Maybe this is going to be the turnaround moment for him, or maybe it'll be the turnaround for BBQ. And they can start dominating LCK. BBQ Summer Champions 2017.
The BFFs, Marin and Smeb, neither of them have had a great start to Summer.
Yeah.
Maybe they need to have some more of those chats, work out how to get out of their funks, because they have certainly not been at their standards they would compare to spring season.
Yeah, it's been pretty abysmal. But, you know, I mean, Marin's always been one of those guys that's always set in his champion pool, doesn't really diversify too much. Maybe it's time to finally pick up something new, like the Kled, perhaps, that we saw from Cuvee.
I like to think that he finds new and interesting ways to make Renekton, Cannon, and all his other champions meta. Where's his Lissandra, Achilleos? It's time.
Yeah.
Bring back Lissandra.
I'm sure Kuzan is also agreeing with
He's
you
like,
right
yes.
now. Please, God.
He keeps leaving LeBlanc on ban. No one's picking. He's like, no! I want to play Lissandra until
Lil
LeBlanc.
T's got his lease saying, if I could just play Lissandra right now, things would be great. Maybe Jinair, they make it back up into the playoffs if that happens. I don't know. Lots of variables there to be considered if that were to happen. But for now, the only thing that's on the minds of BBQ is trying to pick up a win. Uphill battle for sure for them on paper, but a manageable one given the recent results for the Afreeca Freecs.
Definitely one that you circle as a possible for BBQ Olivers. Not really any information into the power level of Afreeca. When they can all fire, we know this team can beat anyone on their day, but their days increasingly have become few and far between. Still very early in the season. Still a story to be written about Afreeca Freecs in the summer season. They'll want it to start now. They need to go 2-2 because their schedule hasn't been that rough. They're facing BBQ. They've already faced Everate, so they need to get their wins where they can.
All right, well, Nidalee is going to be the first thing banned away here from the side of the Afreeca Freecs. Something that we've really been wanting to see out of the jungle. I know you were mentioning this.
From either of these players, actually.
Yeah, just yesterday, I believe you were talking about the Nidalee potentially coming through, but we did not see it.
Cousin Peanut denied from picking Nidalee. In this case, it's going to be Bless, who was a really big Nidalee player when Everate, as BBQ were previously known. So Ever, I should say.
Ever.
ESC Ever. Previously known, were trying to get promoted to the league. He looked great on Nidalee, and Challenger was one of his big picks in the LCK in summer of last season as well. So something he's always had in his champion pool. And like I said, there is a lot of people preparing Nidalee, but not many people actually cementing it as a pick in the draft. As this could actually be 4 junglers. It's like 3.5, given that Jarvan is more of a top laner, but a lot of focus on the jungle pool already. A Lee Sin blue side ban. Feels like Gragas priority is going to be through the roof.
Yeah,
Or
should
potential
really leap
first
up
pick.
there. I mean, is this even the point where we start, slipping into the likes of the Rex side? I mean, the Kha'Zix is still available at the moment.
And what about what else is available? Because think of other roles. Galio, Syndra. Kuro has never been a great Syndra. So that's
well, Kennen, especially for Marin.
Rumble also was available. Now, will Afreeca just first pick Syndra? Okay, they go for it. Now, this is a good sign if you want to see Kuro pick up 1,000 kills on the day. But historically, it has been a poor pick for Kuro. In his career, 5-11, less than a 1-3 win rate on the Syndra. Let's see if he's been working on it. Crown was able to pull that off, but it feels like Kuro has never really challenged expectations on picks that he hasn't been strong on. He never turned around the Azir. He so far has not been able to turn around the Syndra. Feels like the first 2 games of Kuro on a new champion, you can pick up very clearly. Is it a Kuro champion or is it not? Think back to as recently as the mid lane Talon, where very quickly you could see, yes, he is going to be able to pull off the Talon. Syndra so far has been a struggle for Kuro.
Yeah. Well, Kennen does make it through, not picked up by Afreeca in that first pick, so goes over to Crazy. Could be flexed, but we expect it to be in the top lane. And Kha'Zix, as mentioned, will come through, and it's going to be the Gragas.
Very early priority on the Gragas. Afreeca did have a run where they were playing a lot of top lane Gragas. Now, Tucson has also been a bit of a mad scientist when it comes to the flex picks. Played some Camille support in spring season, so I'm not going to completely rule out it being a support Gragas, but it does hurt the champion pool of Crazy, who's on basically only tanks. Will they actually have Marin jump onto the Lucian? Because we've seen Lucian bans when Kennen has been picked. Marin may be a mad genius. He likes the Fiora. We've never seen him on a ranged AD carry, apart from, of course, the on-hit Kennen. So very interested to see where BBQ go with their second round of bans.
Well, Rengar picked up here for Bless out of the jungle. Saw Malrong trying his hand at this one yet again, but the power behind the Rengar is not really there these days. It's very much fallen away like the Graves.
Let's have Ashe for a first or primary initiator. So If he's able to go unharassed, maybe the benefactor for it. Quest will be on, the hunt, I guess, will be on between the Kha'Zix and the Rengar, which we predict is not going to be a big talking point in summer season, given the relative power level of the Rengar in particular. That Galio we mentioned will be banned away. Wonder where we will see Tempt go in the mid lane to try and deal with the Syndra. Part is not clear. Something like the Zed is possible. Certainly could be an AD champion built into Hex Drinker. And too soon we'll see the Respect Thresh ban as well.
Taking that off the board. Final ban now for Afreeca Freecs. Who do you want to target out?
Could also be Tempt on the Vlad, which he's played Vlad once this season, and it's been one of those matchups where it's containment matchup for Vlad against the Syndra. Don't build into a Spirit Visage much anymore, but it is a sort of an option. If you wish to look into it. Banshee Veil Vlad sounds like a weird thing, but could be possible.
Fizz Echo also available, but not sure how much they're going to be in the wheelhouse of Tempt. He's been working on them in his solo queue or during scrims, but like you brought up, will be the Vladimir locked in for him.
Sticks with the Vlad. It's won already this season. Their only game victory has been with Vladimir, so hoping it's going to be the lucky charm for them. Big dive comp coming in here. Would you go AP Cannon this comp? You kind of wonder when you have things like the Hema to talk about, but almost certainly going to be the on-hit variety. Kramer going to probably return to the Callista. Let's see if we're going to get a full bot lane or we're going to see some crazy Gragas support. Nope, not going to be it.
All right, just going to be the Braum picked up here, so Gragas will be in the top lane for Marin.
So maybe we were trying to, what you remember was the staple of the Afreeca Freecs, where they would just draft Maokai or Gragas in an early round and try and make things work. Blind pick the top laner for Marin. In this case, it was an answering pick to the Cannon, just going to try to sustain through the Cannon, which expected to be on hit. Just waiting for the timer to go down, going super standard on the side of BBQ. Bless to me is the big variable to be considered here. To some degree, Ghost as well, but if Bless can get a good jungle route, get to level 6 early, take down the Syndra and allow Vladimir to get levels, you have to like a lot of what BBQ has put together when it comes to the team fight picks.
So very standard. See, like you said, Bless, can he get through the jungle without getting harassed down? Spirit. Very aggressive, very intelligent when it comes down the jungle pathing, predicting his enemy.
And it's a duo thing, right? Because the Vladimir also needs to be babied a little bit. So given that neither the jungle or the mid laner is happiest pre-6, a lot of chance for the duo of Kuro and Spirit to try and run the early game, but jury's out on whether they've been able to do that with any consistency. So Afreeca Freecs do have positions to attack. They do have a game plan they can follow in the early game. It's going to be more of a containment job for BBQ before they can turn things around with the Vlad Rengar duo.
Lots of pressure now on both of these squads. Need a win. Start climbing up the standings, BBQ especially. Sitting down to that 9th place spot. Want to climb up the ladder. Want to stay away from that promotion tournament spot. We saw Jin Air and Kongdu Monster during the spring split get stuck at the bottom of the standings, had no chance of climbing out.
And we'll see if Afreeca Freecs will rewrite their series, actually move ahead of where MVP's been at, or actually also be down the bottom.
All right, well, let's go ahead, load up on to Summoner's Rift for Game 1 at Afreeca Freecs versus BBQ Olivers.
Sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. Hope shines, bring it back to what it's
Definitely a bit of a paltry crowd there from the side of BBQ Olivers.
But still in full voice, so you can't necessarily criticize them too much. BBQ needs to do some winning to get the fans to attend Achilles. No free chicken, no winning, no fans.
Yep, need something else to draw them in. But Afreeca, fans still showing up here. Crazy not getting the connection on the Shuriken. They're going to get pinched on.
Level 1 Braum.
They're going to go ahead and flash forward.
They
The exhaust
really
comes
want
down.
this.
Can they proc the sun in time? They do lock him up before he can make it over the wall, but it's going to be a leap in for Spirit. Can he get the hit?
Oh.
One more will do it, and that's going to be the first blood. going over to the Kazakhs.
And the variable here that wasn't considered, you'd think, okay, how's he going to get the kill here? He jumps over, but Storm Raider's Surge procced on the first auto attack, and he had the movement speed to chase him down. Level 1 Braum, always respected, but of all things, the keystone choice from the Kazakhs is what allows him to pick up the kill. Worth noting that Kazakhs will go back, get his second jungle item, but he does have E for the initial clear, so can't start Raptors, and will need a bit of a leash to even get through the red buff.
I mean, the concussive blows from Tucson will help him out that much more, you have to say. So should still be a decent start. Once he gets that level 2 rolling through, be back on pace. It's actually going to be a very delayed roam in here from the side of Totoro.
They have the
Ghost
ward
spotted
down.
out. Yeah, they do have the ward down. Mantra Q comes through. Totoro. No stacks coming through from the Braum. They're just going to go ahead and have to back off. Just trying to weaken the members of Afreeca Freecs as much as possible, but they will not be delaying this Kazakhs. And you can see he's going to be walking out of the jungle, or walking through the jungle very healthily at the moment. Didn't lose anything.
It's going to be really fun to track this, because when these first bloods come in, your initial thing is always, all right, big advantage of Afreeca, got the first blood gold, but Tucson as a melee support is against double ranged with no summoners. That's something to work around. Also, Crazy has no flash, so will the pathing be there from Spirit to just go up top lane? You see the flash body slam from Marin, and potentially going to be killed there as well. So there's a lot of extra variables added to the game. There's also a ranged versus melee matchup in top lane, and, well, have fun, Marin.
Yeah, I mean, one that they chose their way into. So, going to be a bit of a painful one there for Marin. Thought maybe we'd see even the door and shield come out for the Gragas, but I guess the innate sustain that he does have.
No ward from Crazy, hasn't come back yet.
Yeah, it's going to be a red buff here from Spirit as well as they start pushing forward. Crazy going to be without that flash. Body slam comes through. He's going to get locked up, and he knows that he's dead, just trying to get as many minions as he can before he goes down. But even then, it's only going to be a few, and it's a second kill on the Kazakhs. Something snowball.
Something snowball indeed, but Crazy can just teleport back in with the wave at a decent spot. Teleport's very defensive. He doesn't want to die a third time.
It's like, just in case. Spirit
He really
is,
wanted to teleport aggressively, but if he died a third time, then all bets are off.
Yeah. So, plays it safe.
Lets him put down a control ward and hope that this lane gets better.
Let's see how that turns out, because Marin's been dealt a pretty stacked hand at the moment, as is Spirit. Both of them having 100% kill participation just 3.5 minutes in.
And Spirit snowballing is also good for the mental side, given that Spirit has struggled largely of the games so far.
I mean, he's coming up here. He's got the wraparound already.
It's a level 2 cannon.
Crazy goes ahead, drops that control ward into the tri-brush. So would be spotting him out.
And just now, is seen on vision, but the full channel recall does come through from Spirit. Has some shopping to do.
Thought maybe we'd see him take the Krugs away, but not knowing where Bless is at, wants to play it safe, doesn't want to get caught with his pants down, I guess. Not that Kazakhs wears any pants.
That's true. Kazakhs pantless. Are we sure that fits in our rating? I think we're T for teen over here, if I remember
we might have
correctly.
to revisit this.
Right.
If Graves can't have a cigar, then why can't...
I mean,
Why-
Graves got the cigar back
That's
from memory.
true.
So
Yeah, that is apparently something that's happening.
it's at least something to be happy about.
But yeah, Kazakhs just running around pantless. It's better than Gragas running around pantless.
Really. That's true. Gragas does have his
All right.
shame hidden a little bit.
See, play forward there, try to get that proc onto Totoro. Can't quite find it. Some decent harass coming through, though, as Kramer and Tucson just really want to survive this lane, keeping it pretty competitive as far as the CS is concerned so far.
And if by some miracle, I guess with the Gragas top it's possible, but they get the the spring season special of taking down enemy turret. If you're Kramer and Tucson, your chase potential with Braum, Callista, the Fate's Call into the concussive blows, and also the Braum ultimate is insane. So, short laning phase, exactly what BBQ want. Short lane in terms of distance, not about time, because 2v2, a lot of pressure from Kramer and Tucson with just a bit of levels and items.
Spirit just scoping out the jungle here. Hasn't found anything yet, and BBQ, they're playing very far forward with the no vision control in the brush. Immediate flash away comes through here from Totoro. Goes without his, has to use the heal. And they're just going to be summonerless in that bottom lane.
Best going to use this time go top lane. Worth noting that we mentioned him power farming his way to 6 early, and he is level 5. So with all the commotion of Kennen dying twice, has been able to covertly get his way most of the way to the throw of the hunt. To let you guys know, given that Crazy hasn't committed with his items yet, the summoner choice is what has separated the AD and AP cannons. Also the fact that only Marin has played it, but For future reference, it was Thunderlords from Marin on both the AP games.
Bless fading forward into the Wolves there. He's going to get pitched on Kuro, comes around the side, leaps forward, but he's just going to get deleted, and Kuro is just 1 kill closer to 1,000.
He's 2 away.
Maybe looking for a little bit more now.
Nice. Only 2 more kills for Kuro. Looks very much like that mark is going to be hit today.
Yeah, getting that kill early on the Syndra. 12 CS up over attempt. It's looking pretty good as far as his odds are concerned. And now, wrap around, maybe the dive in underneath the turret. Marin has the explosive cask ready to go, rolls out the barrel. Gonna chip away at Crazy. So being careful about the dive in. Knocks him out, body slam. They're trying to lock him in here. Flashes back available. The Void Spike's not going to connect. And Crazy, he's able to just run his way out to safety.
Just about survives. Keeps his flash up, which is even more important for any sort of repeat ganks. Awkwardly for him, his teleport is a bit disconnected. Won't be able to use it to get back to lane, so we'll just have to have the walk of shame back to top lane. And tough matchup selected, but this was the Gragas just picked for comp rather than for laning phase. Spirit been able to do a lot of work, and the level 1 as well, so Tucson and Spirit take a bow. And Gragas pretty comfortable with that big help.
Yeah, I mean, very comfortable. In fact, 12 CS up at the moment, has that budget Rod of Ages in the inventory, and now will be looking for, seems like the Ninja Tabby. Just try to mitigate that damage output from Crazy, who's just walking back in with the Bam Scepter, trying to get towards that build water.
Towards Blade, once again confirming that it will be the on-hit cannon. Marin will have to be dissuaded away from the build he wants to go, which is something like a Spirit Visage to stack the magic resist. That's his usual want as a Gragas, but a lot of physical damage dealers apart from the Vladimir on the side of BBQ, so we'll get some value out of armor purchases. See what armor represents. Iceborne Gauntlet is probably the way he will go. It's a Gragas special, and when it comes to itemization, the top laners that actually go Triple Dorans were unaffected largely by the armor item nerfs, as Triple Dorans into Iceborne Gauntlet is at full power relative to a lot of the changes, so still a very comfortable buy if it fits your playstyle.
Plus walking up towards that top lane will now be spotted over by the Krugs. Cheeky little ward placement there from Spirit.
But still power farming. Hasn't found a lane to target. Most kill pressure is bot lane post 6, and that's coming soon, but not quite available.
Looking for the lane gank, but control ward in the brush, so he's just going to find that. Pick up a little bit of gold for himself, so fruitless roam up towards the top side.
Very conspicuous, but
And Spirit.
trading information.
Aha!
Ah, but will he know about the sword in the second brush?
Nope. No more sweeper. Could drop a control ward if you wanted to.
It's about the most vision battle we've had in the multiple brushes of top lane ever in Champions history.
I mean, when you have, the Kha'Zix and the Rengar, gotta be careful about those lane ganks. Especially from the side of Rengar, just leaping out of the brush onto your face, so understand the safety of it.
After the last round of tuning to the healing amount, which is now higher in the regular queue and not as much in the empowered queue, but higher overall. Feels like Spirit Visage has gone away, and with the item change, probably still going to be Proto Belt from the side of Tempt as a pickup. Sorry, above the side of Tempt as a pickup, yeah, on the Vladimir.
Just not going to connect. Might have seen potentially the all in there from Kuro if it had. Just trying to steadily chip away with the Vladimir where he can, but build a potion.
Ghost and Totoro have had to play very defensive this lane. There's a lot of respect being shown against that double range by the side of BBQ. You would have expected to see Ghost and Totoro with more options and thus lane pressure. But with Rengar farming up, they kind of ceded lane control to allow the Rengar to farm up. And while the lane has been in a good spot for lane ganks, they noticed that Rengar's on the bottom side of the map, and every time you get advanced vision against a Rengar, it's so much more power because you have to deal with lane ganks against Rengar, which is so much less common, and thus knowing what side the map he's on allows one side to play much safer.
Still keeping things even there. Bottom lane for Kramer. Just wait for the Berserker Greaves. Gonna build up for those Ren stacks as quickly as possible.
Sidestep some Ash Arrows,
That as well.
if possible. Also does have the poise of his passive scale with attack speed and movement speed, so you get the ability to get more fluid last hitting and the movement.
Be the explosive cascade onto Crazy. It's a slicing Maelstrom, locks up Marin, and Bless is on the way. long Marn wants to stick around. Looks like he might just be content to clear out the wave. But Spirit's waiting in the wings. Flash is still available for the cannon. They did not get that blown out last time around, but the body slam forward just threatening the flash from Marn is enough to get it from Crazy.
Yeah, it feels like an old Gragas interaction, but one that works in his benefit. Like you say, respecting just the body slam. Bot lane, a couple of concussive blows stacks, but Kalista still walking back to lane.
Trying to chip away at the Braum where he can. Well, he is alone. And Bilgewater Cutlass on that back there for Kramer, so now has sustain to stick around in the lane, a bit more power behind those spears.
Since we haven't talked about Kalista, I'll just to reframe the point I was making earlier. As you get more attack speed, the attacks come out faster. That's, of course, very standard, but it also heavily affects the amount of hopping you can do, and with flat movement speed as well, Berserk agrees, makes you a lot more reliable, both on the chase and on the kite with the Kalista. So it is a very popular choice with Kalista and Jhin to go for those boots too, to work with the passes when it comes to movement speed from both of those champions.
Freecs not finding much ground as far as getting in some hits on that tier 1 turret. We'll go ahead and rotate over and start taking away that Ocean Drake. No contest here from BBQ. As they pick that one up for 3, and it's going to be Cloud following up. Just keeping things oh so interesting, Papa Smithy.
Ocean Cloud has certainly been 2. Those in that order, either Ocean Cloud or Cloud Ocean, have happened in the great majority of LCK games this season. The days of double Infernal into Mountain, long gone.
Yep. And yet I play solo queue, and it's just triple Infernal everywhere.
How's your jungler doing in those games, Kilios?
It varies.
It's fair. It is solo queue.
It varies very heavily. Though I love when I get auto-filled, it's excellent, because I basically only have one jungle choice, and that's Vi.
Vi only? Doing your best dash impression?
I'm just not very good at other junglers. I don't know if the world is ready for my Lee Sin mechanics.
I don't think the world is ready for this, guys, no. I actually have rank 6 Mastery on Lee Sin. I'm really bad.
I mean, you play enough games, you'll hit rank 6
yeah,
Mastery.
That's the way.
Like that guy who played several thousand games and was still in bronze.
To me, it's like an extension of back in the day when I started playing, and I'm an old man, 2010 games. Whenever someone had a skin, you respect them. Like, oh, he has a skin. He's probably really good at that, chat. And now everyone has skins, and it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
I feel like the rank 6 and 7 mastery emotes is like, oh, and then it's like, oh, actually no, like it doesn't mean that much.
He managed to get a couple S pluses at some point.
Play enough games, you'll get an S+. Hopeful words from Papa Smith.
Well, slow and steady she goes. It's a very minor lead here for Afreeca Freecs. Spirit hasn't really been able to gain too much else outside of those initial 2 kills. So Snowball's been slowed down, at least for the moment.
Does mean that Vladimir has been able to farm his way to at least a proto belt, so the core is at least there. There is an inevitability about the late game for BBQ. It is still on-hit cannon, who's a bit undefined in team fights when it comes to impact.
It's done everyone.
It's done everyone once.
Outside of that,
Hope everyone else does the damage on your team, because you don't do a lot of it. Has to build a blade for lane, and can go situational from there. We've seen all sorts of things. Wits End, Frozen Mallet, Hurricane. Hurricane would be, that's just team fight, guys. Not really that interested in lane, so we'll wait and see which way Crazy wants to go.
might not find out for a while. Still working towards finishing up that Blade of the Rune King. And we won't have a dragon for several minutes, so seems like it's just going to be a lot of vision control. And a war is being busted out here on both sides. Attempt. We'll go ahead, interrupt that Unleash power by dropping into the Sanguine Pool.
Spirit's been spotted already twice.
Get leapt on, lots of damage coming through from the Kazakhs. Now the leap forward, Braum not quite going to connect on the Q. Glacial Fissure comes down.
Juked by
Stamped,
Bless,
yeah.
nicely done.
Does not get hit by that. A little bit of HP back from the Hemo Plague proc onto Spirit.
Totoro was really late with the roam. Need to be able to cover. The big objective here is mid lane turret. But has been chipped away again and again. Who have always been in control of this lane.
Stun connects. Come out there from Totoro, giving him that extra little bit of mitigation as well as movement speed to keep him safe. But Kuro,
2 auto attacks it looks like. Didn't feel safe enough. even with Hemoplague down, didn't feel like the Flash Ignite all-in would have worked for Tempt.
I didn't see Ash Arrow thrown out, so
Sure.
still a bit risky, but you can see the recall is coming through here for Tempt, so Kuro should be able to finish that one off. In the top lane, body slam in, trying to lock
done.
Crazy down, yeah. The slicing Maelstrom thrown out, roll the barrel, takes him just a little bit lower. The first brick will come through.
Job by Kuro. Sending laning phase, 16 minutes to get that turret. Mostly
Oh,
alone.
flash
It's
body
Marin.
slam, there we go. Marin making things interesting off the backside of that first brick. It's a flash body slam in for the solo kill.
I mean, no one could ever take away Marin's confidence. He is a confidence player, not starting with Cole this game because he's on a Gragas, but making the sort of aggressive plays, seeing the solo kill potential, and taking first brick just as the solo kill comes in from the captain. You have to think, finally, confidence will be riding high in the Afreeca camp.
Yeah, stretching that gold lead even further now. 4-0 first brick in their inventory, as well as that Ocean Drake. So in a very nice spot are the Afreeca Freecs. He being burned out there from Crazy yet again. Marin on the recall. See if he's going to use his. So try to save it for perhaps a play down around that bottom side of the map where the turret has also been whittled away at.
Interesting to track where the next moves are. The percentage play for Afreeca here is for Kuro and Spirit to invade the bottom blue side jungle, get control wards and advanced vision there, push in Vlad and roam. That's usually the percentage play. Kuro's just coming into lane right now, but they don't have jungle coverage. And while Marin has teleport, he doesn't have teleport wards either. This won't be as effective a play as it can be. Again, if they involve the jungle and invade as a unit.
Coming out around the dragon, so seems like both teams going to be expressing a bit of interest in that Cloud Drake. Really, for the side of Afreeca, it's just a nice little second stack. Faster Kazakhs, I guess, go to the jungle.
Iceborne Gauntlet at the end was a Frozen Heart, just going a little bit more defensive, but getting good value.
Stun connecting in on the Bless. Just chunked out a bit, but yet again, shields from the Karma going to help him stay healthy.
We'll see where Marin finds a bit of offensive itemization. If he just goes full tank, as usually Iceborne Gauntlet is the one outlier in terms of offensive itemization for a top Gragas. Probably not going to be any Abyssal Scepters.
It's got to help Kuro get those last two kills, man.
Kuro will get there. His team is to win this game. Low kills so far, just 4 in 18 minutes. But with no pressure, you'd think that Afreeca will pretty happily take this Drake.
Looking for it. Kramer there for the backup on the Ren. We'll be able to go ahead and take that one away. Bless leaping in onto the Glista. It was really low, but he's going to pop that Bilge Water. He's forced the flash over the wall, but he's still going to go
99.
down. Yeah, kill comes through for Kramer. And Kuro, one more to go
wants
for
it
that
now.
1,000 mark. Can he get it? Ghost desperately trying to run his way out of here. That's going to be the stun coming through. Can they hand it off to him? They're whittling away at him, and he's able to get it. Kuro, congratulations, 1,000 career kills.
Finally got it, Kuro. Last kill onto Ghost. Kuro gets to that big mark, joining the names we mentioned earlier. Prey, one of the first to pick it up. Faker as well. Bang and score. 5th name on the list for regular season, 1,000 kills. Goes to Kuro.
Champ, indeed for him.
Long career for Kuro, 4 years as a pro player already. Not many people knew him before he jumped on to then the Coup Tigers right at the end of the year 2014 during the expansion tournament. Started his career on Incredible Miracle #2. I am #2, you guys will remember if you're Champions, longtime viewers. Then was on Narjan Blacksword for a long while. But his time on the Coup Tigers, GE Tigers, Huya Tigers, Rocks Tigers, all them damn Tigers is where he made his name. Was never the true star of the team. Often you could have said 4th or 5th name on the team when it came to having some very illustrious teammates. But he always had very high KDAs. He used to clean up team fights especially. Laning phase sometimes struggled, but no one can take away the 1,000 kills regular season mark. And Kuro's still hunting for Worlds. May have to be through something like the Gauntlet right at the end. After the playoffs, that Gauntlet for Worlds to get there as Afreeca Freecs don't seem like they're going to be good enough to actually win the season. But Kuro's still enough.
Yeah. Regional qualifier certainly could be a possibility for the Afreeca Freecs. Time will certainly tell as we keep going on, but for now, Afreeca on pace for a perfect game. Well, 6,000 gold up, and just yet again taking another turret as they whittle away at this one. 3 members towards the top side, about to be 4 as Temp drums his way up. Kramer just going to get a final couple hits in.
A lot of respect being shown to Kramer.
He's
Don't
just
have
gonna go ahead
positioning
and
on
take this.
Braum. You're right. He's going to basically face tank. It was only a couple of hits. Tucson had pulled out already, but
He's got the Bork, so he's fine.
we're actually on perfect game course here, Kilios.
Yeah.
A perfect 21 minutes at least.
It's been really good so far for Afreeca. Next big thing for them, likely going to be that, oh, well, I was going to say the Infernal Drink, but in fact, it's
They have a
going
lot
to be...
of Baron pressure. Remember, they have Callista to secure. Spirit can do a lot of damage
Spirit's
itself.
showing away from the pit.
Yep.
There's no vision inside for BBQ, so they're just now
Spot
going to
it
find
now.
out about it. Yeah, the lockdown
5,000
comes
HP.
through.
I think they're going to burn it, Kilios.
I mean, look at Bless. He's nowhere nearby. It'd be a miraculous seal by somebody. They're not going to find it. Astro connects on the Tucson, but that's about it. Baron, 21.5 minutes coming through for Afreeca Freecs. Big burst of gold for them. Now 8,000 in the lead. And they could just use this to shatter the rest of these inner turrets.
So many alpha moves coming through from the Afreeca Freecs, largely around the Callista, face-tanking top turret, and then casually turning onto a 21-minute Baron. But they get everything in one fell swoop, and BBQ, they've kind of just watched Afreeca play a great game, a controlled one. There hasn't necessarily been much excitement outside of level 1, where they went Rambo to pick up the cannon. But Crazy's had no pressure. You know, Marin's already been able to go second item into the Spirit Visage, so he's going to be able to build for the team fight rather than necessarily for the lane. And these Rengars, they're not convincing us, Kilios. It's another passive game from Bless.
Well, absolutely excellent performance for the Afreeca Freecs so far.
Well, they haven't done anything wrong, which, for 22 minutes of gameplay,
That's what I mean.
Usually someone has overstepped or disrespected. Sure, we saw one roam from Kuro that wasn't the best it could be, but that's high expectations rather than mistakes necessarily from the Afreeca Freecs. It's been good from them.
That's what I mean, because usually you have to take this with a grain of salt. Because it's like, okay, you know what? They're playing against BBQ, who are really, you know, likely to end up as one of the bottom teams here in LCK by the end of the summer split. But because they haven't been making mistakes, it's just been clean, measured play from the side of Afreeca Freecs, calling all the right shots. You do have to give them credit for it.
Because it's kind of been their Achilles heel. Afreeca Freecs have made a lot of mistakes this year. Shot calling falls apart when they start losing. There's a lot to criticize them about in that regard, but so far this game been clean. There's the Unbreakable stopping the Ash Arrow. Maybe any impact.
Tucson not going to take any damage from that one. There's no capitalization, so Afreeca Freecs just keep postured forward here in this mid lane. That turret, a couple more seconds of alone time with Kramer will be taken out.
We know Kramer's going to walk up. We've been watching this series.
So he's going to go ahead and take this one out. And how long do they just want to keep this ball rolling? Seems like they want to go straight in for the inhib turret. Crazy pinching in from the sidelines, has the slicing maelstrom ready to go. The emo plate comes down. And just 4 members, everybody but Kuro.
There seems to be a dissuading Hemoplague, and they need that for an engage. They're so far behind, almost 10,000 already. I guess maybe an engage was never going to come, but Afreeca's going to wait for the next minion wave and keep going.
I mean, I thought that was going to be the surefire moment there for Crazy to dive in with the flash and the slicing maelstrom. Have that amplified damage coming through and just try to lock somebody up so the rest of the team can scoop up the kills, but instead they're just going to go ahead and sacrifice this inhib turret and the inhibitor. 24.5 minutes, and Afreeca Freecs setting a very fast pace, nearly 10,000 gold up.
We have our second perfect game of the season. It's looking more and more like that, Achilles.
Yep, explosive cast going to come through, knocks away Bless for the moment. Lauren takes a bit of damage, but still not in danger of going down, so the perfect game is still possible.
Certainly, with more, it seems in arm's reach, honestly, because where Afreeca goes, so far objectives and thus win conditions have been capitalized upon. BBQ took the risk with the Rengar and Vlad and saw late game as somewhere they could get to, but achieving late game is seeming impossible at this point. Basically everyone, at least half an item, in some cases an item short of their opposite numbers. And even Hemoplague is only being used to hope that the team pulls away rather than actually provoke a fight.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Afreeca, they're just going to ignore this Infernal Drake for now, push up, try to take this outer turret in the bottom side of the map, or this inner turret rather in the bottom side of the map, and then just be able to peel back, get the Infernal, have that little buff come through. And BBQ just have to scatter.
Knowing Afreeca can play like this is not something we definitely knew about before. They have often taken risks without having control. Speaking of control,
Catch that one. Oh, Kuro just throws out the Unleashed Power on the Ghost even with the heal. He just taken down, absolutely melted by the Syndra. Second inhibitor getting ready to fall just a few minutes later.
Base is broken in 2 spots. How long can BBQ read this like a nature documentary
Is
and
this
watch
just the
Afreeca win
finish?
the game?
They're just going to be pushing forward here. Koro doing his best to try to gatekeep the enemy away. Flash forward, Marn goes in. Explosive cast will be flashed away by BBQ.
One Nexus
They keep
turret.
themselves alive, but yeah, the first turret goes down. Leap forward here from Spirit. Hero play drops in on the 2. Still not in danger of dying. Nexus now exposed to BBQ. Can they put something on the board, or will it be the perfect game? It seems so very likely, unless they can finish off Marn. Goes in for the body slam, flash away. From Temp keeps himself safe, but there we go. 26 and a half minutes. One of the most concise games I've seen in a very long time. Perfect game to Afreeca Freecs.
Yeah, second perfect game of the season. First recipients of that, Katie Rolster. Second recipients of that are the BBQ Olivers. Very different situations for these two teams. Kuro with a lot to celebrate. Great performance on the Syndra, rewriting his historic record on that team while also building history by hitting 1,000 kills, taking down Ghost. Memorable game in many ways, but to me, the big thing to take away is that Afreeca had an early game plan, stuck to it, didn't make mistakes going into it, and you can talk about the level of opposition. You made this point during the game, but so often it seems like Afreeca have their hand forced by their own mentality and by the enemy team and waver when they have a clear plan. That didn't happen here, and it's a data point that Afreeca executed cleanly, made little to no mistakes, and come away with a perfect game.
Yeah, really strong stuff, and I mean, this might just be one of the fastest nights of League of Legends we've had in a very long time, Papa Smithy. 8:34 on the clock as we get ready to go to the break. And this could just be another 2-0 finish.
I just want to see BBQ draft more engaged, draft earlier game comps, and try to fight Afreeca, because there's nothing more depressing than watching a team just roll over and die.
Yeah. Put up the least amount of a fight as you possibly could. But 2-0 on the horizon here for Afreeca Freecs. We're going to go to a break. We'll be back in a few.
I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Whoa! 50 million souls live in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Call down the reckoning, bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Bring down
Sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. Heart shines, bring it back to what it's
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So despite his best efforts, Crazy doing the most damage in the game with a cannon. Didn't really feel that way.
That's
They
what
still-
happens in range versus melee, Achilles. You dump damage in, it doesn't mean anything. He died at level 1 and continued to die. No MVP for Crazy. Kuro, though, on a momentous day for Afreeca, getting their second perfect game of the season. First over KT, second over BBQ, and also racking up 1,000 kills. Probably hard to go past him.
Yeah, really good start here for the match for the side of Afreeca Freecs. Only thing that can make it go sideways is if they were to lose, but there we go. The man himself, 1,000 kills, will be picking up his first MVP win. So Kuro, deathless, 4-0-0.
Such a clean game from Afreeca Freecs. So weird that the team that is 1-2 going into this match has more perfect games than series wins until this series ends. I don't think there's ever been 2 perfect games in a season by the same team. So crazy statistic coming through and shows the potential of Afreeca if they're firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, really good stuff from these guys. Can they replicate it? Is going to be the question. Not necessarily just, the perfect game aspect moving into game number 2, but, can they be as clean as they were in game number 1 and close things out and send us home rather early, Papa Smithy, because it's not even 9 o'clock.
Well, I'm sure the OGN Legion wants more games, more action, but I don't know if this series is going to oblige. KT were able to come back after that perfect game and went on to reverse sweep, which is kind of a weird term to use in a best of 3, but still, reverse sweep the Afreeca Freecs. Kuro with the wry smile. He knows that game was a bit of a walk in the park. Let's see if we can move away from the scrim environment into a more heated game 2. More proactivity, no more Vladimir, no more Rengar. Get early power and make things happen, BBQ, or you're going to watch this series go straight over to Afreeca Freecs.
Yeah. Not sure if BBQ knew that they could have FF'd at 15 that time. Been a pretty valid strategy. Just try to get your mental state cleared and move straight into the second draft. But here we are, all the same. BBQ swapping over onto that blue side.
BBQ's bans in game 1, Zac, Elise, and Rumble. Rumble ban will probably stick, but they don't have to ban as many junglers, given they have access to first pick.
Ban away the Ashe. Played it there for Ghost in game number 1, and then Syndra also off the board. So nothing too shocking from the red side.
Syndra continues her undefeated streak, 6-0. Only one game where she was neither picked nor banned. It's probably at 98% now. Is that to add up those games to the total? Where BBQ want to go. I want BBQ to shape a drop. I'd like to see BBQ lead like teams can on the blue side. That's a junk ban with the LeBlanc. No one's really playing LeBlanc anymore. Kuro has never been a LeBlanc player, and it seems like they're fishing for a big first pick. What will Afreeca Freecs decide they are happy to leave open?
We saw, several bans there from Afreeca in game 1, Nidalee, J4, and Lee Sin, all available at the moment.
Feels like one of those games where we're going to have really powerful, even second-round picks, given how much is open.
I mean, you would guess right now the last pick from Afreeca would have to be the Zac.
And are you happy to leave up Elise for Bless, given BBQ's lack of form? And
Well,
BBQ doesn't want to even investigate that particular proposition, so the Trinity is brought down to 2. Lee Sin and Zac still available. Leaving Zac open seems like perhaps a bad idea, given his power level is absurdly high on patch 7.10.
Yeah, so will be the final ban, but like you said, the Lee Sin still going to be one of those picks that could come through.
And Bless's Lee Sin is decent, but not necessarily peanut tier. Not many are.
Well, they'll lock it in all the same.
Spirit played it twice in his last series, so there's a takeaway pick in many ways. But guess what's open, Achilleos?
Rumble has made it through, and Marin is more than happy to take this in pretty much any circumstance. Could just go ahead, see Crazy pick up the cannon yet again, but we saw getting that first blood, paying some attention towards that top side of the map for Spirit, just helped snowball Marin.
And I'm psyched. I get to see Marin on Rumble, something that's been denied from us basically the entire season. So, given how many target bans he's had on the Rumble, say whatever you want about Doran's shield, slightly curbing some power from the Yordle in the top lane. Marin is perhaps the world's best Rumble. It's going to be a fun matchup, whatever comes through. Tempt may actually be jumping on his pentakill champion. Got a pentakill right at the start of spring season on the Talia.
Yep, we'll go ahead, lock this one up. So where do they want to go here? Pick up an ADC perhaps before we see the pool pinched even further?
This is the spot, as you say. The double bans can stop coming around, so unless Ghost wants to go something different, if he wants Varus, this is the time. And instead, that it's going to go super lane focused, or at least consider going super lane focused. Going to go with the Jace, and it's probably, almost certainly a top lane Jace in this scenario.
I mean, where else would it go? Jungle's already occupied.
I know, even
Malrong's not on the team.
It's so crazy that we have to say jungle's already occupied. Hey, AD carry with teleport is still available, Achilleos.
That's true. And if Mata was in here, then we could call the support as well.
The one-handed support would be available.
All
and
right.
Kuro's like, well, I hit my 1,000 kills. Someone else can carry.
Yeah, I'll just sit back and justice punch people, taunt them, etc.
Could still be the support coming through from Tucson, who does have that eclectic pull, but heavily, heavily expected to be the mid lane Galio that Kuro played in all 3 games in his most recent series.
Well, ban away the Callista, since they don't take it this time. Caitlyn for Kramer. I'm surprised we haven't seen more people go for the likes of the Twitch.
As you say, Twitch has been, especially with Doran's shield, people were saying Twitch, it's the time, you can get him through any laning phase. Yet most people have been reticent to open up. Twitch is pretty risky against Rumble just because Equalizer can force his positioning and you lose out a lot of damage, and something like the Braum is banned away, interestingly, by BBQ, even though could see Braum being a very useful tool on the side of Afreeca. Actually, sorry, just let's wind back that logic. Braum will be a very useful tool against Twitch, and Twitch is kind of being threatened if you're banning Braum on Blue's side. So BBQ is basically saying, hey, we're going to play Braum. We're going to play Twitch, sorry. Logic got mixed up a couple of times there.
Can't even blame it on it being a long day.
No, I can't. It's been too short a day as well. BBQ just decide not to ban. Finally do ban the Thresh. So just going double support ban to Tucson.
All right, the last couple seconds there. Take that one off the board.
Two melee supports and Thresh, all with similar identities, banned away.
You can just keep this super simple here on the side of Afreeca. Pick up the Karma.
I'd love the Lulu, actually, for the heroic entrance into the wild growth for just the maximum amount of being bounced up in the air. And guess what? Plays pretty well. As we're going to see the Jungle Olaf come through. Lulu support could definitely be considered. They're kind of waiting to see what they need to pair with the Caitlyn.
I mean, the Galio still is technically the flex, as you mentioned before, so we could be waiting to see that last pick mid lane for Koro.
And Kate Galio is actually pretty dirty because you just instant delete waves the moment they even come to lane. So they're leaving that option open to them. It will not be the Twitch, but it'll be Xayah once again from BBQ. We've seen quite a bit of Xayah this week. What they were willing to go to Rakan as well.
Yeah, did they just do the Lovers bot lane?
They could. And you have to decide, though, is there synergy with it? And the answer is not really. No one else is diving in when everyone's being womboed in the air. We saw Ever8 try that, and they will not be going Lovers, at least as of now. We've seen a lot of Blitzcrank recently. Totoro has always been a melee support, and he will be another player to add a summer game on Blitzcrank to his list. Cool to see.
All right. So what's it going to be? Final pick. Does it go to Koro, or does he just maintain with the Galio? I mean, if that is going to be for Tucson, if he body blocks those hooks coming through in the bottom side of the map,
I mean, just
suddenly you're in taunt range.
Who are you hooking exactly on the side? Is all right, there's a Nunu. That could actually be bot lane Nunu.
I think it is.
It's probably not going to be mid lane Nunu.
So,
All right, well, we've got a Nunu in the game, and yep, you can hook maybe the Caitlyn and no one else on the side of Afreeca Freecs.
I mean, Nunu will be very squishy early on.
We're back to the Season 1 solo queue meta of pick a Mumu, and if the Blitzcrank hooks him, well, free initiation.
Yeah, I mean, I was used to, having the likes of the Vayne tied in with that Nunu for that Blood Boil, but maybe we'll get to see the mechanic of the Blood Boil on the Rift Herald this time.
Oh, baby, I really hope so, Achilleos. Might even see a maxing of Blood Boil from the support Nunu. Support Nunu, oh boy.
This is interesting. Well, Tucson brought out the Camille support here.
And support Nunu is endorsed by Riot Games. There is a support Nunu skin, of course, in the TPA line of the Season 2 champions.
This is true.
All right, then. We went to Silly Street here with the last pick. We're like, I wonder what the support will be. And Tucson's like, I'll find a new one.
And somehow this is the game that Afreeca Freecs lose, and then it's the one that you just ignore during the VOD review. So you know what? It ended up picking me.
I wonder if Nunu will go for Ancient Coin so he can get even more upgrades on his abilities. Because remember the way the passive works now. At level 10, you could actually have a level 16 ultimate.
That would be pretty crazy. All right. I don't know. There's a lot of questions to be asked. Tucson, yet again, surprising us with his pick. Still haven't seen an Aurelia support, but maybe by the end of the Summers. But for now, we'll have to settle for the Nunu. So let's go ahead, load on to Summoner's Rift for what could be our final game of the night. Afreeca Freecs versus BBQ round 2.
Sonic echo, there leaves no room for doubt. All the shots, bring it back to what it's
All right, teams still hanging in there. BBQ fans still being quite vocal.
Does feel like at some point, Achilleos, the sub-goal of the Korean players in the LCK is to get wins on every champion during the course of LCK Summer.
Tucson, he's working their way.
Signs for the audience on the side of the Afreeca Freecs. Actually, no, that was actually on the side of BBQ. I tell a lie. Wanting that anything will change in Game 2, they settle for 1 kill, as Spirit has chosen to go Frat Party Olaf. That's what I call the pink chroma.
He does love himself that Olaf.
I haven't heard Korean Nunubot. Now I really want to hear Korean Nunubot.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
I bought Nunubot.
That skin is great.
It is
the,
great.
The Devour and delicious.
Bring the skins back. Gentleman Cho'Gath, Nunubot. I want to see them all.
So we'll see how this Olaf goes. We've seen it twice already for
How many
Spirit.
people do you think of the people watching this broadcast? I'll hold the point. Do they clear the ward?
Got come down there from Kuro. And the Raptors just going to be biting at the ankles, attempting crazy. Hook already down onto Kramer in the bottom lane.
Of course, get the
Action-packed.
Charge of the Colossus proc. Spirit's fighting for this red buff. Does get momentary vision when he throws a hook, but the axe is on cooldown. They just lose red buff because Crazy invests all his time early into helping with that objective.
Yeah, they'll just take that one away. So Spirit going to have to hightail it down into that lower half of the jungle.
Does mean he will lose multiple camps on the top side. Hasn't used that much mana.
He's got a ward here if Kuro wants to start
That's just
pitching up.
really low.
He is. He's going to get slowed up. Axe comes through, and they just hand over the kill. Nope. Spirit's just going to take it. So, Bless, well, you start things off really well, and then you ruined it all. You really messed up.
That was real bad from the side of BBQ. Bless realized the moment the axe hit that if he flashed, he would have died anyway.
Never do that again.
Thanks, Nunubot.
Oh, dear.
Just for a point, how many people watching this broadcast know the source material of Nunubot? Because that's actually a real deep cut. You may not even know it, Achilles. Some very famous YouTube videos by, I believe it was a Russian YouTuber, about the Nunubot, and there was a whole line of superheroes and supervillains.
Then, yeah, I don't think I know this.
There's some really good source material. If you look up the origins of Nunubot. There's some really fun stuff there. Very old meme.
I mean, I might as well just do that now, because, well, Bless has already ruined this early game, so I think I've got a couple minutes to spare for some reading.
Oh, dear. Well, I don't know what's going on in the BBQ camp, but I liked the level 1 until the part where he overstayed and then even had Flash, but was going to die anyway. Spirit even stole away a buff.
Oh, hello.
Blitzcrank.
Yeah, Kramer's going to go down. Flashes away. The Ignite was there. Does get finished off. Tucson trying not to get rooted here by Goats, so no more perfect game for Afreeca Freecs.
Yeah, you're right. First kill claimed in the third minute of the second game. Tucson did not go the coin build for trolling us with level 16 ult at level 10.
Bless is taking away the blue buff, and see Spirit's on the complete opposite side of the map, even though it's warded out, and he sees this. Just nothing to be done.
It's a nice hook from Totoro. He's hit 2 so far, 1 at level 1, and much more consequential one, just as we were speaking. To arrest the jungle disaster that was Lee Sin dying early.
Bless is going to be taking this one away. So still keeping on pace with Spirit at the moment as those double buffs coming through. So in a decent enough spot, we'll just go ahead and get a nice little look at the hook.
Kramer had Flash available.
Yeah, straight into the root. Goodbye.
Well, if you don't flash the hook against Flash Ignite Blitzcrank, can't argue too much with the results. Nice stuff from Totoro there. Always been a big melee support player. Played a lot of Braum out of meta when everyone else was spamming Lulu Karma and Zyra.
TP back into the mid lane. See that Dark Seal coming through here for Kuro.
And he was blood boiled, so the Justice Punches were coming in even more. I know that's name and ability, but you follow what I'm saying.
Well, it was a pretty catastrophic start for BBQ, but they turned it around.
Their first kill of the series, as you mentioned, went to the Blitzcrank. MVP so far for BBQ. And still farming up a Storm, and, well, Totoro doesn't have his boots for roaming, but still is going to be roaming into the mid lane.
See just how effective he could be. Pushed out of that bottom lane with the Blitzcrank.
Yeah, they have a control ward and the only river ward, so bot lane was happy times for them. Haven't walked over the control ward yet, but can look to clear that as he gets back into lane.
Yeah, it's just really no way for Tucson and Kramer to try to contest that.
One of the reasons why Nunu fell off was that his laning phase doesn't offer very much. Just while it's a targeted ability, the Ice Blast only does so much. No points in Consume. Maybe a point at level 8 to help with Secure. Apart from that, that's all you get.
Oh, just a couple pixels off, it seemed. Kramer not going to get caught out that time.
Interrupting in the
Crazy.
back.
Yeah, he's going to get stopped out. Bless is here to back him up, gives him that shield, and just mitigate a little bit more of that damage from the equalizer.
Kuro had walked up for the heroic entrance to the top lane. Not quite needed in the bot lane, but definitely some pressure needed.
Maybe be considered. You see that hook come through immediately, Hero's entrance in onto the target, but now Bless going to get chased down. Axe not going to connect this time around. Bless does have a ward, so he can jump over the wall. Weaver's wall, speaking of which, going to be coming through. Heroic entrance from Kuro arrives. Shock Blast connects in onto the Olaf, and he's quite low. No Ragnarok yet for him, and now Kuro in a very bad spot. Taunt getting ready to come through. Will flash away, but the resonating strike is there from Bless. One more hit would do it. Tempt flashing over the wall, comes up with the kill. Can he find more? Seismic Shove will be flashed away by Martin as he keeps himself alive, but BBQ with 2 more kills on the board.
And Tempt on that champion picked up a pentakill on a really nice weave as well. No way out for Spirit, even though he has flash. Didn't even notice that. Decided not to flash out. The flash used by Kuro as another hook hitting him bot lane.
Yeah, that's going to be the root
Knight's
coming
back
through
up.
on the Tucson. He's going to go dangerously low.
don't.
He's already been burned out. Still has to flash it. They want to try to trade this one back. Totoro taking quite a bit of damage here from Kramer, but still just not quite having the damage to finish him off. The double daggers only helping so much.
Some steadfast use of summoners there as Crazy's overextended.
Yeah, hello. Gonna flash immediately. The speed comes through from the scrap shield, but Bless in the vicinity. Spot him out with that control ward in the brush.
A lot of action there. BBQ not using heal or ignite to potentially take down the Nunu. Or allowing the Blitzcrank, escorting him out there was surprising. Just trusting in the passive from the Blitzcrank. Kramer actually didn't have heal available. If they looked to go all in on the support, they would have picked up a kill. We see the replay here. Only now am I realizing that it's Flash
Missed
Olaf
two.
as everyone missed skill shots. Actually, when Spirit walks away, it's a pretty
Oh yeah, he
awful
doesn't have
cue.
Ghost.
He has Flash, so he could have flashed over the wall, but he had to stay because they used Heroic Entrance. But kind of at this point, they're like, wait, we don't really have the mana bars to make anything else happen. Kuro used almost all of his mana getting in with that Heroic Entrance and still flashes when the Resonating Strike is available. So that's pretty sloppy stuff on the both sides. Spirit knew that his best hope was to trade a kill at the last, not to be. And BBQ actually end up with a kill lead early in the game, but not much of a gold lead to go with.
Yeah, just a couple 500 here in their favor. Mountain Drake, a bit too dangerous for them to try to commit in for. We'll just tag it for now. Nothing else going to be found at the moment. But, I mean, the question that I asked when we were coming into this game was, can they replicate it? Right now, the answer is going to be no from the side of Afreeca.
And look, replicating a perfect game is asking for too much.
I
but,
just meant the cleanliness of the play.
well, you know, you can bring a horse to water, but once you give Freecs a win, they all get a little bit style pointsy. For example, Tucson jumping onto the support Nunu, case example number 1. There were other supports available, whatever he says, if he wins an MVP. Reminds me of the good old Wraith saying, my champion pool was gone, I had to play Lux.
Well, up to the top side here from Tempt. Be threatening for the Weaver's Wall.
Arn doesn't have flash.
It's going to be the jump in here from Crazy, just trying to whittle away at the Rumble where he can. Gets a couple smacks down. Shock Blast will connect, but Tempt, he pops a Ghost and can't get anything else done.
He just thought there'd be enough fighting that the Weaver's Wall was going to be too unreliable and thus would get in range.
Oh. Just going to go right over to the side of Tucson. Doesn't quite connect in.
They still have a lot of good options in the mid game if they can get this Caitlyn through laning phase and crucially take the bot lane turret. Caitlyn in the mid lane and Nunu just being there to assist invades and objective secures will be very, very powerful. Galio's happy in a side lane as well. So playing with the heroic entrance and the pathing of Spirit is what can happen. One of the reasons, you know, people will wonder why so much mid lane Galio. We just had MSI where top lane Galio was by far the most popular use of that champion. And the main reason, honestly, is that if you have a pressure advantage or an invading jungler,
Oh, well, not this time.
if you have that, I mean, Galio mid's basically Twisted Fate. You win every 2v1 or 3v1 on enemy objectives. You can steal red buffs and blue buffs so freely because Galio will always rotate first in the mid lane even faster than Destiny, where you have to pop it and also choose a position.
Yeah.
So the snowball potential, even with the late game fall off, is so big that you basically rule the mid game if you win the early game.
Totoro started off really good with the hooks. missed like the last 4 or 5 at this point.
Are you one of those guys who really rates their blitzcrank only on the last hook? You're only as good as your last hook?
No, I said he just missed the last 4 or 5.
I know. You're discounting all the ones he hit. Very negative framing there.
I said he started off well, but that's going to be the ultimate coming through here from the Nunu. Kick away as Bless just tries to create some distance between himself and the rest of the Afreeca Freecs, but he still goes down as Kramer picks up his first kill.
Nice to get one back on the board. Bless caught without flash, who just went down. Drake has started. I believe Nunu still has no points in his consume. Level 8 usually the only time when he can pick that up.
Kuro trying to Justice Punch forward to get in on the attempt, and now
Yes,
maybe
teleports.
Spirit and Kuro in a bit of a bad spot. His Eye Ultimate coming through as Ghost just starts firing away. It's come down, pulls the blades back through, and now Crazy arriving on the backside of the fight with the TP. Can't stop the Mountain Drake from going over, but they still might be able to find some kills. Kuro just punching forward. That's going to be the equalizer thrown down from Marin, but they're dangerously low. Kramer going to fall, and the rest of the team could just be cleaned up here. Ghost just firing away, doesn't need any mana to come up with the kill. Threaded volley from Tempt helps finish it off, and that's going to be the triple kill going over to the Talia. And BBQ Olivers maybe be able to open up the map with that first brick in mid.
It took so long to take down the Drake, and with such low health bars, Tucson DPS out at the start had to just run away. But they were just food for the slaughter. Flashes available, but not really going to get them out of dodge. They're going to invest a teleport just to get back to mid lane. Totoro doesn't have mana for a hook or anything like that, but Afreeca give up so much just for a Mountain Drake. And they were just judging everything so well in Game 1, and so quickly the memories of Game 1 do fade. We're going to see the replay here. Lee Sin is dead, so this was always going to be, at best, a 4v5 contest. But Olaf takes free damage. Kuro had taken free damage at the start. Watch Kramer, who needs to be the person here to make the difference. He has no frontline to fight around, and no one's going in with Kuro. The equalizer in that large open space isn't going to do much. Ghost gets the double snare on his E, and from there, target acquisition is simple for the side of BBQ, as, like you say, Tempt cleans up.
Yeah. Well, certainly a devastating play there. Started off pretty decently from the side of Afreeca, but a nice flank from Crazy allows him to get in there and help rip through the members of Afreeca Freecs. You can see 004 on that Jace.
Kuro is built purely for dealing with that Talia, going into
Adaptive Helm,
yeah, rushing the Adaptive Helm. Does very well against the threaded volley in particular.
Tempt starting things off with the Rylai's.
There's a snowball item. This is not bad. Usually it's a snowball, Omicron, or going into something like the Leandries, but acquiring one target usually means the hook is more reliable, usually means the snare is more reliable from Xayah, so just wants to get a bit more CC, more reliable CC on basically all items and all abilities in order to get those picks, which certainly can be manufactured pretty easily with the lead that BBQ have.
Well, holding on to this mid-tier one. It's not going to happen, so first brick does go over to the side of BBQ. Kuro going forward, looking for the taunt. Won't be able to find it in Tucson. He's going to go ahead and throw down the absolute 0 onto Tempt as they slow him up. Heroic entrance coming through. Doesn't quite get the finish off, but allows for that shield to come through onto the Olaf. Bless jumping over the wall. Resonating strike onto the red buff. Takes him out to safety. We'll lose this buff. They lose Tempt, but they're losing a lot more pressure in the top side of the map.
Lose the top turret almost certainly. Next minion wave will be the time. They're only really meandering. You see the pings onto bot lane. It's not going to be a full team rotating bot lane. Crazy is forced to back away, so they don't quite lose the turret unless the minions are able to take it down. Afreeca stood on the pick. Tucson having the absolute 0, largely for CC, but even an initial burst allowed them to get that first kill. Things are certainly not looking rosy for the Afreeca Freecs yet, but it's a start.
Yeah, Bless is just going to be soloing out this Rift Herald the entire time.
But then we don't get to see the Blood Boil interaction.
I know, I'm quite upset. So hopefully somebody roams over there, but it just doesn't seem very likely.
Nope.
So he'll be able to take this one out. Rest of the squad going back to the base. Spend some gold. So Rift Herald over to BBQ, can use that to open up the map even further.
Still going to be not the easiest to Rift Herald the mid lane. Kuro has flash available, hasn't had to use it the last few times. And will we see a big investment like Scepter did, where he flash taunted the Rift Herald being used in vision just to interrupt the channel? We're still unsure whether that's the right move. Rift Herald is very powerful, one turret is very powerful, but Kuro having his flash down, So the threat of the Galio so much lower.
Well, for now, very rough spot for the Afreeca Freecs. They have a Mountain Drake, but haven't been able to get much use out of it. Infernal on the way in a minute and a half, so that could help turn their luck around.
And they do have a Nunu getting closer and closer to max rank in Blood Boil, and that kind of means that the item efficiency for Kramer goes up because he's getting so much free attack speed and movement speed. If he went straight Infinity Edge, he's basically getting kind of a free Phantom Dancer short of a bit of Critical Strike. With the max rank in that ability, but kind of straddled the line, getting as much power as possible with his item choices. Might be Static Shiv this time from the Caitlyn. Wait to
See which way he wants to go. I'd expect that it's probably going to be the rapid fire cannon.
Yep, it's definitely an option as well.
Totoro going to go ahead and completes that recall. Spot that he's not in that brush, so
Just
go
wants to
ahead
keep
and pushing forward.
Wants to keep the turret up as long as possible, so we'll have to take a lot of free damage and harass to do it. See which turret goes down first between top lane and bot lane. Only turret falling so far has been Kuro's.
Which is fine, he's still very tanky. So can stick around, doesn't have to worry too much about being overextended.
Zaya doesn't want to draw Caitlyn to mid lanes. The problem there is that Blitzcrank has been largely forced to be in the bot lane. Only now has he been unleashed on the map. So haven't seen the Blitz taking over games like he can often if this 80 carry is rotating first. Zaya still at least one item and largely two away from max effectiveness.
Still trying to get in here, knock down that turret, only gets a couple shots off. The minions do a little bit more work for him, but still a little ways away from taking that objective out. In the meantime, vision control starting to be fought over around this Infernal Drake that has spawned.
Has to be Rift Herald soon. Let's can't hold on to it for too much longer. Buff duration will be starting to run low. Using it bot lane feels really bad. He's going to anyway, but it's already super, super low. Meanwhile,
it's going to be the rest of the team coming in. TP on
this
the
equalizer
backside
could be
from
big.
Marin. See where he's going to place it. Rogue entrance coming down from Kuro. Not going to find anybody for the knockup. Those throws out
Double
that feather
triple
storm.
taunt.
Just trying to get the draw back in. Locks him down. Marin has to flash away. The members of the Freaking Freaks yet again have to retreat. Spirit going to get taken out. Now the Weaver's Wall in here from Tempt. Marin just a couple of hits from Dead. He'll be finished off by Tempt with the E yet again. The Rift Herald still pushing in, still whittling away where it can, and Kuro is trying to draw the attention of the members of BBQ. Won't be able to do so, will get taken out. The rest of the squad's going to have to head for the hills. Rift Herald's going to get one more little charge through, get some damage down onto this tier 2 before getting finished off.
a lot of action coming there. The Absolute Zero into the Equalizer. Equalizer not doing just enough work. Didn't have Leandri's Torment, still doesn't in the infantry there, Marin, so was only tickling the forces of BBQ. Kramer unharassed for the majority of the fight, but not able to clean up. Only a rapid-fire cannon to his name. Infernal Drake, the first very few we've had today, is claimed. You're going to see the replay. Afreeca Freecs thought this was their moment. Not getting a lot of value out of the heroic entrance, admittedly, but
too shallow.
Marin not having Leandri's. The triple taunt that I mentioned was massive, but no one is able to profit of it. And that means a hook lands and BBQ, they can just follow onward looking for more.
I mean, it's like Afreeca, they have the pieces of the puzzle, but they're putting them together in the wrong order. They're putting them in the wrong spaces. You have that massive taunt with the Equalizer ticking below them, with the Absolute Zero on top of it. That's when they have that wombo combo and they absolutely destroy BBQ. But for the time being, it's just going to be about a 4,000 gold lead for the Olivers. Looking for a bit more as that top lane turret is ready to go down.
Marin has rushed the Zonias. This is his tool against the Blitzcrank hook, where he can still live and reposition theoretically after the stasis if the rest of his team engages. Means he still doesn't have Leandri's. Would love to have a bit more oomph in those ultimates, but credit to Marin. He's kept his turret alive for this long, despite being against Jason. Actually has a CS lead against the Jace. Jace being 2-0 and 5. Will largely be able to shrug away the CS disadvantage. But the reason why you don't write off the Afreeca Freecs, sure, they're down 5,000 gold, but they didn't pick Nunu to dominate lane. They will have access to basically 7-item Caitlyn at some point in the game.
Not quite going to connect. A couple more hits onto this turret. Should finish it off as Totoro pushing forward, looking for that punch, but instead just receive a kick. Resonating Strike comes through, and Bless will go ahead and scoop up that kill onto Caitlyn. Kramer going down, and now BBQ having a nice forward position onto this turret in the top side, maybe looking for the first inner of the game.
The double control was 4 on the top side by BBQ. So much vision control around this area meant that there was no reason Kramer should be so far up the lane when they had no control on their red side jungle, just waiting for Weaver's wall. Here it is.
Go ahead, toss this one out. Everybody going to be locked away from the turret. Is that enough for them to finish it off? The equalizer thrown down by Martin, trying to buy them some time, but he gets hooked over the wall. Zonius is available. Casts it now. Heroic entrance coming through from Kuro. Just as punch forward. Not going to find anything, nor will the taunt. Turret still dangerously low, and the members of Afreeca Freecs are yet again getting chunked down.
May delay this turret being taken. Last parting shot from the rapid fire cannon of Ghost as Caitlyn respawns. Still big success from BBQ. They got what they were looking for, and Afreeca still have no real objectives to their name. Big lead by BBQ. And it's moments like that where Caitlyn was chased down that you see why you don't see a lot of support Nunu, because he's no Tom Kench. He's no damage threat either. All he really is accessing the fabled 7th item slot, giving the 5 points and I guess even potentially the visionary bonus on the Blood Boil to the Caitlyn. But apart from that, a bit of zone control. If you're winning, you're an extra person that people can't afford to face check, but if you're losing, you really provide nothing.
See that wave clear there from Ghost. Making sure that that tier 1 turret at the top side of the map is still safe. Afreeca have yet to pick one up. So plenty of standing gold if they could actually utilize this Mountain Drake that they caught for themselves.
The if there is the operative word.
It's a big if.
Not much known about Afreeca Freecs as they do their standard perfect game into highly imperfect game.
Yeah, it's like, wow, these guys are turning around their performance. Maybe they'll finish off the playoffs.
Did we ever say that?
Well, you know.
Have you noticed they got a perfect game? Do we ever talk about a turnaround in performance? You never make final judgments or holistic statements about Afreeca Freecs because you know better. You know better than to expect them to be able to back up the performance, because it's been the one thing, that consistency. Maybe it'll never be something they're able to achieve.
Yep. That's why you never say you're excited for KT. That's why you don't get excited or antsy and post your glad planes after one game win from Janair.
I mean, if you want surefire bets, be an SKT fan.
Yep, pretty much.
Kramer's getting there. He needs an Infinity Edge. Really, really badly. He just bought the Zeal and the second dagger here to, again, get a bit more power. This one will probably have to be a Phantom Dancer, even though we're on 710 and the headshot interaction is still at full power. Guess he could go the way of the Hurricane, but you would think that he would be stacking flat AD and getting free attack speed and movement speed from the Nunu rather than prioritizing the double Zeal item. So many champions on the side of Afreeca. Looks so good from ahead, but behind Olaf, Galio, Nunu.
You know, every time Spirit plays Olaf, I just die a little bit more.
I mean, it was his lucky pick in spring season, but
I mean, you say his lucky pick, I call it his one trick.
I mean, at least he had the trick, right? You know, you need to have something.
It's true. Well, TP's going to come through, so Martin going to attempt something, but the rest of the squad not really collapsing in with
He's getting
him.
free damage off of that, at least. Nice
The
equalizer.
red carpet thrown down, Bless going to go low. Ace of the hole comes through, but so does the redemption.
Thrown
Not
out.
going to connect.
Gonna miss. J spot lane. They were hoping to at least draw Crazy's teleport, but don't even get that.
Yeah, he's not even biting. So another disadvantage here for the Afreeca Freecs.
And
Kuro
Ghost
does have a TP of his own.
The
so
Ghost is also super far up and just fishing for his next 2 items, Berserker Greaves and Infinity Edge, to start getting crazy with the damage output on the Xayah. This is the sort of game where Xayah will do a lot of damage. You know, we had the Xayah game yesterday from Prey, and people are like, I don't know about Xayah in competitive play. But guess what? If everyone's diving at you, Xayah's going to do plenty of damage in a team fight, and that's what Afreeca can do. They can dive.
I mean, Ghost has already been really effective, especially with the Blade Caller. Just getting those roots locked down.
And the CC part is kind of the early effectiveness while you're building up your Essence Reaver into Phantom Dancer, or in this case, Rapid Fire Cannon and then Infinity Edge. But it's just pure damage in the late game. Pass-through damage that can crit. Very, very powerful. So We know Xayah will get there, and this is the sort of game where Xayah is set up to succeed. So just waiting on that third item and the inevitable Olaf and heroic entrance initiation.
Blue buff handed over to Crazy. BBQ grouping up in the mid lane.
And it is Hurricane from Kramer. So now it's Afreeca basically waving the white flag until Infinity Edge is complete. Cheaper than before, but still over 1,000 gold and then some to be completed.
Yeah, he's got quite the distance to go.
And then perhaps the fact that there's so much other damage on the side of BBQ, it might be irrelevant. 3-item Caitlyn just 6,000, potentially 8,000 gold behind by then, won't be able to take down the members of BBQ. It is Jace front line and Elysian that's built magic resist, so 3-item Caitlyn with Blood Bowl is certainly going to hurt from the side of Afreeca.
They need the opening. And right now it just seems like you mash the damage of BBQ and Afreeca's together, and BBQ just keep coming out on top. The Wombo has not been there. Crazy going to get jumped on, but switches into hammer form and he can just run his way out.
And a lot of damage coming out from Kramer, as you would have noticed in that scenario. Oh, the mind game hooks happening between Totoro and Spirit. Finally get the inner turret, that sights were set on about 5 minutes ago. So credit to Afreeca, at least they've been delaying in the last 5 or so.
They haven't been staving off that gold lead, though, for BBQ. 7,000 up now.
It's not exploding either, so
It's a steady growth, but not a massive one. But now Crazy going to get wrapped around on yet
they
again.
really should leave the kill for Kramer here.
Yeah, but no, Marin says, I'm the young. Give it.
I don't think a Void Staff's going to change this game. The Infinity Edge might. That is really what Afreeca Freecs need.
Even then, it's like Marin, he might be going for that Banshee's Veil there. Hook not going to connect.
I think
Crazy dead for
Zonia's
30
and
seconds.
Zonia's and Banshee Veil's perhaps too far in terms of defensive on the side of Rumble. I don't mind 6th item coming through with the Banshee Veil, but
I mean, he could be holding the Null Magic for that as a 6
That's
item,
true.
for sure. So.
and it's only double Hex Drinker on the side of BBQ, but White Staff always such a core of Rumble builds, usually against tanks in mid elite, but gonna be necessary.
Setup
sooner.
here. Spirit going to check with the Undertow, however, does spot them all out in the brush. And Marin has finally been able to put a turret on the board for the Afreeca Freecs.
There you go. The standing gold dream has been inched towards.
Hell yeah, we did it.
They
All right.
see Rumble back away, and they
Oh,
instantly
the ward
start.
expires in the river, but they have an idea. This could be going on, so they will go ahead and rotate over. Hook comes through, flash away from Kuro.
He kind of was caught between two identities. He actually started piling on the taunt just in case.
Slowing himself down.
He's like, if I flash too late, at least I'll taunt them.
Yeah.
Remember me!
Witness me. As he just rides in covered
Remember
in
me and
throw.
witness me are actually quite different emotions.
That was a good movie.
Kilios, this is the best time that Afreeca can make a stand. Gold lead is only 5,000. Infinity Edge just now completed. Damage fall off from the Olaf, Rumble, and Galio has not started. This is their Alamo. Sounds like a weird thing to say given that potentially the, again, inverted commas, 7-item Caitlyn is coming soon, but this is really the time where I feel like everything lines up for Afreeca.
Clock Blast just shy of clipping onto Kramer. Ocean Drake just going to be leashed over for BBQ to pick up a second stack. Unless they really do want to contest this. Down to 1,000. No smite in the area, but the Chalk Blast, the Excel Gate does take it out.
Again, not an objective to dwell on too much. The real fight will be on the top side. Neither of the smites wanted to be anywhere near the Drake. Didn't want to use that in that particular regard. So the battle now is around vision in the Baron area. Blitzcrank wants unique vision control to threaten the hook, and can be very oppressive when a team feels strong enough to push their vision line up aggressively on the red side as a blue side Blitzcrank team, because then suddenly putting down wards in the Baron pit with anything other than a blue trinket very often will lead to your instant death.
Ooh.
Kramer's playing with fire.
Yeah, he was very dangerously close that time around.
Here's that vision pushing up like we mentioned.
Let's see, the Ice Blast not going to do anything. Totoro yet again cheating forward, throws out the hook. Right back, just a bit too fast here from the side of Afreeca Freecs. And I mean, they're just giving themselves these minute little windows, these 10, 12-second windows they have where the hook is down. They can try to cheat forward and go for vision control.
And of course you have to mention that because we've seen, what, 4 different teams play Blitzcrank, you know that scrims are seeing more and more Blitzcrank, so players getting more practice at playing against Blitzcrank, which is a phenomenon you often see when Eve is in the meta. People have no idea how to play against Eve, and they're like, wait, I need to ward jungle camps, that's what I need to do. And things usually change. So, in general, from a couple of rare exceptions, they've been pretty respectful of Totoro so far.
Marn actually drew some pressure down by threatening to steal away the red buff, so this gives an opening for Afreeca to actually shove up the river and clear out some of this vision. Control wards do come down for them. They take control over the pit, at least for the moment. 5,000 gold, so they were able to shrink it by 2,000. And a lot of help coming through Marin, getting rid of that first turret to the side of Afreeca Freecs.
Shrink it without really trading anything. It's been trading up in general for Afreeca. The only objective I remember going down recently against them was the top inner turret about 6-7 minutes ago when they got a kill and started to pressure bot lane recently.
Oh, Marin in a bad spot. Weaver's Wall coming down. Celeste's flashes away. Himself alive, drops out the red carpet. He goes low, pops at the last second redemption, coming through, but it's just not in time. He will die, and Temp picks up the kill.
And he wasn't sure whether to use Zonias because it could be a Baron battle where he now will not have Zonias up for 2 minutes. Respawn coming in 45. Spirit's going in.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead, dash forward with that Righteous Glory, trying to get on top of Crazy, but the rest of the team, he knows that they're going to be collapsing. And there wasn't enough time left on the Ragnarok. So has to peel back in the meantime. It's going to be the push going through in onto the mid lane. Taunt comes down onto Bless. Girl get kicked away. Goes in, gets that Justice punch in on the Bless. Redemption comes down, pops him back up to about half HP. And now Temp rotating back through. Is just here to continue to apply pressure in onto this tier 2 turret. Hook not going to connect. They find it yet again. 5-1 in turrets. Gold lead yet again growing in favor of BBQ.
Up to the 7,000 number now. Dora really needs to create space for Kramer in these fights. With 1 man down, it was only going to be for the first rotation of the taunt, and Crazy still needs to take out the bot lane turret. BBQ still in a really good spot of closing this game, but the air of inevitability, especially given that BBQ have only picked up a single game win this season, is not there yet.
Baiting out inside the pit.
Totoro already used his ult, doesn't want to leash the Baron.
Trying to convince them to push forward here.
Do have the Olaf, who can be a little bit more optimistic with his warding.
Yeah. Lauren trying to get that split going down to the bottom side. Kramer gets a couple of hits in onto the turret, but that's about it. And they're going to have to just start kiting back up the mid lane.
He was war available. Mine's here too.
Does have the equalizer, but the Zonia's still going to be down. Crazy getting slowed up. They pinch in onto him. The flash is still available. We'll go ahead and just use that out. Weaver's Wall now down.
It's a really big cooldown to get the Weaver's Wall in this scenario.
Bro able to Justice punch his way away from that Blitzcrank hook and Afreeca Freecs. A couple of those tools being burned away by BBQ.
But it's only an
Continue to
ARAM.
posture forward.
It's only an ARAM right now. After those hooks are down, the clear wall's down. They're just going to reset Afreeca by some bit of breathing room, but nothing more. They finally get to get a ward near the Baron pit, but will be cleared very shortly. Still exclusive vision for BBQ around the Baron area. Only a control ward in the back of the pits, giving information to Afreeca that's not being started. And can Kramer get to the spot that Sven so often was for G2 at MSI? He's still got the Nunu, this time from the support role. There still is the 6-item Caitlyn and Blood Boil coming at some point, but the damage fall off from the rest of his team. The damage graph for team fights post 40 minutes is going to be 90% Caitlyn and everyone else just putting in the barest of assists.
Now, Marin will be up there decently, but
Sure. A little bit.
the rest of the squad for sure is going to be very lacking. Red buff gets snatched up and smote away, I believe.
Yeah, hard to
Check it
tell.
out. Oh, no, yeah, Ghost got it, all right.
It's hard to tell because of the Dead Man's Plate on the Olaf. You're right. It was the AD carry chance pick up there.
Doesn't quite find it. Ooh, Curl just getting out of there barely with the recall.
Piling on the attack damage. Looking like Bloodthirster as next item, but could just be the Mercurial Scimitar and Guardian Angel. Hard to tell. I think Bloodthirst is better in this case. If you get hooked through this many tanks, you deserve to lose if you're a Afreeca Freecs, and having the extra overshield when trading with people like Xayah and Talia Jace as well could be very important.
Well, that's going to be the Baron started up here. Ronald Drake giving them that added percentage. Trying to take this out, and the Weaver's Wall comes down. Can they make it in time is going to be the question. It looks like it's going to be no. Does get taken down Baron over to BBQ. And Afreeca Freecs just stumbling at every turn. We'll be pushing forward, looking for this tier 1 turret in mid. But the pinch is getting ready to come through from the side of BBQ. They have not recalled, and they cannot finish off this turret.
Marin stays top lane. The most they're going to get is a single turret. They thought it was going to be mid. May only be a top lane turret, punches it down.
Sonic Wave doesn't connect, and now they have to be careful because they're just kind of hurting BBQ over towards this Elder Dragon that they're going to start up.
Marin stays in top lane, stops his recall, won't teleport in. There's the hook.
Hook comes in onto Spirit, pops a Ragnarok, and he's just getting chunked out, will be burned down actually as Ghost finds the kill. Kuro having to Justice punch his way out to safety, and Kramer cut off from the rest of his team. Absolute Zero comes down, Bless going low, and that's going to be that redemption coming through, trying to pop them back up. Marin finds one in onto the Lee Sin, but then gets rooted up. So far, a 1 for 2, and BBQ, with the Baron buff still on multiple members, will just be turning right back over into this Elder Dragon.
Turn onto the Elder Dragon, like you say. Doesn't seem like Nunu and Kate are going to actually face check and get in there. So Elder Dragon and the Baron buff stacked up from the team of Afreeca Freecs.
They're going to push forward, try to finish off this turret. Tier 2 in top, also in danger of going down, does fall. So 4 to 6, Afreeca are able to pick up some objectives very much by help of the Winions, but still the goal deficit remains the same.
But picking up those turrets at least stops it from being a blowout. It's not 10,000 gold at this spot, but it probably doesn't need to be. We are now in the part of the game where death cap or no, Marin won't have the same effect. Once you get to about 40 minutes and redemption, levels on all the champions will often answer equalizer damage. Kramer is strong. He went the 4-item route. He realized that, hey, you don't need a Guardian Angel this game, maybe as a 6th item. But you have such a strong tank line and 4 people that you don't want to hook on the side of BBQ that needs to free hit, needs to do the most amount of damage possible, and doesn't really need a lot of armor penetration because not so much armor on the side of BBQ.
And a severe lack of MR here for Spirit. Let's have that Negatron Cloak now will complete the Gargoyle Stone Plate, but let's see just how much damage Temp was able to do to him at the start of that fight, just completely denying him any access towards that Dragon Pit. Now BBQ, they're in buff, still on top. They're out the Weaver's Wall. They'll just cut off the members of Afreeca. They'll take down this first inhibitor with relative ease.
Be so decisive against the Weaver's Wall because you get into those positions where you can't contest when you were considering whether to. Chose not to walk up, so lose 1 inhibitor for free. Where will be their last Alamo? It has to be soon.
They're going to have to try to fight this out sooner or later. Spirit, with no Ghost, just makes it that much harder for him to get in. And look at Marin getting ripped apart on the sideline. Second hit goes down. BBQ, do they want to stick around? The answer is going to be no, but they can just rotate right over to the top side of the map and try to take down all 3 inhibs away from Afreeca Freecs in one fell swoop.
Yeah, Afreeca not willing to initiate on the second turret. That was probably the one you needed to, given that the first was stopped by the Weaver's Wall. So many buffs stacked up. You understand why they're dissuaded, but has to come eventually.
Hook not going to connect. Marin going to go ahead, throws down the equalizer, but it's not going to get much for it. Anyway, will get cleared out, and Kuro now chunked down. We'll have to kite back towards that fountain, try to heal up, maybe get prepped for a hero's entrance. As it's all on the back of Kramer right now to clear out these waves to deny this turret, but there's just really nothing that he can do.
Diamond shove!
Diamond shove does come through. Here's entrance, throw down onto Kramer. He'll get the shield of Duran. Ghost goes low. Redemption coming through from the side of BBQ as they try to get popped back up. Bit of a scuffle on both sides as Afreeca retreats back inside of the base. Seismic shove not connecting onto Marin. Stays safe for the moment and still has the flash. Be cutting around the other side of the wall.
And the flash of Xayah and Jace is pretty big in that scenario. Marin will have equalizer about 40 seconds. He might actually just be collapsed on, although crazy slowed down.
And in a really rough spot, Weaver's Wall coming through. Marin gonna have to try to make his
Meanwhile-
way out of here. Yeah, meanwhile, on the other side, it's gonna be Totoro getting cut off, picked off. As Spirit finds the kill, and now the rest of Freaking Freaks piling in, looking for Crazy,
Okay.
trying to get rid of that Guardian Angel. They'll be able to do so. Flash forward from Kramer. He gets the kill, takes out Tempt. Could this be the turnaround? Crazy goes down right off the bat, but look at the base. The Super Creeps pushing through from the mid and bottom lanes of Freaking Freaks with these kills coming through still.
Yeah,
We'll have
lose the
so
Nexus
much
turret.
trouble trying to capitalize.
You're not going to lose a single Nexus tower. They will be able to clear out the minions, but you feel so good as Afreeca finally getting the kills you set up for, but no extra bonus objectives to take off at minion waves in horrible spots. Understandable with how the game has gone so far. Winning a team fight at that point when you've already lost 2 inhibitors feels like it's only going to delay the game, but there is that glimmer of hope for the Afreeca Freecs. Well, watch the replay. We were focused on the mid lane action as Rumble was right on the corner and edge of going down. And hey, Kramer does sick damage at this point in the game. He is 6 item if you're including the Blood Boil. Love the flash onto Tempt, understanding that, hey, 2 crits in a row would do it. Took 3 auto attacks, but still picked up those kills. Can't really reset much here. There's not really much you can claim against the Tide. The Tide is still threatening to sink Afreeca Freecs, but they're swimming as much as they can.
Trying to stay afloat. A double inhibitor tank from the side of BBQ is what stopped that from being, a complete turnaround in favor of Afreeca, if not just the game-winning push.
We alluded to it. It's here, Achilles. 41 minutes in, 7 item Kramer. The moment that the Blood Boil goes down on him, he is monstrously strong at this point. 309 AD, no Infernal Drakes. That went the way of BBQ. Still behind in gold, amusingly, to his opposite number in Xayah, but that's what happens when it's 9 turrets to 4, and things like Baron buff and Elder Dragon have gone against you.
Speaking of Baron, it's going to be respawning now in about 40 seconds. So we saw the Weaver's Wall, how crucial that was for Tempt and the rest of the BBQ squad to be able to pick up that objective. So you can have a similar setup for it this time around.
One thing you can say about Spirit at this point in the game is at his health total, over 3,000, when he runs in, he will almost certainly be able to get full value out of the Gargoyle Stone Plate. He still has Ragnarok, doesn't have Ghost, but he does have, of course, the Righteous Glory. And if he runs at Xayah, Xayah doesn't really have any tools. She kind of has to run, and only really the pass-through damage is going to hit others. So that's assuming he can buy 5-6 seconds of wasting Xayah's time. That's actually team fight job done by Spirit. And if on the other side, Kramer is free hitting, there's no one on the side of BBQ that can deal with that Caitlyn. Now, with this many objectives down, with this little map control, maybe that doesn't matter. But that's why I still say glimmer of hope for Afreeca Freecs.
Bot wave moving up. See Marin going to have to go up and try to clear out that top lane.
He's got a lot of different work to do.
Oh, Tucson, he's going to get jumped on. The blast cone takes him over to the other side of the wall. Now actually has to flash. Ulton comes through onto Blessed Totoro from Kuro. TP will be used here from Marin. Use that, and the base is still going to be under threat.
Yeah, it does mean that only one super minion wave is coming in.
Somebody's got to go back.
Either that or they fight instantly. They cannot dilly-dally. They need to go in aggressively.
The Nexus just respawned. Baron engaged. Hook over the wall. They find Kuro. Not necessarily the target they want. He gets one with that taunt there from the side of the Galio. Redemption will be coming down. Pop them back up. They'll be receiving that heal. Afreeca, they're playing with fire right now. Need to stop the Baron, but also need to stop the base from going down. That Nexus, or that inhibitor rather, will be taken out.
It'll lose it again, but the delay is what BBQ are looking for. Buy time for the Winions, as they're called, to do the dirty work. Stuck between options. Kuro has teleport, so he'll be the one to recall, but his wave clear is not fantastic, and Baron's already started again.
Yep, and Marin going to be without that equalizer. TP starting to be channeled here from Kuro. He does complete this one. And this could just be the delay game from BBQ to let the Winions do the work. Baron now going low. They're in there. They're going to be able to finish this one up, but can they capitalize? Can they make it back to the base before the Nexus falls? They have those empowered recalls, but the Super Minions are getting ready to go through. No stops on the backs from the side of BBQ.
I don't really understand why Jace wasn't fishing for an accelerated shock blast. Would have got at least some interrupts. Could have got 4, as we saw on
They're
the screen.
all piled up.
Too much respect, I would say, from BBQ, but didn't see exactly the positioning on Jace. Just knew he was recalling. Afreeca Freecs, it's not much of a lifeline. They do have 1 inhibitor down. They will be able to push out bot lane, but BBQ at least showed that, hey, we don't need to fight. The minions will largely do the work. It's why they pulled over so many times. Now, did they need to pull over that much to give up the Baron? Perhaps not. But regardless, BBQ still have control of this game.
It's 2 naked inhibs at the moment, and Afreeca can't really do anything to try to capitalize on this this Baron buff that they've guarded for themselves. They're just trying to cut them off and push up towards the Nexus, but seems like a bit of an odd decision there. We'll be looking
Nice
for that
equalizer!
inhibitor. That's going to be the equalizer coming down. Spirit sprinting forward, pops the gargoyles.
Kramer.
They're looking for the kill. Totoro going to be the first one to fall. Kramer claims the kill. Can they get more? Crazy Kiting away, has that Guardian Angel back up, and Kuro playing into the front lines.
No flash on Kuro, so the disengage still very good on the side of BBQ. Ghost used by Thames. They have the acceleration gate. It's only a single kill, but now you really start to wonder.
They get one. They just need to buy enough time for that inhibitor to come back up to alleviate the pressure. At the same time, a minute out is that second Elder Dragon spawning.
So what do BBQ need to do? Because we see this often in games,
I need to ask
right?
you this question.
And that's the reason why I bring it up. It's a fair question to ask in this regard. They don't have a 5v5 comp. You do not set up for that. Picks, sure. Split push, sure. Getting their minion waves in order is the biggest one. You see Ghost considering walking up, but he realizes that with the spawn in 38 seconds, sure, he could kill the minion wave and get there in 38 seconds, but he'll be there late. He won't be grouped with his team, and he may be denied from coming in.
Yeah, crazy STP.
So Crazy will go there. He'll answer the minion wave. Pushing minion waves and getting minions in order is so important for BBQ because they've gotten most of their leads in the late game from those minions pushing. If they don't get their minion waves in order, one team fight loss, and the game may end.
Yep. Vision control around the backside of the pit starting to come through for Afreeca, as well as the trap line laid down onto the ramp. Go ahead. That mid lane pushing against BBQ's base, and Marin is cleaning up the super creeps in the bottom side of the map.
They're keeping timers. They'll know that Marin doesn't have teleport for about 20 seconds, maybe 15, as we can see.
Still in the vicinity, though, but will be within vision. Elder Dragon gets started up as they pull it out. No vision inside the pit. Control ward there, denying quite a bit of it.
Oh boy.
Dragon down to half. That's going to be the TP into the base. They see this coming through. They're going to have to surrender this one. The Weaver's Wall there to cut him off as Crazy starts sprinting in for the Nexus, but Marin says hello. Matches him on the recall, throws down that equalizer as they try to cut him off, but I don't know if they can get there in time. At the same time, Elder Dragon does come through. Spirit coming in. Will slow him up. Hero's entrance are committing a lot just to finish off this chase. GA popped. He will go down as Kramer finds the kill yet again, but Afreeca Freecs, can they push into the face of a BBQ that has a double stack Elder Dragon?
And can they do that 4v5? I think the answer is no. I always wonder about the value of Baron and Elder Dragon post 45 minutes. 2-stack Elder Dragon is not a 5-stack like it could be. So being a member down means that, hey, even with these buffs, you're probably going to be zoned from doing enough damage. And Afreeca knows that, and they're pushing to the front door.
Yep, Marin yet again getting that bottom side moving. They go ahead, they get rid of that inner turret in the mid side. As the Afreeca Freecs keep pushing forward, but they're playing a dangerous game. The wave clear from Tempt is still very formidable. Getting over onto the inhibitors is going to be a bit of a challenge.
Teleport ward is still in the base, but will time out by the time the next teleport is available. BBQ only have the single, and Crazy, of course, so far away from having that done.
Should be rather soon. Let me see that inhibitor come back up here for Afreeca Freecs, alleviating that much more pressure.
Managing sideways is something Marin has always been excellent at. His TP game hasn't been SKT Marin-esque, but has still been largely good. That's why he backs away. He knows the minion has enough time. Anyway, it has enough time in bot lane to not be a factor, and they need to group. You can only split push and hold waves for long because eventually you start surrendering vision. And speaking of vision, it's going to be at a premium given these item slots are open and full in general in every champion's case.
Just fighting for it here in this top side of the jungle.
Kind of insane that we have this high drama. We thought BBQ would be able to see their way through. Had 2 inhibitors down at one point, but got sucked into team fights they didn't need to take.
Now looking for those inhibs yet again. Bottom lane has respawned. And the wave's in a nice spot for Afreeca Freecs, pushing against BBQ back towards their base, towards that final inner turret. See the pings coming through. They identify this. They'll be peeling back to try to push that up.
Almost timed out. You'll see that item bar in the Lee Sin is about 10 seconds away at maximum. Marin's all alone.
No real threat of a pinch, however. Still has the flash, still has the Zonius, so relatively safe. Still a dangerous game for either side. We're at that point, the gold does not matter.
We don't know if he's a secret agent or a double agent, Achilles, but somehow Tucson has not died this game, 009. Could be either way, depends how this game goes. Locking in the Nunu, going 009, game ending will be the double agent.
Okay, what takeaways they can here. BBQ as they get rid of that red buff for themselves, and we're now less than a minute away from that Baron spawning yet again. Nobody has been able to push far enough forward to get a ward inside of the base of Afreeca Freecs. Crazy is still a ways away from that TP, so threat of the back door, or even just cleaning up a couple inhibitors, is very slim, but it could just come down to this potential final fight at the Baron in 35 seconds.
He's thinking in a ward is almost impossible. Control ward down on the top side, ward down on the bot side, and all three inhibitors alive means that at this point, not realistic to backdoor, and like you say, different threat. It's only going to be cleaning up inhibitors rather than necessarily ending the game, barring a real head-scratcher moment from the Afreeca Freecs.
Skullcrab to be picked up here by BBQ, so they have that guaranteed vision from the pit. And we are getting close to the longest game of summer so far. Only 55 minutes from yesterday was... This is the standard at the moment.
Close to the longest and definitely the late game, that fabled time where one team fight will decide everything, and then more team fight tools available for the Afreeca Freecs. Even the damage drop-off we talked of, Jason late game team fights, questionable value. Blitzcrank also, not many good hook targets. Talia does a lot of damage to front lines, but the front lines are now super beefy on the side of the Afreeca Freecs. But this is the terrain you want to play around, BBQ. Avoid those crevices, avoid the rumble terrain, and play in the open.
Dangerous dance from both sides.
Somehow Tucson has got 17 levels of experience. It's actually pretty hard to do on the losing team.
A bit impressive, but it's going to be a TP straight inside the pit.
Are we flashing over here,
Coming
Spirit?
through from Kuro. Baron down to about half HP. Kuro, can he get a massive taunt? Doesn't find anything yet with the first one. Thought maybe he would flash in for it, but instead is just leashing this Baron, keeping it in combat. Massive 1,000 crit comes through from Kramer as it's down below 4,000.
Big equalizer.
Comes through. That's going to be Baron. Over to Afreeca Freecs, but can they capitalize? Kuro getting knocked in by the seismic shove, goes low, but the redemption will come down, pops him up just a little bit. Do they want to exit, or do they want to fight with this Baron buff? Looks like it's going to be the former.
Neither team has massive vision around the red side. BBQ aren't confident enough to try and cut straight through and take a free inhibitor, so it's a free Baron in the end for the Afreeca Freecs. BBQ, if they had more wards, again, very difficult to pull off given the small inventory slots, but more wards, they could have cut through, and minion wave very clumped in top, and specifically in bot lane, means that Afreeca have everything. They have the Baron buff minions pushing in. They also have the sixth man doing work in bot lane, and now they can shove mid and try to finally break the base at 53 minutes.
Yeah, Lauren having that TP available. Should see him shoot off down towards that bottom side of the map so he can split effectively with his team. Likely going to be the 4-1. As Kramer needs everybody that he can get to just keep body blocking for him. Seems like they'll just go ahead as a group effort, push down towards this bottom side of the map, get rid of that final inner turret.
100% crit chance on the build as well. Triple Zeal item completed. Movement speed coming through from the Nunu.
You can see that they're still so worried about sticking around and looking for more. They will go ahead, go back to base, start prepping waves yet again.
I just need to know if it's Secret Agent Nunu or Double Agent Nunu, Achilles. They gave up a lot to run this Nunu. No effect in lane phase, sure. Not the greatest hook target, but they hit Kramer a couple of times and won lane very comfortably. Now, allowing this insanely offensive build from Kramer. 100% crit, 2.5 attack speed.
Speaking of offensive builds, though, Ghost, you know, getting rid of those boots.
In a different
Quite a while
scenario,
ago.
though. He doesn't have anywhere near the same level of peel.
Crazy. Sprinting his way out of there, does have that GA available yet again, so another delay tool available for them. Hook not going to connect. Spirit able to juke back in time, and the wave being brought up to the bottom side of the map. Yeah, you can see here so far, longest game, 54 minutes, 58 seconds. We will be beating that right now.
Game will not end in the next 8 seconds.
Unless somebody surrenders, but I doubt that one's going to happen.
Nope.
Start pushing in, looking to open up these inhibitors. Freaking Freecs, it's just still so dangerous for them to push forward. Kramer has to be the one to get up towards that turret. But you see the silence come through, the knock-up from the Blitzcrank, with the threat of the kickback from Bless. There's just so many tools that can pick him out.
A lot of respect being showed the Blitzcrank hooks. They haven't been hitting in the last 30 minutes like they were in the first 25. Laning phase, happiest for Blitzcrank. They start hitting on these inhibitor turrets.
Dangerous going down to Kramer. Yeah, he gets seismic shoved in down to half HP. Has to go ahead, flash away immediately. Heal still available. Shield coming through from Mard, but he gets finished off. Bless hits him with a sonic wave. Able to finish off that rumble. And now Afreeca Freecs headed for the hill. Spirit all on his lonesome, getting ripped apart by 10. Pops the Ragnarok, trying to get out of here, but it's just too late. Ghost picks up the kill. It's a 2 for 0. The inhibitor line not even exposed. for Afreeca Freecs in their favor. Have to go back to the base, still have these empowered recalls, but the defense is going to be one hell of a performance if they can hold on to this game.
Yeah, BBQ's objective here is inhibitors. Take all three, basically confirm the game for them, and they understand that no need to look for anything else. Trying to fight
seconds
here.
left here. On to Martin Tucson, immediately popping down that ultimate. Koro gets a taunt in. McCramer, he's going to get jumped on the kickback. Comes through. He's right in the front line, and he gets deleted. Tipped. Comes up with a kill. Now it's all just on Koro. Tucson going down. Not going to have his deathless game. Double agent, it would seem. And BBQ will be able to close this out, the longest game of the summer season so far, at 56.5 minutes, and we will be going to game 3.
And what will that mean for the Afreeca Freecs, who have always been known to look very different after defeat than necessarily a victory? The follow-up of the perfect game was a largely imperfect game, specifically on the side of the Afreeca Freecs, looking wayward at times, especially in the mid-game. But then BBQ, this game went through phases. We said, okay, super strong will the Afreeca Freecs be with 3 items, but then they would start to fall away. But late game, the Caitlyn looked like she should be escorted as the MVP, as the VIP, with 4 other bodyguards. Marin fell first, Olaf fell second, and suddenly the amount of bodyguards wasn't high enough to get the Caitlyn into auto attack range. So Afreeca Freecs go down, and amazingly, we're going to a game 3.
They play a perfect game 1. Insanely fast, one of the fastest that we've had. And then play one of the sloppiest and the longest games that we've had in summer.
We used to have just Mickey.
Just Afreeca Freecs things.
We just used to have Mickey as the man who could do that. Now we have the entire Afreeca Freecs team to take that role. We're going to see a replay of that final fight that decided it. Marin flashed in for a harpoon. That was dumb, and that meant that he went down. He didn't have Guardian Angel, of course, no longer an item that are accessible to a Rumble. Really don't know what Marin was thinking there. That meant Spirit was out of position. He died as well, and hey, 7-item Caitlyn, doesn't matter, she had 20 items. Didn't have enough of a front line to do anything more, so that one was off screen, and that one was one that Marin really wished would stay off screen.
Yeah, big botch there by the captain of the team. Let's see if they can bounce back, close things out in a game number 3. Or BBQ will finally be able to pick up a win for themselves. Precarious spot for both of these teams. Lots of embarrassment for either side that would suffer the loss. Especially, you'd have to say, for the likes of Afreeca Freecs with that veteran roster.
I mean, Afreeca Freecs just keep going to these 3-game sets, Achilles. Doesn't matter what happens in game 1, it always seems to go this way by game 3.
Yeah, not good for their standings either way, but we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll close out this set.
One shot is do or die, and the odds ain't looking too pretty. But I got the feeling it's my time. I know I'm taking it now. shall wear it when you face the fight. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thornmail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we Well done, my son. It's the way to save you all. But don't you think the realm's been purified? Creatures of darkness are still longing for your fall. Keep them in thrall. It's time to smite and ignite. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thornmail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I made the foolish mistake of thinking that maybe we'd be done after 2 games, Papa Smithy. Maybe we would have an early night, but not to be.
We get more League of Legends. That's what we all really want, Achilleos, whatever our voices and hearts and rest of our bodies might say otherwise. And Xayah pumped out a lot of damn DPS this game. Lee Sin had less damage done than the Blitzcrank. That's interesting. And less damage done than the Nunu, the double agent Nunu, on the side of Tucson, who doesn't get to play silly supports anymore. It's time for some meta, please, Tucson, in Game 3, as Ghost will be our MVP.
Yeah, picks up the Xayah 4-0 and 12. So does not die at all. His second MVP win.
It's pretty hard not to die in 56 minutes of gameplay, but job done by Ghost, like you say, second MVP of the season. And he evolved after Crazy's fall-off to be a true carry on the side of BBQ. And while he wasn't flashy in this game, he was consistent. And in a game that was woefully inconsistent from both teams, you give that one ray of consistent sunshine the MVP.
Yeah, he started doing the damage. And, looking at this here, it's actually really hard to tell who is Talia and who is Xayah. Kind of look similar.
Don't tell anyone.
They both throw things.
They do. More pain was being thrown this time by the Xayah.
Yeah, feathers hurt more than rocks.
That's within the League of Legends universe. A lot of things make sense there. This is where we thought the game might be over early with the triple kill for Talia, but nope, we went another 40 minutes after that.
So yeah, why not? Let's go to the distance there for game number 2.
You see kind of these haphazard engages with everything kind of looking cool from the side of Afreeca, but not being effective. You might have been forgiven for thinking the game would end much, much earlier, but a lot of meandering from BBQ, not having their waves in order, some mistakes around the Baron buff and other areas meant that we got to the late game, 4 tanks and 7-item Caitlyn, and we thought, okay, here we go, Caitlyn's going to take over the game. And it happened till it didn't because Marin decided to flash on a Guardian Angel Lee Sin.
Oh, brother Marin.
That was just crap, Achilleos. Terrible, terrible end to a 55-minute game. Why?
It was like really hype. Gonna maybe do the comeback, and then I don't know. Marin just his brain stopped.
Marin decided he wanted to play a 3rd game. Maybe he's got a new pick for us, Achilleos. Please let there be a silver lining.
I don't know. I hope that the silver lining is that this next game doesn't go longer than the last.
I'm willing for it to go long if it's just better.
If it's interesting.
We had a great long game yesterday, and the fact that this one replaced the last one means there's going to be a statistic that someone's going to look at on eSports Wikis one day and be like, what was the longest game? And it could have been that great game yesterday, and now it's replaced by the game we just had.
Yeah, that felt a lot like the Longzhu, I think it was CJ game.
Oh, God.
From spring 2016.
Please stop bringing back bad memories. As, well, apparently the Blitzcrank brought back bad memories for Freecs, and they will ban it first.
All right, they'll go ahead, take that one off the board on the blue side, so having that bit of extra freedom to do so. And the Elise is still going to be banned away here from BBQ. No swaps coming through on either side. I guess unsurprising to see that Spirit will be sticking through, but for my own sake, I hope that the Olaf is not going to be the answer.
Let's look at the BBQ bans this time, because they will adapt and ban away Elise. The 3 bans in Game 1 when BBQ was last on the red side was Zac, Elise, and Rumble. So they seem like they're going to be more willing to leave up the Rumble unless Afreeca ban away Zac. Are they feeling like, okay, well, they're playing with fire, they're saying, give us Zac or Rumble, and will BBQ give them the Zac? The answer is definitely no. Why would you do that? That'd be silly. You just beat Marin's Rumble. Or Marin feel like going for it again.
Yeah, that would be, leaving up the Zac would be about as stupid as flashing in for Electro Harpoon.
Well, that was Afreeca, so I guess BBQ can't be leveled with that sort of criticism.
All right, well, Lee Sin, something a bit more proactive here, a bit more aggressive for Spirit. Not going to be revisiting the Kha'Zix like we saw from Game 1, but just as good. And Varus will be picked up for Ghost.
Notable champions that are not on the ban list because of the texture of the series so far. Nidalee, Jarvan, both available. Lee Sin available to be picked. Then the Rumble for Marin. So a lot has changed over the course of these 3 games.
I mean, how saucy are you feeling, Crazy? Do you go for the Rumble yourself?
We've seen Crazy play Rumble before. It wasn't fantastic.
I mean, it'd be very dangerous, especially with Kennen still on the board, for Marin to pick up. So maybe they just let Marin take it and then maybe take the Kennen themselves?
I wonder how Afreeca feel about the Gragas in this spot, given that Gragas was taken at first pick in game 1. Bless going on to an old faithful. Feels like Rek'Sai and Kha'Zix were big picks for him in his career so far in the LCK. Marin's still smiling. Apparently he's still feeling the rumble. He'll take it.
It's like a manic smile. He's losing his mind.
I mean, we already saw the proof in the pudding of the replay clip there.
Yeah, so he's just out of it.
But we're seeing some simple stuff here. I mean, Kramer's had some good Ashe games this season. Spirit finally gets the Lee Sin that so far has been denied from him this season. This series, sorry. Season and series blended for a moment there. So could potentially just take a top laner here if you're BBQ.
Seems like they want to go ahead and maybe lock down that bottom lane and use the bans to pinch out Tucin's support pool, perhaps.
And they've decided they're going to stay with Hook City by taking the Thresh. If you're going to take Thresh here, Tahm Kench is probably a pretty standard ban, even if Tucin isn't a top-tier Tahm Kench player like Core JJ was earlier, and Gorilla and Wolf have been famously over their careers. But that would be an obvious pick here for both teams, actually, given what's been selected.
Or maybe this is where Tucin just keeps going crazy. You mentioned the Tahm Kench, it will be banned away. Tucin's just like, let me play the Aurelia. It's time.
You never know, Kilios. We had a support Nunu. So I'm all out of predictions here about Tucin's support pool. Why would he go something like Zyra? That'd be crazy.
I don't know. Standard? What? Well, J4 banned away by Afreeca.
That does mean the ban does come through like game 1, but it's actually from the side of Afreeca in the second round rather than the first round. Clearly not something that Marin has been prioritizing. Karma ban has been Tucin's meta support so far this season. Even if it's not fantastic into the Thresh in lane, does outscale in team fights usually just because shields are so damn reliable.
Lulu's been one of the other ones for him in the past, but to the Thresh, not great.
What about his Malzahar?
Please no.
I would prefer that over the Nunu.
That's true, but the 80 MS Malzahar plays. He tightened him up since that happened, but Cannon will be the final ban, so trying to give an advantageous matchup over to Marin with that rumble in the top lane.
Gragas would be pretty good here on the side of BBQ and pretty reliable as well. Looks like they are going to consider that suggestion from me. Thanks, BBQ. Now I look good. Prophet Papa in duty. Oh, no, they're going to change.
Oh, dear.
Prophet Papa denied.
Oh, you got shut down.
I did. The victory dance was too early, Achilles.
Yeah, just a bit. So Sejuani going to be picked up for the top lane.
Into the Rumble. It's not a matchup we've seen before. Understandable that Spectre's Cow will probably have to come out pretty early, but don't have a lot of data points about the Sejuani versus Rumble matchup. You'd imagine she's going to eat a lot of free damage and be hurting for it. Pick comp in full display, though, and no Tahm Kench to deny it, so the best they can get to is the Braum. Very necessary when you already have 3 initiation line abilities on the side of BBQ.
Yeah, I mean, also just getting rid of the wave clear from Ghost and the harass. So piercing arrow.
What is Kuro gonna blind pick? Why do I even ask? It was so obvious. It's gonna be the Galio again. So he got 1,000 kills and he's like, all right, I'm shutting up shop. No more kills.
Yeah, he's done killing people.
And lock in on Azir. Okay, here we go. Tempt is going to an old favorite. Azir has always been a pick that has dogged Kuro.
I like the music change with that. Like as soon as
Gotta drop the beat, baby.
As soon as Azir comes in, the music just gets amped up.
Azir we have not seen in a long time and has always been, as we say, the Achilles heel of Kuro. Sub 30% win rate on Azir, and whenever he played it, he ended up getting dunked by things like Master Yi from Faker. So Azir is a very interesting one. Does mean that Varus has such a big amount of space to play around between 3 initiation CCs. And theoretically, Azir and Varus in the backline, free hitting the closest target, doing big damage.
All right. Well, interesting shakeups here. BBQ Olivers trying quite a lot of different picks with that Sejuani in the top lane. And the Azir in mid for Tempt. Gonna have to put on one hell of a performance. I mean, you think early can really poke down that Galio, but as those tanky items start coming through, it's going to be a bit more difficult to chunk through that HP.
It's a pick through a team comp. Basically, the thought has always been Achilles. Well, Galio's not going to kill you, so you can play whatever you want, and whatever you want this time represents the Azir.
All right, well, pressure on game 3. Winner take all. BBQ Olivers desperately needing this victory to try to climb their way up the standings, avoid that relegation zone. To start off this split, let's go ahead, jump onto Summoner's Rift for our final game of the night. See who's going to close this one out, Afreeca Freecs or BBQ Olivers.
Sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shines bring it back to what it's
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Fans hanging in there after 10 p.m. now on a Thursday evening here in Korea.
And this may actually be our first Godfist in LCK. We're sitting at MSI, but I can't remember a Korean game that had Godfist in it. I could be wrong, but just first impression.
Well, if anybody should have used it, would have been Peanut.
It's true. But Peanut doesn't get to play Lee Sin, Achilles.
We'll see how much Peanut gets to play after everything that happened yesterday.
There's something amazing about Blank sitting on the bench, undefeated for the year. He could end the year undefeated, Achilles.
Yeah. He's the hero they need.
미니언들이
And they
상승.
probably deserve it as well, given their track record.
But it's also like the kind of reverse of Easyhoon, who had same sort of plaudits, but was often played in the easier matches, whereas Blank is just thrown in the deep end every time. Hey, you haven't played in 3.5 months? Hey, have I got a time for you?
Yeah, didn't
Backs
pull-
against the wall.
Didn't use you at MSI? Okay, here you go.
3 months and 2 weeks, and Blank comes in, 1 match down against Longzhu and wins double MVP. That's about as clutch as can be from a player that was so heavily criticized in previous seasons. This could be a super leash for Spirit. If you get a leash like this, lets you know, Achilles, that the plan here is for Spirit to start messing up some falls.
Yeah, definitely going to be the look that they're going for here.
This is,
just
again,
slides it down.
this is an insane leash because they're giving up bot lane to do this. They give up the
Yeah.
push war. They will have no control over the wave. As you can see, they lost 3 creeps to make this happen. So that's bad.
Yeah, going to be a bit of a rough spot, but they're just fully investing in Spirit. He was the catalyst for success very early on in game number 1. Backed up by Kuro on that Syndra. So we'll see if he can do it again this time over onto the Lee Sin. Just going red straight over to blue. See where he's going to try to impact the map first and foremost. Could be the top lane perhaps, since the Azir going to be a bit too slippery for him to get on top of.
And while, of course, they did not lose any actual creep kills in the bot lane, it was more about the experience drop and the 3 creeps going first over the side of BBQ meant that the next wave that came in would guarantee level 2 advantage for the side of BBQ. So while in terms of stats it doesn't mean anything, in terms of pressure and how bot lane is that arms race for level 2, it is a big advantage to BBQ Olivers.
Well, we were curious as to how this matchup was going to go in the top lane. Now things going to be pretty even here. It's crazy, just gets shoved back in underneath that turret. Heavy leash Spirit still roaming through, a little over halfway on that red buff.
What will Spirit make use of? Already level 4. He's in coverage mode in bot lane for now.
Totoro could be looking for the hook, does come out. Shield comes up here from Susan, trying to mitigate the damage. The playback comes through. That's going to be a TP out by Marin, actually. Let's try to turn this one around. Flame Spitter coming through, but it's going to be the Dark Passage. And Afreeca Freecs not going to find anything for that play.
Big investment. Marin did have the wave pushed up, so will not lose as many creeps as possibly could have happened. Not going to be a great back timer for him, though. He's going to back away now.
Yeah, just 18 CS.
A lot of extra resources have been called in already this game. The extra leash coming through from Afreeca Freecs to get Spirit started, and now the teleport being called in early. Hard to say if that's being proactive or that's just trying to really ignite a game early after what was a very long, drawn-out, longest game of the season in Game 2.
I mean, but you would have thought that given that very aggressive leash on the red buff, perhaps they were looking for a level 2 or even a level 3 gank from Spirit onto one of the lanes, but instead just continued on his merry old way through the jungle.
Power farm to 6 has been the meta for Lee Sin in the past, but I definitely predicted that it would be maybe a contest on the enemy. They didn't have full information about Kha'Zix's path, so regardless, drawing a lot of resources from the bot lane, but for now at least not being able to put it to massive use. Interesting. There is still very finely poised. Teleport, as you can see when it comes to CS, not being punished. Only still ahead in CS. If all the minions go down the way they should, it will be equal, but the cost was not massive. Anyway, for Marin to visit bot lane.
Yeah. As long as Crazy can't find something with his TP in the meantime, that's when BBQ could definitely find some ground to stand on in this third game.
And what of the Azir, the champion we were surprised to see in Champion Select? Theory being, like we mentioned right at the tail end of that you get a pretty free lane for any champion against the Galio. So kind of like when Morgana mid was a thing, you could fit in a lot of carries because you weren't really afraid of solo kill pressure. Galio might be even lower on the kill pressure, especially without an assist from the jungle. So I feel like they can get away with the Azir. Late game damage is still going to be there from the Azir as
Marin goes low. Bless.
double turret shot taken by Marin. Spirit's top lane though.
Rotating his way up here. Crazy goes low. Spirit not going to be able to find it. Equalizer comes down. He'll go dangerously low, but they still just can't find that kill.
Yeah, Spirit didn't want to invest into something very opportunistic like the flash into ward jump and already had his W on cooldown from Wing to Marin, so thinks better of it.
But he's just going to have a nice little recall party up here in the top lane. Final minion stopped off, being taken. Crazy TP's back into the lane. So Dark Seal for him as well, just to get that amplified healing off the Corrupting Potion. And then a Ruby Crystal, which very likely could be going into a Spectre's Cowl.
Seen some differing builds and lack of agreement on the Sejuani. ADD, who's played the most, 4 times, was loving the Righteous Glory Rush. Theory there being that with the passive, you get free resists for at least the initial parts of a team fight. So this guaranteeing initiation with the movement speed and health was the way to go forward. You'd obviously go for a more standard build if Sunfire hadn't been so toned down. It would be a very large one-item power spike for the Sejuani, but with its current stats, still an option, but doesn't kind of define the meta like Sunfire did for the best part of 2 years.
Definitely fell off. Changes coming through, affecting it pretty heavily.
I mean, there's falling off and there's being thrown off. It was thrown off.
Spirit rotating down towards this bottom side of the map is spotted out. The Scuttle Crab is being taken by BBQ, so they'll have that forward vision in front of the Dragon Pit. Spirit could find his way over the backside of the wall. Instead, he's going to find Bless. Throws out that Q just in time to be able to dash over to the side. So Sonic Wave does take him out to safety. A lot of pressure being applied around this bottom side of the map right now by both teams.
You track back to what was made of the early leashing and very little in any regard. Teleport not punished when Marin came down bot, now back available. Kramer and Tusa doing just very competitively in terms of CS, so Thresh is always not going to be a harassed lane, much more just strong in lane. Going a melee support like Braum isn't going to be punished by Thresh, so we will get largely late game builds and equal builds on both support and AD carries alike. But if other things are being equal, I have to look at the Azir as the one trump card. Oh, the Ash Arrow flies in.
Yeah, just a couple seconds too late there to try to get a lockdown in on the Bless. It led to a massive combo for Spirit to come up with that kill, but instead, he's going to be healing back out of the jungle, likely handing over a blue buff to Koro. So he can spam out more and more whirlwinds.
Spam is real on both sides. Azir with his Q also, as he gets cooldown reduction, will function very much the same way. And we thought we'd get action Achilles. We thought maybe there'd be some super forces in a 20-minute game, but it's not coming.
Yeah, baited by the leash.
Outsmarted by Afreeca.
That's that feels really bad. It's like impressively.
Yeah, don't think
awful.
about it too much.
Well, Spirit trying to roam up towards this top side. Mar will clear out the minions so he can safely push into the brush, where he's going to recall immediately.
Actually, going to have to really think about how Azir's soldiers interact with Adaptive Helm, given that I believe they are applied as spells, because of course Rylai's
since
is
they're
applied, so you theoretically take less damage from soldiers.
Yeah, since they're a source of damage, I guess.
There's an interaction I haven't thought I'd have to think of.
Interesting. I assume that it would be mitigated.
I would imagine so as well.
Somebody should just Vanderl. I need you to compile a list of how every spell interacts with Adaptive Helm.
Well, I mean, given how popular Adaptive Helm has been in Korea, maybe in spite of the fact that Spirit Visage was raised in power rather than lowered, it could be useful for us at least.
Yeah. I do not expect you to actually go through every spell, by the way, if you're watching. But I would love you if you did.
We just need full information on how every spell and every interaction works in League of Legends.
I just don't want to be the one that leads him to insanity after
fair.
making that video.
I just feel like we need our Bible, you know, our opus, to be able to look at and get every interaction when available. Where can I cross-reference Achilles?
Maybe they should just start including that in the patch notes.
Those would be really long patch notes.
You just get like an actual drop-down menu or a side link that just goes straight to
But then like
Adaptive
a
Helm.
new fan or a new player misclicks and there's thousands of interactions all over his screen, gets scared, doesn't play the game. These are the things that could happen.
Get that new bad fear. That's kind of how I felt when I played the original Dota.
Really?
Not because of like patch notes or anything, just because of like everything that was going on and simultaneously being yelled at by people.
I mean, that was a different time where you were downloading the map from users usually. You wouldn't see patch notes compared to League of Legends where patch notes are a lot more identified, so understandable. I remember when new heroes were released in that game, you really didn't know what they did.
You had to try them out.
You did.
And then you did, and then you would lose, and then everybody in that game would yell at you and tell you they were terrible. In much meaner terms.
Les here looking to contest.
Oh, he's going to jump over the wall here, straight
Just
in onto
kills
the
him.
Dragon's Rage, just finishes him off. Spirit coming up with the first blood, and they'll follow up with the Rift Herald to boot.
That was smooth from the side of the Afreeca Freecs. Shouldn't be surprised that Marin will be picking up the Rift Herald. I think Afreeca are one of the few teams that have given their Rift Herald to the top laner.
Yeah, dismine is what he says. Walks back up top.
Needs to be respectful. Crazy's burst range not massive, but there is the health bar from Marin. Spirit will continue to provide coverage in the top lane.
It's crazy, yeah. Chucking him down pretty considerably. We'll get the freeze in. Big burst of damage comes down, and he'll just get soloed out.
Yeah, Spirit was further away than he expected. I don't think Crazy has the damage without the ultimate. No cooldown reduction on the Q. Yeah, at this point either. Marin, his Rumble has abandoned him, it feels like, judging by his last interaction in Game 2. And now being solo killed by a Sejuani. That's right, you heard that. It was official, it really happened. And now BBQ, they want to really up the pain with an Infernal.
Yeah, they say, screw it, you go ahead, you take away that Rift Herald, we'll just get the Infernal Drake, which will last us a lot longer.
BBQ fans are in full voice. They've seen an opening, and it's Rumble getting solo killed by a Sejuani. Now, of course, the Rift Herald will not be interacted with there. It's not like a Baron buff. So we'll be able to set it down in the bot lane, and Sejuani not with the most wave clear. So I imagine the next time Lee Sin makes a merry visit top lane, or maybe even Galio makes a guest appearance, we might see Rift Herald used.
I mean, honestly, he's got so much wave clear, he could just push and drop it. It'll take a while for Crazy to clear it out.
It's always best when you have a friend, though, with the Rift Herald. If he could draw out a teleport, that would be the gold standard, because then he could maybe get 2 turrets.
Yeah.
But that may be hoping for too much. It's in so far in the mid lane. Rift Herald about 50%. It was 60% when we saw it, and we've been away for a couple of seconds. So it's about a minute and a half to think about it.
We'll have to pull the trigger on something. And especially if they don't get a turret out of this, losing the Infernal Drake off the backside would be pretty damning for the Afreeca Freecs.
It's unnecessary as well. I mean, Marin could have backed off. There was no need for him to be in lane. He could have altered the minion wave and left, but thought he knew his limits better than he did. Of any champion for him to do that, Rumble will be the one, but this series not been kind to him.
Yeah.
Wonder how this will affect future games, because if Afreeca lose this game, then maybe more teams will be a bit more frisky with leaving the Rumble open against Afreeca. He's had a respect ban in basically all his other games this season.
It's a long con. He's just, you know, sandbagging, losing a couple games. and
Really,
he's
the
gonna
long
come back.
con of a team getting 2 perfect games and being 1-3 in match score. That's what's going to happen if they lose.
Well, I'm not saying it's a smart idea.
Here's that friend we spoke of. Bless still has Smite available.
Yeah, he's in the vicinity, but you can see Kuro starting to cheat his way up. We'll find Temp, tries to cut him off. But they're running out of time to use this trinket. So it looks like Marin going to be rotating down. It's about 75% of the way done with.
So we're already taking mid lane. Could just spot it here. He will.
All right, goes ahead, spawns it up.
So they've rotated in bot lane first. Varus is going to be way second. They're going to, at minimum, get a decent burst here in the mid lane.
It'd be hilarious if it started walking back up to the top lane.
They should probably fire an Ash arrow soon to even dissuade any sort of defense.
Oh, it's going to be the hook coming out. Totoro not going to find it. Equalizer cutting him off, keeping him contained underneath the turret. Play comes through. Multiple members locked up in here. Pop-up comes through onto Bless. He's going to have to flash away to try to keep himself alive. Rift Herald goes down, as does the turret. So first brick picked up for Afreeca. They won't be able to get much else on the backside of that. A couple summoner spells here or there.
Really tricky. That play evolved a couple of times. Lee Sin top, so you thought, okay, it's going to be used in the top lane, but they roam mid just as bot lane comes up. Nice synergy and communication between the 3 players involved. They're able to take the mid lane turret, and this is Azir, who was under no pressure at all from the Galio, and who, if you think back to the 2015 spring meta, we had Azir versus Xerath mid lanes that went 35 minutes with no outer turrets being taken down. So taking down Azir's turret is not a trivial objective. And it does mean that Azir, much like Cassiopeia and a lot of these other control mids, will now be forced to farm much more defensively or risk being overextended against a Lee Sin.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Spirit pushing his way through. They're going to look to slow up Crazy, land the first Electro Harpoon, but he'll dash away. Don't get the flash, but should be another outer turret going down in favor of Afreeca. Trying to snowball off of that mid push, build up some gold for the team.
Yeah, Karzik's kind of been in no man's land. He was near top if the Rift Herald was used top, out of position in mid lane, now out of position in top, was only transitioning to the top side of the map. Good read there from Afreeca, who didn't have the full information because he didn't have ward coverage of the red side jungle of BBQ, but Bless needed to be in position for the counter gank or at least pressure. Didn't appear, and thus 2 turrets very quickly go down for BBQ.
Good moves. Something that was severely lacking from Afreeca Freecs there in game number 2. So back on pace. We're in game 3 where it really counts. Minute 30 seconds on that next Dragon and Mountain Drake coming up. Hoping to close out these final outer turrets. Outer turret, rather.
Kuro can get very advanced on the map, pushing in waves, and the pressure that adds to bot lane and top lane grows. Every time Galio gets first roam after getting first turret, it's usually the side lanes that are the penalty. So keeping control ward, if they can get double control ward on their blue buff and also the bottom quadrant, that's so important for BBQ because otherwise they don't have control. There's also a Lee Sin in bot lane, and a lot of people come in, they take another turret, they get a couple of kills with it, and the game will open up for Afreeca Freecs.
Pretty soon, I mean, I say pretty soon, but right about now he can push about wherever he wants. Kuro has that adaptive helm and the Gargoyle Stoneplate completed.
And he is now unkillable. He has Gargoyle Stoneplate, as you say, an adaptive helm against an Azir, so
Maybe if Ghost was able to fire at him freely for like 30 seconds.
that's, 30 seconds of hopefully something happening with the other 4 members of the Afreeca Freecs, but this play around the bot side, heavily expected. Not quite as telegraphed. While Galio had left lane, he was not actually cheating towards the bot side, so this is what Tempt has to do. All he can do is kind of push the minions to the middle of what used to be mid lane when the turret was still up, and leave and hope that he's in position.
Taking the
Ash
Star
Arrow.
grab right now. Yeah, Ash Arrow comes down.
Jones is
find
still
Temp.
down.
Can they get on top of him? The answer is going to be yes. Taunt layered in there for good measure. And they'll take him out.
And Cleanse only now is about to come up. The window was so small for Afreeca Freecs, but Kramer continues his trend of hitting these Ash Arrows. We called him Prey-esque in one of his earlier series. That continues to snowball the pressure around mid, and we talked about if Galio gets ahead, it's basically an extra summoner spell like we thought of Watch with Mark Noon in much earlier seasons of the LCK. Faster than a Twisted Fate when it comes to allowing you to make aggressive plays around the map, and the map is suddenly very scary for any of these side lanes, and the Drake is looking indefensible for BBQ.
Yeah, I don't think there's really anything that they could do Outside of a Hail Mary seal from a Void Spike from Bless, but even then he's got to walk up towards Kuro and Doosan. Justice Punch would lock him down long enough for that kill to come out, because Spirit has plenty of damage at the moment. So they will just go ahead and pick up their first Dragon Mountain over to them. A second one on the way as the third Drake will be spawning in 6 minutes time.
And hasn't had to go to an emergency build, so even though he will facepalm from his earlier death, he does have the Leandries very early. The play we talked about around the bot lane is being executed now.
Yep, just trying to take down this final outer turret. Mountain Drake already being utilized here from the side of Afreeca. Block will come through as Doosan throws up the shield. Double TP, going to be matched by Marn as they get ready to pile in. Glacial Fissure thrown out. Doosan will be able to leap away using Stand Behind Me. Get himself out to safety. Kuro arriving off his own TP. Will dash away. Seems like he can make it out safely.
Gargo's Stone Plate still available. The Adaptive Helm working so well against the Azir, and particularly the Sejuani to a lesser degree. So Kuro could just stay here and wave clear.
Try to defend this one out. Hook not going to land. Just finds a minion.
Marin cancelled his teleport, so he can't be bot lane. That's why BBQ will continue. They want to finally answer one of these three outer turrets that have already gone down. They want to get on the board. It's a full health turret, but won't be for long.
Yeah, the wave clear here from Kuro, because of this more defensive build, is not going to be as strong as necessary to defend that turret, so BBQ will be able to put one on the board for themselves. But Martin Kramer, did they just try to duo this out? The answer's going to be yes. The rest of the team is coming up, and there's no vision inside the pit, and everybody's so far away, still in the lower half of the river.
One red ping from BBQ. They finally know, but it's so quick with the Mountain Drake especially. Here's the heroic entrance.
Yeah, heroic entrance comes through. Ash Arrow thrown out. Catches Bless, I believe, to slow him up, and that's going to be the Baron going down over to Afreeca Freecs at 21.5 minutes. Glacial Prison comes out, finds the hook in onto Kuro. Spirit goes low, flashes away, but Ghost has a final auto attack to take him out. Taunt comes through from Kuro. Can they turn this around? Marn now flashing forward. Massive Slave Spitter takes out Tempt. They'll take out Ghost. Double kill over to the Rumble, looking for more. Bless gonna be burned to death. Triple kill for Marin. And this game just got shattered wide open by Afreeca Freecs.
Insane play by Kuro. A 5-man taunt on the whole team. Max duration as well. Equalizer on top of it. Marin finally can flash in. They're going to get so many objectives from this. They thought they could investment bank with the Azir, but taking those turrets and Marin even putting the Rift Herald mid against all expectations, the game has gone insane in 7 minutes.
I mean, this is looking much closer to what we saw in game number 1.
Decision making around Baron helped them in game 1, secures it in
look
game
at
2.
that.
They got blessed with the Ash Arrow. Kramer will say it was on purpose, and if it was, brilliant. But you're like, okay, BBQ, like, well, we need to continue the game. We need to make it happen now. But look at this 5-man taunt insanity into the equalizer. You could not ask for more. Kramer, Marin realize it's go time. We've got this fight, we can turn it around. They pick up the kills, they shatter the base, and they shatter the hearts of BBQ.
I mean, the Wombo combo that was not being delivered in game number 2 just shows up right into the doorstep of Afreeca Freecs here in game 3 by the hand of Totoro, hooking Kuro in, bringing him back towards the team off the backside of that Glacial Prison. And that is just all kinds of terrible for BBQ, as they will continue to lose out on objectives. Massive wave here in the bottom lane. They have decent wave clear, but still, pressure on all sides as Marin even has the top lane moving up.
They just can't make anything happen. Achilles, Sejuani needs to be top, reacting, not going to be there to engage. Minion wave's been put in top, mid, bot lane. Full court press from Afreeca Freecs with Baron buff. And BBQ, they haven't hit their items yet. 2 items on the Azir, not ready to team fight, not against Escalio. All the waves in great spots. Wave clear decent. I mean, we're talking about Azir Varus, but still, probably not going to be enough. And Bus isn't going to be jumping in, let's be real.
Yeah. Mid lane being pressured as they rotate over. Marin here to join in with Spirit as they try to get on top of this first inhib turret. Clear up the waves, and the equalizer is available yet again, as is that enchanted crystalline arrow.
2 inner turrets, only things that are left. Knocking on the inhibitor turrets as well. The Freecs have great item timings. Want to continue, but so far BBQ have been dogged and trying to slow down the game.
Kramer. Does he see the ward?
He's not interested in wards, he wants to kill minions.
It's really not. Okay. Okay, for my sanity, you will clear that out.
Baron buff still has about another 20 seconds, so
And
they'll
decent
walk up.
duration here. Hook comes through. They do land in onto Kramer. Shield comes down, blocking so much of this damage out from Ghost. And a corruption hits. Glacial Fissure comes through and Spirit over the wall. Just offering up a little bit of shielding. The Ash Arrow will go wide, not connecting in onto the Varus.
Kramer thought that there would be a response there from the Braum. There wasn't until it was too late, so Kramer was forced to use his heal. Will slow down the push and probably time out the Barons. That was very important from BBQ, stopping the gold from just making it 10,000 almost instantly in what was a line ball game just a moment ago.
Kuro almost finishes off the turret, but can't quite get there. Did a little bit of damage back to the equalizer thrown down. Hook out front Totoro, trying to find Marin on the sidelines. Won't be able to get him.
Pretty low value equalizer. It's down, so BBQ can finally walk up.
Yeah, didn't really use it with the wave, so the minions were able to get taken out after BBQ had already kited back. So seems like those final 2 outer turrets will be eluding them for the moment. But Afreeca still in such a strong spot.
Item timings, when it comes to damage, aren't quite there. 2 items onto Kramer. Working on another Zeal item. Probably going to be the rapid fire cannon. Could be the Shiv, I guess. And then Void Staff being worked on from Marin. Magic Resist stacking already well and truly happening on the side of BBQ.
Speaking of stacking, second Mountain Drake now available. Should Afreeca Freecs be able to pick that one up. Already saw how quickly they were able to take that initial Baron. This will help them break those final outer turrets. Inner turrets. I keep saying outer turrets because they're outside of the base.
They feel like outer turrets when it comes to being indefensible for BBQ. So far they've been pretty good at them, but waves have been so advanced in 3 lanes at the same time that it feels like only a matter of time till BBQ are split and these final inner turrets taken down.
7,000 gold lead here, 26 minutes. Not the most dominating that we've seen, but still damn good.
This happened so fast.
Yeah.
The flame ignited with that 5-man taunt and also the Baron going down. So good moves from Afreeca Freecs to get them back in this game rather than big mistakes from BBQ. Assertive around Baron and then with a really big taunt. And the texture of the game changed. Not all done. It's not inked yet. They haven't broken the base. Azir is starting to put together gold. There isn't an air of inevitability about this game, but Afreeca do have complete control.
I assume that it was likely Marin making the call for the Baron. But if not, whoever did it, hope they get MVP.
And when he was asked after they beat SKT in the first round robin of spring season, he said he was the man who made the late game calls. So, as you say, first instinct is that it was he, and if he's to win an MVP, which looking unlikely at this point, may get the question asked again.
What do you do if you're BBQ? Get prepped for this next Baron, I suppose. 45 seconds until we see that come back up.
That awkward color point of lose the minimum because they need Azir to pile on items. They need to keep their turrets up as long as possible. It is too soon, though.
Yeah, he's going to get hooked, takes a bit of damage. Kuro's entrance comes through as Kuro arrives in the fight. Justice punches way to safety. And TP was used by Crazy, so they beat that out.
And Spirit happy to just park himself in mid lane, continue to push up those minions. So much pressure. And what this pressure means is that Afreeca knows they just can't be vision on Baron. They've never gotten anywhere near putting down vision in Baron. There's a single couple of spot vision that was put down, but Baron's spawning in 5 seconds, and only now you can see BBQ inching towards it, trying to defend what they have.
Yeah, I mean, it's not much because those final 2 inner turrets did fall. Les taking a little ride over the wall, making sure that he is safe.
Will it be a game of 2 Barons for Afreeca? The first one finally divided the 2 teams. The second one might actually be able to guarantee things. BBQ are finally able now to push up near the Baron, but Afreeca cannot be face-checked with their power level right now, and thus the vision will only be temporary.
BBQ, if they could come up with a steal, could be enough to potentially swing themselves into this game. But even then, it would have to take many a structure off the backside of that Baron bomb.
Sejuani's going to face check here.
Yeah, walking in, Kuro has the taunt ready to go. Will draw him in, but it's pretty tanky, that Sejuani. Don't get the blue buff, however, so got what they came for.
Mana regen for Kuro, but he's backing anyway, so not going to be massive here, apart from a little bit of cooldown reduction. Azir Close to death cap, but with no kill involvement barring one assist. It's been slow rolling, only the CS so far. For what is an expensive build to be relevant for an Azir. Rylai is curbed from impact unless it's a rush item after the latest round of nerfs. Might be seen as a 6th item, depending on where the game's at.
Yep, and Kuro's just getting beefier. Another Warden's Mail coming through from him. Probably going to see a Randuin's. Just to jump in with the hero's entrance, drop the slow on top of everybody, and then take no damage.
The no damage part is certainly real. Doesn't matter if you have Blade the Ruin King and armor penetration. Galio ain't dying anytime soon. QSS from Tramer is like, alright, I trusted you, Tucson, but the new thing, and now not blocking that last initiation from BBQ. And have QSS as well. There is a lot of Pixie C from BBQ. Rom can't be there for everything.
He's, you know, an independent ADC. They don't need no support, so he'll be fine.
I believe it when I see it. Now, with a lot of these control wards that have been parked in this area. That was a Sun turret, if you're wondering. We haven't seen a Zero in a while.
Yeah. Remember when it used to count as an actual turret?
Oh,
on
I
the,
do.
on the scoreboard?
I was casting.
Like,
Yeah.
huh.
There was a lot of multiple, like 12 turrets.
This killed like 14 turrets. That's an interesting
I
stat.
found some extra ones.
They broke the game.
The overlay for broadcast has improved many times over with things like Drake's being tracked and everything else. No complaints there. Could have a bit more Rift Herald information in the post-game, but apart from that,
Yeah, I'd like to know how much damage to structures perhaps Rift Herald has dealt.
the Rift Herald stats, that's what I would like next. Riot, please.
I
I delivered on literally everything else recently, so
I still
we
want
can
to.
ask.
I still want to see, you know, Mordekaiser back into the meta, so you can have the Rift Herald plus a dragon in the same lane. But ooh, BBQ maybe in a rough spot. They have not walked out yet. Spirit's going to go over the wall just to clear out that control ward.
Sejuani actually went in with Q just to pop the ward, but turning on to Sejuani is not what Afreeca want to do. So now, once again, we have this vision battle. Haven't spotted Kuro yet. See him now.
There we go. Walked a little bit too far forward, and oh, Kramer had some fantastic arrows earlier on, but that one not gonna hit the mark.
So pressure is abated for a while. Rumble seen on the bot side. Not gonna believe in the Baron being taken just yet, a BBQ. But every moment that an arrow like that misses, Afreeca back away, a Rumble is throwing minions on the bot side. We get closer to the death cap from the Azir. We get closer to the 4th, 5th item from the Azir, and you wonder if the game will go long enough. They thought that about the last game. The answer was no, but damn if it wasn't close.
It was dangerously close. Well, for now, Ocean Drake going over to Afreeca, so if nothing else, 3 stacks prepared for that Elder Dragon.
And just getting the Elder Dragon to spawn, I think, is the bigger point here, where they're like, well, BBQ valiantly are fighting for Vision in one quadrant. Getting Vision across both is a team effort, and it's a team effort just to get Vision in one. So,
Yeah.
given where the game is, it is a backup win condition, which they seem to desperately need.
Might be asking for a bit too much in that regard from BBQ.
It's almost impossible usually, and it's why having something like Elder Dragon on the other side of the map, and even having Rift Herald is played with the meta a lot. Meant that we don't have imbalanced sides of the map like we have for a lot of the last couple of years.
Keep clearing out these control wards. You can see so many in the inventories of BBQ at the moment.
Marwin's sitting on 2,500 gold, wants to straight up death cap on his next buy. Doesn't mean that right now,
Should be hoping that he can get it before he has to arrive for a fight.
doesn't mean that right now 2,500 of the gold lead is irrelevant at minimum.
And we're going to be careful, pushing forward by himself. BBQ starting to poke in here. They do find Crow in the middle of that Justice Punch, straight into the Chain of Corruption, but look at him, he's just not going down.
Interrupt.
Starts casting on that here's entrance. Will finally get chunked out. It goes dangerously low. Glacial Prison tossed out, finds Tucson. No further collapse going to happen.
Rumble competes his back. Kuro will be able to back. Both of them can teleport in, so a lot of ultimates invested by BBQ. 4 for no gain.
Yeah, they don't even need the TP in.
So do you start just going for the Baron here, brute force?
I mean, you have a 10,000 gold lead.
So then you would think you wouldn't need to, but to get value out of that, Rumble has done a lot of pushing bot lane. Now is the time for Afreeca. They've drawn out ultimates. Sejuani has to react and will take time to push. At least draw her teleport with an assertive play here. Afreeca are strongest right now, and that's why you see pings onto the Baron.
Yeah, they're still looking for so much forward vision here. There does get engaged to the backside. Spirit getting flayed in. Look, not going to follow up, however. And the Afreeca, they just keep trying to camp this brush.
But this gank bush just allows time for BBQ to get their waves in order. Now both of them are pushing out. Reassess, the death cap is there on the Azir, but here is the force they needed to make.
Yeah, the hits finally start coming through. Spirit playing on this side of the pit. So Bless could just kick him away, perhaps just keep him out. Mitchell Fisher comes down, he'll jump in, they'll go ahead and pick that one up. Now Equalizer coming down. Ash Arrow straight in onto Crazy. Dark Passage will take him out to safety, but Afreeca Freecs find another Baron.
Now when they were sitting in that control water brush, you thought, is this going to be just another Fnatic brush waiting for a pick? The answer finally was no. They got it, they pulled the trigger, they take their second Baron of the game. Slower than expected, maybe. Finally getting the big objective they needed. First Baron allowed them to open up a lead, but not break the base. The minimum for the second Baron is breaking the base, but it's not easy. They only have one ranged auto attacker. Feels like the equalizer to zone, plus other tools being used, is what is needed to break the base, and the wave clear is very good from the side of BBQ. So, again, air of inevitability, sure, but until they break the base, you're not willing to give the win over to Afreeca Freecs.
It's going to be hard fought here from BBQ. Doing the damnedest. Damage starting to come out in the items from Tempt. So trying to hit that critical mass point for that Azir, where you just start shredding through everybody. I mean, one Emperor's Divide, because I don't think we've seen one yet. One massive Emperor's Divide play, locks down Kramer, and goodbye Siege.
I believe one was used during the massive 5-man taunt, but apart from that, I agree. I don't think we've seen Emperor's Divide
Perhaps
used.
it was.
I think right now...
Even then it was negligible. So.
I think right now you go Rambo. You have Tucson at some point just flash ult with heroic entrance on top of him and use the space created for the Ashe to take a turret. Otherwise, they're not even going to put specks of damage into the turret. They don't have a comp built for that. Elder Dragon hasn't spawned yet, not for a couple of minutes. So they need to find a way, whether it's Ashe Arrow starting, someone needs to zone, and Galio is unkillable, remember. There's the equalizer. This is the time.
Tempt's going to be cut out. The turret's going to be focused out first and foremost. Pop-up comes through from the Glacial Fisher. Bless goes low. He'll be able to flash away, keeps himself alive, but now the inhibitor going to be exposed and taken down by Kramer. Finishes that one off. Can they exit safely? Spirit getting locked up. The shields come through, but it's not enough to keep him alive. He goes down as Tempt finds the kill. Has to flash away, however, getting away from Kuro on that Galio.
For 0 so far for BBQ.
Yeah, death sentence from Totoro not going to connect. Lose out on Spirit. See how long they want to stick around. Kuro down to half HP. Could TP back in if they really want to get aggressive with the shove. It seems like they might just have to concede after that first hit.
Yeah, double TP in would not stop them being outnumbered, so smart of them to back away. Elder Dragon spawning in a minute. Could miss rinse and repeat with another big buff, like the Elder Dragon buff. Riding on top of 3 Drake stacks.
With the recalls coming through, this does give a decent bit of an opening for BBQ to start pushing forward, try to get some vision down. You can see Bless has that exact idea as he works his way over towards that Elder Dragon pit.
He's happy to get at least a situation where he only needs to fight on one side of the map at a time. BBQ really haven't been bot side for a very long time in this game.
I mean, there was about 7 minutes or so where we just were stuck up in that top side jungle. As Afreeca Freecs kept wanting to bait them into that brush on the backside of red.
They had Rumble pushing in bot lane.
Oh, look in on the Tucson. They want to commit into this. The answer's going to be yes, Hero. When Hero's entrance comes through from Kuro, gets the pop-up onto Bless. Ash Arrow comes down, locking him in. He goes low, Justice Punch forward, finds Tempt. Equalizer thrown down, and Marin's going to find the kill. Massive opening now for Afreeca Freecs as they go forward. One more hit to lock up Ghost. They find it. He kites back, finds the kill in onto Tucson, but pays for that one with his life. The kill goes over to Kramer. And Elder Dragon be damned, the Afreeca Freecs might just be pushing in for the rest of the inhibitors as that wave has been built up in the top lane.
The pings were through the mid lane. They wanted to ride that into a second inhibitor, or they could just take the minions in top and try to end the game right now. That's Spirit's idea. They think better of it. They'll just go mid lane. Very long time on Tempted Ghost. The game could still end here.
See if they can close this one out. Wave being escorted forward by Mar and just zoning them back as the second inhibitor could just go down as an insurance policy, but seems like they will just go for the finish. The first Nexus start going down as Crazy desperately tries to lock them in. But you can see them just having to head for the hills. Martin flashing forward, trying to get the finish off onto Bless. Can't quite get it, but the Nexus is now exposed. Bless trying to heal up, but it's still 7 seconds left on the Tempt. And Afreeca Freecs, after an abysmal game number 2. We'll be able to close this out with a 2-1 victory.
They get over the line again. Very long, very interesting series between the two. The perfect game seems like a very long time ago, Achilles. Game 2 was messy, but BBQ just about got it done in the end. Kind of against all odds, given where the comps were at. Game 3, the first Baron play was really good from Afreeca. Harken back to the Afreeca we saw in Game 1.
Yeah.
And while it took time from there, that's what happens when you're against mass wave clear with only one single ranged auto attacker. Very hard to break the base. Finally got the Baron, eventually broke the base. BBQ taken down. Think about Kuro on the day where he picked up his 1000th kill in that perfect game. The 5-man taunt was the highlight of Game 3.
Yeah, really gorgeous play. I mean, we said, not going to be playing to get the kills there on that Galio, but 5-man taunt sealing the deal for Afreeca Freecs, putting them so very far ahead off the backside of that Baron. Just a wonderful play from him. So congratulations all around for Kuro and the Afreeca Freecs on the victory.
And Afreeca Freecs like, yes, we got a perfect game. We didn't lose a series. They're 1-1 now with the perfect game ones.
Still a lot of VOD reviewing to be done. We can go back to, well, I don't know. Do you really want to go back to Game 2 and watch that?
They probably will have to at some point this week. My commiserations to them. It was a messy one. Still very hard to make out too much about the Afreeca Freecs. The ups and downs, the roller coaster that Katie Rolster couldn't even hope to challenge. Very interesting series that took some turns that no one saw coming. We had to support Nunu last game, Achilles.
Yeah, we did. Kind of forgot about that one already.
Maybe best that way.
Yeah. Oh well, Tucson tried something. It didn't work. But I believe with that win, Afreeca Freecs, I don't think they move up the standings very much. I believe they still retain their spot in 6th place, but they move to a completely neutral scoreline of 0.
Yeah, the game
No
score
longer with that -1.
not buoyed by a 2-0 means that, as you say, not a lot will change, and they have played more games than most teams as well.
Need every point you can get. You know how worried and concerned we were for Samsung after they lost out on their points there during the spring split. But Afreeca Freecs, they can take a rest. They can get prepped for the next match. Probably a long VOD review session, but they can still revel and bask in the glory of that perfect game.
Does it feel like glory, though? I don't know if the glory is touching too many members of this team. Maybe Kuro can feel some glory. It's been a personal moment for him and a match victory, but
Not on the
Marin's
series,
Rumble.
just on that first game. That's about it.
I feel like Marin's Rumble has become human. It's like when your father has that moment where you realize that he's fallible, and you're like, oh, I thought you were everything. And now even Marin's Rumble has been taken down a tier.
Yeah, when your dad gets beat up by that other kid's dad, and you realize that he's not as tough as you thought.
I never had that problem. My dad beat up everyone. He's John Smith. Look him up.
I bet your father, he doesn't seem like that violent of a person, but certainly not.
I'm just saying, Google
guy I
it.
would-
John Smith. You'll find it.
All right, there you go. Well, Marin, despite some questionable plays on the Rumble throughout the series, still comes out on top with the damage. Followed up by Kramer very swiftly with the Ash. But a much better game here in Game 3, very reminiscent of Game number 1. Obviously not a perfect game, but the shot calling was still there. It was at that similar level. Had a bit of a drive spell, but there we go. Kuro on the day, 1,000 kills, double MVP. Deathless on his Galio with an 86% kill contribution.
On a day of many secret and double agents, Secret Agent Kuro will be a very conspicuous one. We'll get a double MVP, extended interview with the man who set a milestone today. Always interesting to see when personal milestones and team victories intersect, what people want to talk about. Early game here, the zone around the turret. They got the mid turret with the Rift Herald, which is another nice play that we didn't really talk about earlier in the game. And Kuro's mid lane Galio seems to inspire a bit more than, say, for example, the mid lane Galio from Faker, where you wonder what if. Kuro has played these negating mid laners before in previous metas. This was the big play, where BBQ thought, okay, let's get some kills to spare our losses. There was the Emperor's Divide, and actually pushed Kuro amusingly even further into 5 members of BBQ. Insane taunt, full duration, doesn't get cancelled by things like the Emperor's Divide. The cleanup, and this is where the game changed. So the Emperor's Divide did come out once before Achilles and won the game for Afreeca Freecs.
I just imagine that in that moment when Totoro threw out the hook and saw it land, he just probably screamed like, I got one! And then went in and was just like, oh no. Good God, what have I done? That coupled with the Emperor's Divide, leading straight into that taunt. Inevitable deaths.
Tucson, when he has 5 points in Unbreakable, and also the damage reduction from the hero's entrance is the most unkillable. And Temple never got the payoff from the Azir. We have to evaluate Azir, given that we're probably not expecting to see too many, barring some big changes, and didn't have a lot of pressure on the map, was kind of outfoxed by the Rift Herald, and from there, didn't really achieve too much.
Yeah, wasn't a great sample size, so maybe we need to see more Azir before we can really pass a judgment on that pick in the current meta. But for now, let's go ahead, hear from the man himself. It's Kuro, 1000th kill today. Joel, take it away with the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. A wonderful series and a very extended one at that, but Afreeca Freecs in the end pull off a 2-1 victory against BBQ Olivers, and we are here with the man with the interview, but also the man with the 1000th kill, Kuro, for the interview. Yeah, I think some of the things that we really want to prove today, that we were able to win the series, because we had a lot of those games where we had to win in the first game and we lost this consecutive 2 games, and I think this was a day where we needed to prove that we can actually win out a series. And it always seems like the criticism was that Afreeca Freecs was always a 1-game team where you guys can't extend after that. I honestly don't know why that's the case. I feel like after winning game 1 and losing out, game 2 and game 3, I don't know, it's just a little weird. So we still have a few things to figure out. In preparation for today, I'm sure you guys have it in mind that you guys were facing consecutive losses and had to really break that. But how did you come to do that? I think the biggest downfall of our team was the mid to late game shot calling and the macro play that we didn't show as well as we could have, and that's kind of what we really focused on, try to get better. But everything nonetheless, you got your 1000th kill today. Very much of a congrats to you on that one. I'm sure we can look at the video highlight of where you got the 1000th kill and we can talk further about that. Were you counting your kills to see whether you got the 1000th kill? No, I think it was so focused on the win and trying to get the win that I really didn't focus on the 1000 kills. But my teammates gave me the go that it was my 1000 kill cup coming, so right there was very, very happy moment for me.
They always say they're not counting, but we know they are.
And of course, you guys had to break the consecutive losses, so the losing streak had to be broken. That was the biggest priority for you guys. But game 1, you did that with the best way you can do it, with getting the perfect game with giving up nothing to the BBQ Oliver side. When Marn was laning, he gave a lot of shot calling to all the lanes, and we kept us in check. And I think that really helped us, lead us way through. I think, when I refer to Marin, that, I try to be a little more comfortable around him. I think everybody would, to anyone, really. I think other teammates too, they have nicknames for me that they like to call me. But we do want to move on to game 2. How was it overall? We don't need an explanation, but we want to hear from you. As the game was progressing, it just kept reminiscing into my mind of all the win-loss situation that we had to go through, and we really didn't want to get that again. And we just looked to the late game and try to get advantage off of that. And although, it's a heartbreaking moment for you guys made a crucial mistake near the end. How did you feel about that? Yeah, after Marin finished off the game, he told me that he used his flash accidentally, so he did apologize about that, but it wasn't just his fault, but we know all of us could have done better. I think, we can't just put all the blame, so we didn't blame him that much.
We forgive you, brother Marin.
And this was where it happened. I guess it was difficult to check, regarding the lack of vision you guys didn't have. And I'm sure, but you say all that like you didn't blame him, but you know I'm sure you had in the back of your mind that it could have won if it wasn't for that mistake.
저는 잘 안 했다고 생각하는데.
You know, I say that I try not to worry about it. I try not to just ignore. I try to just ignore that, but it's hard to really just ignore the fact that we could have won without that mistake.
사실 팀마다 지금 갈려에 대한 평가가 좀 갈리고 있거든요.
And the thing with Galio pick is especially on mid lane is very separated among different mid laners.
3세트에서 안 하려고 그랬어요.
Yeah, I was actually not planning to play Galio in game 3,
그냥 했던 것 같아요.
but I think it just suddenly just got to my hands. Eventually, I think that was a little bit out of my decision.
그런 게 있었나 봐요.
그럼 아무래도 상대 아지르 나왔을 땐 좀 어떠셨어요?
How did you feel when Azir came up in the opposition?
마음이 편했어요.
I was actually pretty comfortable because, you know, when I was doing the practice and scrimming, you know, I have my opposition team play the Azir, so you know, I had a decent practice on, you know, against that champion, so I felt that I had a pretty easy victory incoming.
그렇죠.
저희는 사실 되게 놀랐거든요.
We were actually surprised. I'm glad, you know, I'm glad that hear that Kuro wasn't very surprised at all, but we were actually very surprised when we saw the pick.
3세트에 보시면 또 이 바텀을 막다가 빠르게 탑으로 가서 탑 쪽으로 이동을 해서 바론을
But we were seeing in game 3 when you guys were going for the bot lane, but suddenly turned towards the Baron in very early.
장면이 있나요?
Do you have the video highlight prepared? I actually want to see that, and perhaps I can explain to you guys. This is after they actually took the Baron.
이게 라용이 되게 콜 잘한 게.
And this was actually Marin's shot calling all the way. He told me as soon as I was pulled in that I can actually get the taunt in, and luckily I got it on all 5 members, and you know he was ready with the equalizer too. He put it all in, so you know all credits to Marin on that one.
그리고 프로 선수가 거의 뭐 완전 메인 탱커처럼 계속 탱킹.
And Kuro, you really were the main tanker of the team for the majority of the game.
탱킹력에 대해서.
제가 좀 어느 정도 잘 커서 항상.
Yeah, it was a situation where, you know, I got pretty big and, you know, got a lot of good items, and, you know, just tanking up and soaking up all the damage is actually pretty entertaining. So, you know, I'm actually enjoying that kind of play.
앞으로 가서 혼자 뻘짓하지 말고.
And I think, you know, it gives me a little bit of room to fool around.
또 안에서의 권력이 좀 느껴지네요.
네, 그래서 또 프로 선수 인터뷰 전에 뭐 그런 말씀도 하셨잖아요. 뭐 2세트 같은 경우 뭐 본인이 아니라 다른 선수가 받았어도 됐을
In previous interviews, we heard you, you know, say that you would rather give the MVP off to somebody else. But do you have anybody like that today?
제가 갈리오로 딱히 받을 만한 플레이를 한 건 없다고.
Yeah, but to be honest, with the game 3, I don't really think I deserve the MVP with the Galio. But you know, perhaps I could give it to Marin, you know, or also to Spirit, you know, who really pulled us off, you know, in the early game. You could actually give off to these guys as well.
말씀을 또 해주시는 것 같아요. 네, 어쨌든 오늘 또 연패를 끊었기 때문에 이제 연승으로 가야 되지 않겠습니까?
But of course, finishing off that losing streak, now you guys have to look for the winning streak.
솔직히 승패패한 경기들 다 이길 수 있었어요.
But you know, to be honest, if you look at all of our win-loss games, those games were so winnable, and it was a series that we should have won. So, you know, I feel like we're not a losing team, and I think we have exactly what it takes to, you know, to get a win streak going right here.
워낙 그 좋을 때, 뭐 잘할 때 경기력이 엄청나기 때문에.
네, 그래서 오늘도 사실 이기는 경기만큼은 완벽했어요. 1세트도 퍼펙트로 이기고 마지막 세트도 그렇고 스노우볼 굴리는 능력도 탁월했고. 자, 그래서 이제 연승으로 가야 되니까 오늘 또 팬분들.
And you know, we have to go to that winning streak, and you have all these fans out here today, you know, cheering for you guys. Would you like to say anything to them?
일단 팬분들은 항상 너무 감사드리고.
We're always so thankful for the fans, and
팀원한테 한마디 하고 싶거든요.
I actually want to say something to my teammate.
지금 팀 분위기가 좀 져서 그런지.
And I think with the team morale, due to the consecutive losses, that, you know, we were actually having a negative team morale, but I wish, you know, even if we don't have to rely on anyone else, I wish, you know, as teammates we could, you know, gather together and be more cooperative as family, so we can, you know, pull through this together and become a better team altogether. So that seems to be an interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel. I mean, I guess, you know, Piglet should probably take some interview notes from Kuro there. So, very respectful for his teammates. Let's band together as a family and grow from there.
Some people want to come together, other people want to blow situations apart. Achilles, everyone gets to choose how they live their lives. So a very team-focused interview from Kuro, focusing on let's band together and stop this madness of 3 games every series for the Afreeca Freecs. Maybe they'll have the perfect season of playing the maximum amount of games, because that's certainly on the horizon for them. 2 perfect games in Game 1, a loss to KT, but this time a win over BBQ. Puts them smack bang in the middle. 6th place, could be 5th, but with the game score and KT Rolls to have played 1 less set does mean that they are above Afreeca.
Yeah, so going to be close to overtaking KT. We'll see how they're going to perform in the next set, which I believe is against MVP. So it should be a very interesting set, given how KT Rolls has been doing, given how MVP played earlier on today. Not really sure what's going to happen at the end of the summer split. Seems like everything's pretty much up in the air outside of Samsung and SKT are pretty good, and Longshu's looking better.
And Jin and Longshu, both 2-1, both pretty good, and actually fighting each other in 2 days' time when we come back with the LCK on OGN. SK Telecom versus Ever8 means that Faker and Scepted, who have been talked about in the same breath, will face as well.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, double rookies in the jungle in the first one. Umti coming back, looking very strong, going up against Cuz, and then you'll have, like you said, Faker versus Scepted going to be the marquee matchup. We'll be bringing you those games on Saturday, and then closing out the week over at the Gangnam Studio, it's going to be BBQ Olivers back yet again, trying to find a win, this time against a bit of lesser opposition compared to Afreeca Freecs. It'll be Rocks Tigers, followed up by that match, KT Rolster versus MVP.
And that's definitely one of those days where you're like, well, any team could win in this series. Even KT are not going to be inked, given they've been up and down during an Afreeca with the seesaw. So really hard to say what's going to happen on Sunday, but more games in just 2 days.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and find out. That's all we can really do. Be blessed by the LCK gods with some wonderful League of Legends. Goodbye, guys. We'll see you on Saturday for more League games.